We're good? Okay, I did the gavel. It's official. All right, welcome. It's January 5th, 2026. Happy New Year. It's the first meeting of the 27th Council, and we will come to order. All councilors are present this evening. Tonight, we're going to begin with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in English and then in Spanish. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceeding to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause, snapping, or other outbursts during the meeting. I will provide one warning to anyone causing a disruption. Upon the second or continued disruption, that individual will be asked to leave the chambers, and if necessary, security will be asked to escort that person out of the chambers. Such removal from the council chambers will be effective for the remainder of the meeting. If continued disruptions occur, I may recess the meeting until order is restored, and if necessary, may clear the chambers of persons participating in the disturbance. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are all respectful of one another. We're going to begin tonight with proclamations and presentations. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, our proclamation is because we, over the holidays, lost one of our best community leaders from District 7, Miss Jerry Griego. And so we are doing a proclamation in her honor, and we've asked her family to be here. So I'm going to ask Jerry's son, Frank, to come on down, along with her daughter, Mary Ann. Jerry's sister, Jean Cruz, is here, and Tony Lopez, a family friend. There may be some additional family friends. Everybody is welcome to come on down to the podium, and I'm going to read the proclamation, and then we will give folks a chance to honor Jerry a little bit. So, whereas Geraldine Jerry Griego and her family moved to Solano Street in District 7 McKinley neighborhood in the late 1960s, and whereas Jerry was an active member of the McKinley Neighborhood Association for over 35 years, served as president for many years, and made personal visits and calls to keep her neighbors informed about issues and how they could help. Whereas a mother with 2 young children, Jerry was concerned about the park and recreational facilities in her area and worked with local officials to make improvements to Grisham Park, Montgomery Pool, and other sites. And whereas Jerry's concern about traffic speed and pedestrian safety along Candelaria between Carlisle and San Mateo led to street lighting improvements along that 1-mile stretch, and Jerry also led in getting changes made to the busy intersection of Montclair and Shepherd Road. And whereas Jerry got the area involved with the city's Neighborhoods Beautification Program, which she promoted by walking door to door through the entire McKinley neighborhood, leading to the planting of hundreds of new trees, and her efforts led to the twice-yearly neighborhood large item cleanup with dumpsters at Grisham Park. Whereas Jerry cared about the schools in her area, including Bel Air Elementary, McKinley Mid School, and Del Norte High School, attending many activities and fundraisers and putting information on the signs at Grisham and Cardwell Parks. And whereas Jerry was a loving friend, daughter, wife, mother, and grandmother, caring for her own mother who lived to be 98, traveling to Colorado to watch games and events involving her twin granddaughters, and making frequent trips to her hometown of Taos to be part of extended family reunions and traditions. And whereas Jerry wanted to keep local area streets and homes safe and commercial businesses thriving, and whereas Jerry's can-do attitude, persistence, and commitment to her McKinley neighborhood and the city of Albuquerque is honored and recognized, be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby honors the memory and legacy of Jerry Griego for her decades of dedicated service to the McKinley neighborhood and the city of Albuquerque, and calls on all residents to carry forward her spirit of community engagement and commitment to making Albuquerque a safer and more beautiful place to call home. I'm honored to be able to give this proclamation to you and the family here. I said there might be a few more folks. Half the audience is here for Jerry, which is just a testament to how amazing she was. So I'd like to, Madam President, give her son Frank a moment to speak if he would like.
First of all, good evening, members of the City Council, Madam President. My name is Frank Griego, and I'm joined by my family and friends, my sister and my mom's sister, Jane Cruz. I want to sincerely thank you for this proclamation honoring my late mother, Geraldine Griego, from Taos, New Mexico. This recognition means more to us than I can fully express. Our mother loved this city and the neighborhood she lived in. She believed deeply in community, kindness, and showing up for others in our neighborhood. She would also tell me at times when I asked her to move out of the neighborhood, maybe because of some crime or, unruly events that happened in our neighborhood, and she would turn around and tell me, I am not moving out of my neighborhood. This is my neighborhood. She should be so grateful for this honor, and we really want to express our gratitude to Ms. Tammy Fabelhorn and Janet Sayers, if you wouldn't mind standing back there to helping us, and also the McKinley Neighborhood Association, who helped in this particular honor tonight. My mother was someone who gave her time and her heart and her strength to those around her, especially her neighbors in McKinley neighborhood. She taught us the importance of compassion, hard work, and standing up for what is right. Her legacy will live on through the lives she touched and the values she's passed on to her family and friends. On behalf of our family, we'd like to thank you for honoring her memory and ensuring that the contributions that she's made to her community in this city will always be remembered. We are deeply grateful, and whatever we can do as a family or friends for our city, we'd be more than happy to do so. I'd like to just mention a couple of people here. County Commissioner Diane Gibson helped us. State Representative Christine Trujillo helped in this, and the McKinney Neighborhood Association. I also mentioned my sister, Marian Machuska, family, my brothers, James and Debbie, Rebecca and Dolores, sisters, Jean Cruz, my mom's sister, and Tony Lopez and his family to my left. My mom does have a husband, and he is in hospice for the last year and a half. He's in the hospital. So we lost my mom suddenly. We didn't think she always recovered for a cold. But the flu is real, turned into pneumonia, and we lost her to respiratory failure. I also want to mention, and his name was Jim Griego. My family, Stephanie, my spouse, my kids, Lauren, Heather, Catalina, Michaela, and my in-laws, the Sanchez, and of course, my beautiful friends that are here tonight to support my mother. Again, Madam President, Ms. Fiedelhorn, thank you very, very much. Very much. Thank you.
Councilors, do you have anything that you'd like to say or ask or?
Madam President, I would just say we've got it framed, and so the proclamation has been signed by all the councilors.
Oh, wow.
And here it is for you. Again, thank you all for coming out and sharing your memories of Jerry with us.
Right,
and
Jeannie.
Thanks to Jerry for all the amazing work she did for our community over the last 35 years.
Thank you so much. Thank
Thank you. We're sorry for your loss. Next, we're going to move on to a presentation. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see, a presentation from Ms. Jennifer Turner. She's the Director of Municipal Development, and she's going to provide an update on traffic safety.
Good evening, Director.
Thank you. Next slide. Okay, great. Madam President, councilors, I am humbled and honored to give the first presentation to you of 2026, and even more importantly, to present before the first ever historic 6 female majority member council. And so thank you for that. But tonight I am here to provide a traffic safety educational campaign update to all of you pursuant to Council Resolution number 25-196 enacted in November. This is the first of 6 monthly updates that I'll be providing to you. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to start off with some of the key points from the traffic code updates that you passed in November, because I think they bear repeating again and again. So first, drivers shall stop for everyone using marked or unmarked crosswalks. Secondly, the legislation defined and protected vulnerable road users to include pedestrians, workers, persons lawfully operating or riding any of the following on a public way: bicycles, skateboards, roller skates, inline skates, e-bikes, scooters, wheelchairs, and assistive devices. The legislation also provides the responsibility on vulnerable road users to cross safely and defines should not pass a vehicle that is stopped at a crosswalk for a vulnerable road user, and also prohibits parking near crosswalks unless designated otherwise to improve the visibility of vulnerable road users. Next slide. So our progress to date on the educational campaign, we've actually already deployed our vulnerable road user training for city operators. So these are city vehicles, and that's already deployed and available online. We've selected and contracted with our consultants for the campaign. We've developed the initial branding for the campaign, which I'll get to in a second. We've started community outreach planning and have had initial discussions with community partners with more to follow. And we've reviewed and commented on draft state law changes to protect vulnerable road users. And then lastly, we've updated our city development process manual to incorporate 2024 Bikeway and Trail Facility Plan updates, which are best practices for the infrastructure that keeps our vulnerable road users safe. Next slide. So this is a preview of our branding for the campaign. We wanted to highlight to stop for everyone and to showcase the crosswalk and all the different users, vulnerable road users that use the crosswalks, and marked and unmarked around the city, and there'll be much more to come. Next slide. So for our next steps, we'll be working on developing a webinar that can be distributed around the city. It will be available online to educate everyone about our traffic law changes. We'll also be working with a consultant on a video to be aired on television and also to be available through social media. We'll be meeting with community partners and putting together a one-page draft about highlighting all the changes and distributing that. And then also following closely and supporting state legislation on driver education requirements and all legislation to protect vulnerable road users. And with that, I stand for questions.
Well done. Thank you, Director, for that update. Councilors, questions? Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for being here, Director. In the bill, it was very specific about the methods that we were going to be using for education and outreach, and I know we're at the very beginning, but I just want to clarify that we still are looking at billboards and we are still looking at radio spots as well, because I think one of the concerns was that everybody gets news and information from different places, and so we didn't want to miss anyone.
Madam President and Councilor Feeblecorn, yes, that's all part of our campaign. In addition to the videos, we'll be doing radio, billboards. We actually are going to be including the flyer with all of our citations under our speed camera citations, figuring that we're catching the drivers that might need it most. So yes, we will be covering all the things you asked for in the resolution.
And Madam President, just kudos, because I called 311 to report something, and I heard as I was waiting for my 311 person, it was telling me that I needed to look for people in crosswalks, and so I really thought that was quick and quite effective. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Grout?
Madam President, thank you, Director. Really great start. I think you guys are going in the right direction. I love the logo. I think it's very catchy. It's simple, easy to read, and so that's really, really awesome. And also, you're going to reach out to APS and all of those folks too, as well, right?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, we've had a preliminary conversation with APS,
Okay.
and we will continue those conversations. I think they're a really important partner, and having kids in APS, I know they need to hear it more than anyone else.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very, very excited about this. Thank you.
And I guess I will say, in addition to the certified driving schools, I'm
Yes.
assuming that's on the list too. but-
Yes, Madam President, correct, they are.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, counselors? Thank you, Director, very much for the update. Next, we have a presentation from Ms. Christine Berner, the city economist, who will provide an update on cannabis and gross receipts tax. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam President, members of council. I know you have a lot on your agenda. I'll be really fast. So, oh, perfect. Thank you. So, gross receipts for October grew 5.2% this month, bringing the cumulative to 5.7%. And the current budget assumes growth of 3.8% over the FY25 audited actual. But we have to remember that because of the state error and some hold harmless anomalies, this growth actually includes about $3.5 million that wasn't supposed to be there. But it is a bonus for this year. It's just not indicative of underlying growth. Let's see, this was Balloon Fiesta, so we're excited that it was a little better this month. Last year, this time it wasn't as impressive. Unfortunately, though, lodger's tax didn't reflect that. That declined, I believe, 8% this time around. Every sector showed gains. Nearly every sector showed gains this month, except for real estate, wholesale, trade, and one more, public administration. So it's not often that almost every single sector is showing growth. And then when you're looking at all business sectors, not including the impacts of that declining hold harmless, there was 6.5% growth. And then I think I mentioned in my email to you that at least on credit cards, consumers were spending more this Christmas season, so hopefully the next couple of months will reflect that. And then for cannabis, let's just get excited that it's not negative. Let's just do that, right? 5% growth this month, and and the cumulative growth was then brought all the way down to 6.1%, a negative 6.1%. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. So unless you have questions.
Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Berner, thank you. So this is cumulative July through October, you
Correct.
mentioned, right? So July, October cumulative, we were 5.7% over what we project, over the 2025, correct? That was the actual revenue.
Madam President, yes.
Yeah, 5.7% actual revenue over 25, okay. And then what we projected was 3.8, correct?
Madam
Okay.
President, yes.
So, and our budget was built on the 3.8, right, or close to it. So there's a balance there. I mean, now, and I get as far as our spending over a 12-month period, we may not. I mean, if we were to divide that budget by 12 months, and we'd get a clean per month. But I realize it doesn't work like that. I mean, in a budget, you might spend more in the spring, or on certain things, it might be the cost. But at the end of the year, it would track. It would track to that amount as far as our budget goes and what we spend. So the next 6 months, are we projecting the next 6 months to follow those same lines, about 5.8%?
Madam President, Member Lewis, I would like to note that I did a quick calculation before coming in this evening, and if we were to remove that extra $3.5 million that wasn't supposed to be there, that would mean underlying growth is actually closer to 3.8%. And so while we did get a bonus 3.5 million up front, the actual underlying growth is a bit lower than what you're seeing here in that 5.7.
Madam President, what's the bonus again? What was the three?
About 3.5.
And what was
About
that from?
3.5 million. About 3 million was because of an error at the State Department. They literally made an error and shorted us about 3 million at the end of the last fiscal
So
year.
from 2025?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And so we got that in the first month of this year. And then there were a couple of other ones that totaled about 500,000, and those were, I believe, hold harmless anomalies, the sort that we're used to
But
seeing.
we're counting that bonus in the 2026 revenues?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't count it in the 25 revenues since?
Madam President, that's actually a question for the accountant's administration, not for me, I'm sorry.
Okay, so, but it was revenue from 2025.
Correct. Well, and Madam President, TRD was not willing, well, they said it's going in your FY26 distribution, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's just that's how the error fell out.
Okay, so regardless then, there's a difference between about 5.8, 3.8, what we built our budget on. So that money technically would be in our reserves. It's in our bank account. That's in our checking account. And it would, if it tracked like that throughout the entire year, that cumulative money would be in our checking account. So let's talk about, Madam President, talk about 2025 again. And now, so we're 6 months away from the end of 2025 budget year, and what did we? Well, what were the actual revenues of 2000? What was the percentage of increase over 24 that we actually saw?
You know, this
And I
time I
guess
knew
you're
you
not
had a
counting
lot
the-
on your plate, and I did not bring additional information. I apologize. So I can't answer that. I don't have it in front of me.
Was just the projected increase over the year before, not the projected, but the actual revenue that came in?
Yeah, Madam President, I think GRT came in very close to our estimate. I am so afraid to say that out loud. My guess, I'm not going to. I really would rather.
Madam President, no problem.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to
yeah.
get you. Was it more or less than what we budgeted for?
It was very, very close. I mean, within 1% of our expectation.
Within 1%, so it was 1% higher? 1% more than what we budgeted for?
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
How
And
much
then-
is that 1% about?
I am happy to email this to you, but I
Please do,
am not
please
going
do.
to do mental calculations
No
in
problem.
front of, yeah.
I mean, 1% of our budget, our staff does that calculation real quick. What's 1% of our 2025 budget?
You'd have to go of
About
just the
$1.4
GRT,
billion.
not the whole budget, just the GRT,
Okay.
yeah.
The GRT increase? Okay, well, I'll give you that. We can get that.
I'm happy
later.
to email that
There was an
to you.
increase, right? So that money, though, should be in our checking account, right?
Madam President, yes. I'd like to say a little bit more, though. So, yes, if it were to continue that way, then perhaps that cumulative growth would stay that high. But we've already started working on the 5-year forecast, and the Legislative Finance Committee and the state have lowered their expectations for FY26, I believe, but definitely FY27. And that's what it's looking like for us as well. And so we hope that this continues, but as you've seen in the economy is, there's some worry out there. There are a lot of,
And Madam President, so, I mean, what I read in our 5-year forecast is that we're projecting it's exceeding our revenues are exceeding what we've been projecting. Is that still correct?
Madam President, for FY25 or 26 at the beginning of the year, correct?
Okay, so 26 and then the next 4 years. Okay.
Except, Madam President,
the-
that the projection for FY26 is actually, I mean, this is very preliminary, but it looks to be a little bit lower than what's currently in the budget.
Sure, but as of now, I mean, well, I guess you
That's
count
correct.
the $3 million. So, I mean, technically, we would have the $3 million in our, I mean, that $3 million should be in our bank account. It's excess, it's more than what we projected. It's revenue that came in more than what we projected. And by the way, what we project is what this council's budget is, what we approve. And I know, you know, if there is a fund balance from 2025, And really, it could be that, I mean, the $3 million is a 2025, I think it's in the bank account because it's still more than what we've spent this year so far, or what we projected and budgeted for. But you could really say that in 2025, we had the 1% or so, and then another $3 million, at the end of our 2025 budget of an increase in revenue, which is not what we budgeted for. So those are good signs. I mean, that's good budgeting. My next question, really toward the administration, would be, Madam President, is our CFO here tonight? That's playing a lot of
Mr.
roles
Whelan.
here, Mr. Whelan.
Council President and Councilors,
So
can you repeat the question?
The 1% and the $3 million is in our checking account, correct?
Those would be already allocated, correct?
I would assume.
I mean, yeah, so they're there.
It's in our reserve, right?
So part of our reserve, and we have Lawrence Davis, our budget officer, part of our reserve was to cover the 0.5% that was increased by council for raises.
In the budget from 2025 that we improved in 2025,
Yes.
or that's on the table right now?
So we sent, Councilor President and Councilor Lewis, we sent down a budget with a 2% increase for raises.
Yeah.
Council approved 0.5%. So we reserved that amount so that we could make sure and start and be able to fund all of that, not knowing what our revenue was going to be because we hadn't got all the total numbers.
So you're saying that 1% is spent in what we budgeted for, which was the increases, then, correct?
Is Lawrence here?
Council President and Councilor Lewis, our budget officer's coming down to explain that. So if you want to give us a second.
Sure.
Councilor Lewis, while we wait for the budget officer, do you have more questions, or can I go to some of the other councilors who have questions on this
Madam President,
presentation and then come back?
the budget officer's coming down. I mean, again, I don't want to put anybody out of, make life hard on anybody. I mean, I think they're, well, okay, let me, I guess while we're waiting for him then, so I do want to get some clarification on that because, well, I guess let me ask you this, Mr. Willen, are we, the $3 million, are we going to count that now as 2026 revenue? We're just going to add that to our 2026 revenue?
Council President and Councilor Lewis, whatever is left over, it adds to the fund balance. So that would drop to the bottom line.
So that, but that'll be at the end of this 2026. We would know that. Otherwise, you're assuming that you can spend that?
Oh, no, Council President and Councilor Lewis, we're assuming that if that's what comes in, then that would add to our 26 budget.
Okay, so we're just going to roll it over. We got the revenue from 2025. You're going to roll it over into revenues. You're calling it revenue for 2026. But so far, it's a balance. So far, it looks like it's a reserve. It's a balance. And if you choose to spend that, you're going to have to come back to the council to decide on how you're going to spend that, correct?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, yes, because it would be appropriated in 26 for that budget. Not appropriated, it would be available in 26 to be appropriated.
To appropriate, if we want
Yes.
to sometime throughout the year, or get to the end of the year and it's $3 million and whatever else we've accumulated over the year. So that calculation, we're 6 months away from the 2025 budget. So whether it be 1%, you guys should have that off the top of your head, it would seem like, that, in 2025, which ended 6 months ago, that what we projected, the delta of what we projected and what actually came in, that here's the difference. And then that should be in our bank account, and you should be able to tell us what that is.
Council President and Councilor Lewis, so that this all ties into our fiscal year, year-end act for audit.
Right.
because we have to see what the final numbers are. We have to see what actually came in. There were adjustments made. There are things that were done by the state that were incorrect, that adjusted things. We have to make sure, number one, we can meet the 25 budget based on our revenues and what we budgeted. So, for instance, if we would have come in, say, 1% less, that means we would have over budgeted because we didn't budget correctly for the revenues we were going to have. So we budget to what we think, and that's why our economist does what she does and does the work to get that done. Now, if we come a little bit over, then that carries over to 26. As long as we meet the bottom line for 25, that all drops down to the fund balance, and then it goes into 26. But we've already submitted our 26 budget, so we'll be submitting that, and that will account for whatever extra we have.
Counselor Lewis?
Madam President, real quick.
No, and that's fine. And Ms. Berner has something that she wanted to add.
Okay.
That's correct. Thank you, Madam President. So the FY '25 unaudited, very close to being complete. There were, while GRT was slightly above expectations, there were a number of revenue categories that were below expectations. Property taxes, building permits, charges for services, which meant that whatever extra was in GRT was covering the deficits in the rest of the general fund. And I believe total general fund ended up a little bit higher than budget expectations, but I think a lot of that was in CIP recovery, indirect overhead. So I don't think what you think is there is likely there.
Madam
Wasn't there
President,
yet.
I don't know what's there. I don't think you know what's there.
No, Madam President, it's all in the presentation that we gave your staff during the 5-year forecast, the preliminary, and so I'm happy to review
And
that
that was about
with
$3
you.
million. I think about, that was an excess, right? But now what you're saying is, and again, I understand where all the different revenue sources come from. And then we have a budget, a lot of different ways that we spend, right? And then cumulative of all that is we spend according to our budget for the 25 fiscal year. And then all of the revenue comes in, whether some was higher, some was lower. Yeah, that might balance it out, but still you have a difference between revenues and what was spent. And this report normally comes to us at beginning of December, and just simply a dollar amount. I think simply a dollar amount of that total, balance, is something at the very least is helpful, to the council who approved this budget a year and a half ago, and now that budget is done 6 months ago. At the very least, to be able to say, when those books closed at the end of 2025, here's our revenue and here's what we spent. Here's whether it's $1 or whether it's millions of dollars, I don't know. All the other adjustments and everything that you guys make, if it takes you 6 months to do that, I guess, is that the Parks Department spent less, so this department spent more, so we're gonna give the Parks Department to this department, and we're gonna show that everything evened out. But you still have either an underspent or we overspent, and those are the dollars. I think those are the basic reports that we would want to. And now you're saying, I think we've got a couple bills that just all dependent upon kind of figuring that out, or at least figure out what it's going to be. And we've kind of kept saying that, well, we don't have it yet. Do we still not have that yet? And when exactly will we have those numbers?
Mr. Whalen?
Council President and Councilor Lewis, so this goes back to, we would have had this submitted on December 15th, as we have for the last 10 years that I've been here. It was due to the state auditor by the 15th, but due to the federal shutdown, the single audit report, there was no guidance on how we were going to audit that. So we worked with our auditors to figure out, and they extended the deadline to January 20th, I believe. And so we're still working through those things. And that's why the government, for the Government Accounting Standards Board, says we do this once a year. For a municipality of our size, you can't do that on a monthly basis. You would have to have a whole team of about 30 people to do this every month to try and figure those things out, because we have so many transactions and so many things that happen. So that's why we do our ACFR, which is the annual financial comprehensive report, which is at the end of the year, we have that report, and it tells you what the bottom line is. And so we also have people who who projected our revenue, see if it came in where it was. I mean, and for instance, our gas tax came in lower. So if our GRT came in higher, but our gas tax came in lower, that's what we'll have to cover with the GRT, because we have to cover that fund. Because we may have projected our gas tax at one number and our GRT at one number, and if the gas tax comes in lower, it has to be supplemented by the general fund. So it's done once a year because of how intense it is. Now, for smaller municipalities, it's easy. But for the biggest city in New Mexico, it's a task. And we would have already had it done, but we had to wait on federal guidelines.
And I know we have, Madam President, I know we have our budget person. Let me ask our staff, I guess. I mean, is it typical that, because it sounds like there were some projected, overages or, more revenue than what we spent 2025. And then it rolls over, it sounds like the administration's talking about it rolls over into 2026 to cover some 2026, you're saying not the budget, because those wouldn't be budgeted expenses, but to cover maybe cash flow maybe or something? I mean, is that what it's covering, Mr. Mosco? I mean, is it typical that we would just roll over that money that we think it's going to have, the administration would, that we think we're going to have this amount, let's roll it over, put it in the bank account, and that's available for us to spend without coming to the council and reappropriating that?
Madam Council President Bassan, Councilor Lewis, the short answer, yes. The longer answer would be, as Acting CFO Whalen described, the various funds, GRT, gas tax, permits collected, et cetera. The mid-year cleanup that we have tonight addresses departments' overages and underages as far as their spending from the FY25, and balances that budget as we need a balanced budget. So we will have that. In Ms. Boehner's 5-year forecast, in the executive summary, she said FY25 unaudited actual GRT revenue is $6.2 million, or 1.1% over the approved budget. So we do have that number. But yes, we have to look at all the various things, and that's what the ACFR is for.
So what would change that? Madam President, $6.2 million at the time, which that report came in like October, right? What would change that between October and now, of that going to, say, zero?
Madam Council President, Councilor Lewis, I can't speculate what would cause it to go to zero. The state is pretty notorious for making changes in numbers, but not from 6.2 million to zero.
Okay. Did you, Madam President, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, Madam President, if the council wishes, I can go through FY25 budget to actual at this point. Thank you, Lawrence Davis. So if you'd like me to do that, I can do that.
Madam President, if that's okay?
I can be really brief.
Thank you.
All right, so I was really close. 1.1% GRT was over the budget, and that does calculate to 6.2 million. And then, as I mentioned, property taxes were below budget. Goodness, everything else except miscellaneous and internal payments were actually below the budgeted amount for various reasons. That's explained in the
expenditures, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And revenue, Madam President, and revenues that were expected to show up but that did not for various reasons. And then the overall budget for FY25 was 6.9 million over the budgeted amount, but we do have to note that about 5.9 million of that were audit adjustments at the end of the year. And so a lot of that is hitting miscellaneous, and I'm forgetting the name of those adjustments, but that's what those
So
were.
were that like expenses that we didn't know we had until 6 months later?
Madam President, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, or I'm not sure what you're saying.
Council President, Councilor
Mr.
Lewis,
Whalen.
those are the anticipated income for those areas or those funds. that compared to the expenses that they do. So we anticipated a certain amount of revenue coming in compared to the expenses for those things
Madam
or
President,
areas.
so
And
give me an
so,
example of that, like a fee?
no, yeah, yes. So for instance,
Enterprise?
property taxes, enterprise funds, or even stadium, the things that we do, we anticipate a certain amount of revenue. And then if it doesn't come in and the expenses are set because we anticipate our revenue, and that's how we send down a balanced budget, if the revenue doesn't come in, then it has to hit the general fund. So I'll use gas tax again. So our anticipated revenue for gas tax was at a certain amount, and the expenses were at a higher amount, and it didn't come in where we thought it would. So then the general fund has to supplement that to make sure that we balance that area.
Madam President, last thing. So, at what typically at what point after the fiscal year ends do we know those shortfalls? Is it around October? I mean, do we know that pretty quickly, or does it take 6 months to understand and know something?
Council President and Councilor Lewis, it takes the time for the auditors to do their adjustments and for us to be able to find out what's the actual numbers, because we don't want to allocate something, and that's why we've said before in front of this council that we know that we're confident with the number of 368,000 for fund balance at the end of 25. Now, that could be higher based on adjustments that haven't been completed yet or based on audited numbers. But until we get the audited numbers that are submitted to the state auditor and for them to review, we can't say we have this amount of money, because if we say that and there's adjustments that need to be made, for instance, last year, I think the adjustment that needed to be made for grant funds was about a little over 1.7 million. So we weren't able to tell, like, that's our fund balance until after that adjustment was made. But we're very confident in the number that we have, the 368. We're confident with that. Now, there is some reserve to make sure that nothing else goes through there, because we still have the single audit that needs to be completed, which got postponed because of the federal shutdown. You know, if not, all of this would have been submitted back in December 15th.
So the 368,000 is what you're projecting after you're seeing some of those shortfalls in revenue, and you're looking at it and saying, hey, now we're thinking it's this, we just need the auditors to check it. Are you counting the $3 million that we got from 2025?
Council President and Councilor Lewis, yes, because there are a lot of shortfalls in many departments, as well as
So
some
you're
of our.
including the $3 million in the 386,000. That's extra spending that $3 million.
Council President and Councilor Lewis, that's because we have shortfalls in other revenue areas where we thought we were going to have more revenue than what we actually
So
had.
you are counting it in the 2025. You're counting that $3 million in the 2025 revenues to go against 2025 expenses.
Council President, Councilor Lewis, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of points of clarification. I promise I won't take that much time. Real estate showed no growth. Is that correct?
Let's see. Yes, that's correct. Actually, it was 3.4% below this time last year, Madam President.
And what was the lodger's tax? I didn't quite get that one either.
Madam President, lodger's tax actually declined 8% for October.
Okay. Okay. And when we say shortfalls, that's meaning that we projected X amount of percentage and it was below what we projected, correct?
Madam President, thank you for that question. I want to make sure it's understood. So when we look at revenues month to month, what we're doing is comparing the current month with the same month in the previous year, because it's the most like the current month, right? And so, no, it's not a projection of any sort. It's just sort of trying to compare apples to apples. And a lot of times things are happening in the previous year. Maybe there was a hold harmless fluke, or maybe a bunch of construction just completed, and the revenues came in. And so by comparison, the current year can look a little wonky. And so it's always doing our best to see what growth is looking like, but there's always context, right?
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. Just another point of clarification. So lodger's tax was down 8%, and did I hear you say that it was flat during the balloon fiesta?
Madam President, Lodger's tax was negative for October, but, oh,
Negative for October.
what did I say something was flat for October? Is that what
That's
you
what
were
I thought.
thinking?
That's what I'm clarifying.
No, yeah, so
So we're-
Lodger's tax was negative, but something like retail trade was up a little bit for October, which
Okay.
you didn't see this
But
time
the,
last year.
but the
so-
lodger tax was down for Balloon
Correct.
Fiesta. So
And,
this-
and it's not just, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam President.
Actually, I can, 8% down, lodger's taxes, accommodations. We had some record attendance days, including running out of parking. So it's safe to say that a whole lot of people were sleeping on their friend's couch
Madam
or on
President, well, that's what I wanted to
unregistered.
clarify, is that it's actually, lodger's tax has been not just negative in October, but I believe it's been slowing, and it's because interstate travel and national travel has been down. I mean, we're seeing this across the country. So it did show up for Balloon Fiesta, but I don't think it's all just related to Balloon Fiesta.
Right. But Balloon Fiesta, that's when everything books up. And so if it's
That's-
down,
That's correct.
it's down, or even if it's flat, people
Madam
aren't sleeping
President, it wasn't
in-
enough maybe to make up for what we would normally write.
Right. Or
and
maybe
I-
we didn't have enough accommodations?
It's a good
I don't
question.
know, right? Unregistered accommodations potentially were being used?
It's possible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor Tellez?
Thank you, Madam President. Just to confirm and clarify about the revenue that was delayed from the state. So that's because of the accrual basis. So we recognized the revenue in 2025 and it was already expended, correct?
Madam President, I'm not sure I understand your question, but this particular yes, there's a 2-month accrual, but this is completely separate from that. It is just an error that they made at the end of the year. They literally shorted us around $3 million.
Right, but we had already expended it. It was already included in our budget projections for 2025.
Council President and Councilor Tellez, yes, that was part of our projected revenue
Right.
and how. So when we were shorted, we were going through the year and it looked like we were going to come in short in our revenues, which was going to make us overexpended for 2025, which once they corrected it, then we came in right where we should have been.
Right, Madam President, thank you. And so it's not extra. It's part of what was already appropriated and expended. The state provided it to us late in error, and we cannot apply it to the fiscal year 2025 because it was already closed and it would cause potential misstatements, correct?
Madam President, I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counselors, any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for the update.
Thank you.
With that, we will move on to the journal. I move approval of the December 15th journal.
Second.
There is a motion and multiple seconds. All those in favor of approving the journal, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. No? Counselor Tellez, how do you vote? Let's do it one more time. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, the clerk got it. Thank you very much. Communications and introductions. I move that to amend the letter of introduction for the purpose of placing OC2 on the January 21st, 2026 council agenda for action. OC2 is the appointment of member to the Open Space Advisory Board. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. And just real quick, the reason for this is we need to make sure to alternate between council appointments and the mayor's appointments. So we look forward to the mayor's next appointment. All those in favor of placing OC2 on the January 21st agenda, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Council Feeblehorn, R1.
Thank you, Madam President. R1, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R1 on tonight's agenda for action. R1 is approving and authorizing a request to increase heading home by $662,526.92 to maintain housing for 92 households in fiscal year 2026.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Are there any other changes to the letter of introduction? Seeing none, I move approval of the letter of introduction. There's a motion and a second from Madam Vice President and many others. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. There are no reports of committees. We are moving on to deferrals and withdrawals. OC 59, a request for immediate review of the city attorney conduct and compliance with conflict of interest requirements in mayor versus city council litigation. I would like to move withdrawal.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Madam Vice President. Councilors, I do want to just also say a couple things on this too. There was a letter that was sent out on behalf of the Madam CAO and myself to ask for the IG's office to go ahead and make sure to conduct an investigation. The letter actually, I think, strengthened some of the requests and details in it than was originally even in the OC. But in addition to that, the letter also referenced the OC, so it is still out for the public to know about. It is not that we're saying and changing course on whether or not an investigation should happen. So it's already happening now, and so it's kind of a moot point to actually have this OC. And I will also add, I've been losing my train of thought all day today, but I will also add that in addition to the fact that it's already in investigation and that we've strengthened it, still not back. So I would urge your support on a withdrawal at this time. And Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. Just one quick question for the administration, and I know that there is a separation of powers, but I'm just kind of curious. We have seen in the past where there are investigations into issues and people are placed on administrative leave. Is there a reason why council has not been placed on administrative leave when this sort of investigation is being conducted?
Madam CAO?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, investigations based upon accusation are not, do not imply guilt, if that makes sense. And we do employee investigations often that is not the case. And so in this situation, we have not made that determination to be required.
Okay, thank you.
I did remember, too, I was going to say that, I've had conversations with the mayor and the CAO, and while I can tell you all that we agree on absolutely zero details of anything that we've discussed, except for the fact that because of that disagreement, we need to have an investigation. So we do agree that an investigation needs to happen so that we can conduct and figure out how to proceed moving forward and to prevent something like this from happening again in the future. With that, I would urge your support on a withdrawal. All those in favor of a withdrawal of OC 59, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilor Grau, R205.
Thank you, Madam President. R205 is requiring the Albuquerque Fire and Rescue Department, the Albuquerque Police Department, and the Albuquerque Community Safety Department to provide quarterly operations reports. I move a deferral to January 21. Second.
There's a motion and a second by Madam Vice President. Since we did comments before, it's not normal, but anybody? Okay. Seeing none, the motion is for a deferral to January 21st. Raise your hand and say yes if you support.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. All right, we're moving on to other business. We're skipping ahead. As is customary per the rules, at the first meeting in January, we elect a new president, vice president, and committee of the whole chair. So we'll start with the election of president. I will first take nominations for president. If after the second round there is not a majority vote selecting one individual, I will make a motion to reopen the floor for nominations. If there are two or more nominees, the clerk of the council will call roll call, and we'll start with the first person nominated for that roll call and then move down the list as needed. If there is only one nominee, then we'll ask if there's an objection to vote that person in through an acclamation. Are there any nominations?
Madam President.
Councilor Grout and then Councilor Rogers.
Madam President, I would like to nominate Clarissa Pena for president.
Okay, Councilor Rogers, and there's a second. There's not a need for a second, but there can be a second. Thank you. From Councilor Lewis. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to nominate Councilor Joaquin Baca.
Okay, there's a motion, or not a motion, but there's nominations for Councilor Pena and Councilor Baca. Any others? Okay, so we will start with Counselor Pena, and then there will be a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca.
Counselor Baca, can you turn on your microphone for the record? Thank you.
Looking at the rules, my apologies, Madam President. And it says it should be in alphabetical order. Voting will be by roll call in alphabetical order.
That is correct,
That's the
Counselor
voting.
Baca,
I
except
got
for
it.
the president will, the chair of the committee will end up
That
voting
works.
last.
I got it. I was confused. All right. No.
I'm sorry?
Counselor Champagne.
Yes.
Yes. Counselors, if you guys could say the name of the individual you guys are voting for tonight instead of yes or no, because
I'm
not-
sorry, I thought we were voting on Counselor Pena first, and then
Okay.
we were gonna vote on Counselor Baca, but if you would like us to start over, and we can go ahead and just have, as you call, okay, counselors, so that we're all on the same page. As the clerk calls your name, say the counselor that you would like to be president. Okay, we're
Madam
gonna,
President?
yes, Counselor Rogers?
I'm sorry, I thought can we consult the rules? I thought the rules were we voted by person, not, but by the name. So, just want to make sure. Thank you. I think Councilor Lewis just helped my confusion. So basically, when we vote, we don't say yes or no, we say who we're voting for.
Correct.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, let's start over.
Okay. Counselor Baca.
Baca.
Counselor Champagne.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Peebles.
Counselor Baca.
Counselor Grau.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Lewis.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Pena. Counselor
Counselor
Pena.
Rogers.
Counselor Baca.
Counselor Tejas.
Counselor Baca.
Counselor Bassan.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Pena is now our president.
Congratulations, Madam President. I'm going to continue through the elections, and then we'll circle back to see how you want to proceed with the rest of the meeting, if that's all right with you. Okay, we're going to move on to the election of the vice president. Now that we're all very clear on the rules, do we have nominations for vice president? Counselor Lewis?
Yep. Madam Chair now?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madam previous Vice President, or President, I nominate Counselor Champagne as Vice President.
Okay. Okay, and there's a second from Counselor Grau, although not needed. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Madam Chair, I nominate Counselor Rogers for Vice President.
Okay, there's a nomination for Counselor Rogers and Counselor Champagne. Any other nominations? All right, seeing none, say the name of who you would like to be vice president when you are called by the clerk.
Counselor Baca.
Counselor Rogers.
Counselor Bassan.
You're no longer president.
Oh,
You don't get to go again.
newsflash. Counselor Champagne.
Counselor Champagne.
Myself.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Counselor Rogers.
Counselor Grau.
Counselor Champagne.
Counselor Lewis.
Counselor Champagne.
Counselor Rogers.
Counselor Rogers.
Counselor Tejas.
Counselor Rogers.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Champagne.
Counselor Champagne is now our VP.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President. Are you going to end up moving over here? I can't wait to find out if you're going to end up rotating or not. All right, moving on to the election of the chair of the committee of the whole. Same rules, different position, nominations. Madam President.
Madam Chair. I'd like to nominate Counselor Grout for Committee of the Whole Chair.
Okay, and Counselor Rogers? No, Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair, whatever it is. I'd like to nominate Counselor Feeblecorn.
Okay, there's a nomination for Counselor Grout and Counselor Feeblecorn. Any other nominations? All right, please say the name of the person whom you would like to vote for when the clerk calls your name.
Counselor Baca,
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Counselor Bassan,
Counselor Grau.
Counselor Champagne,
Counselor Grau.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Counselor Lewis,
Counselor Grow.
Counselor Pena,
Counselor Grau.
Counselor Rogers,
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Counselor Tejas,
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Counselor Grout.
Counselor Grout.
Counselor Grout is now our cow chair.
Congratulations, Madam Cow. Thank you. It's always so fun to say that, especially to a lady. Sorry. All right. So, Madam President, would you like to take over the meeting?
Actually, Madam Chair, I'd like for you to proceed with the entire meeting, so I'll take over at the next meeting. So thank you, and thank you for all your work this past year. I think you've done an incredible job, and it's going to be some hard shoes to fill because of your timeliness and your efficiency. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck with addressing me for the rest of the evening, everybody. I won't hold it against you if you get it wrong, but thank you and congratulations again. Okay, so moving on. Oh, that, for the record, that clock doesn't have batteries. Okay, we're going to keep going. Approval of committee appointments, then. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of deferring the approval of committee appointments to the January 21st council meeting, and the current makeup of the council committees remain in place until the new committee appointments are approved. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Champagne. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We're moving on to the consent agenda this evening. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Seeing none, for the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on the board or commission, thank you very much for your willingness to serve. I move approval of the consent agenda. There's a second by Madam President. Good luck to the clerk as well for keeping that straight. And I believe in your abilities. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to announcements. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There will be an Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Wednesday, January 7th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Councilor Champagne.
Yes, ma'am. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee on Monday, January 12th, 5 p.m. Here in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers, basement level, and it will be a hybrid meeting.
Great. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Madam Chair, there'll be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, January 14th at 4 p.m. here in Chambers, and it will be a hybrid meeting.
All right. Moving on to financial instruments. We are on 0106. Councilor Rogers, by request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move 0106, approving a project involving Indus Synergies Incorporated pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act and City Ordinance. I do have a floor sub for implementing legislation for the act to support the completion of a business accelerator project to be located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And we have from our department, economic development staff present here, Director Max Gruner, to introduce the project. We have Chris Chavez here and present for staff analysis. We have Amar Vakil, I hope I said that correctly, will be on Zoom to speak to any questions we have on behalf of the company. And we also have Yuri Morales Mangon from the State of New Mexico Economic Development Department, and she's here in person, I believe. And we also have Chris Muirhead, also our bond counsel. And I move for a due pass. And I would like to move the floor substitute first.
Before we get to that, we need to do the motion for a due pass. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. Now you can make a motion for the floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the floor substitute. We have a printed copy and as well as in your iPads.
There is a motion for a floor substitute to 0106. Is there a second? I'll second that. And just to cut to the chase just real quick, and a nod I think should suffice. Is this all the details, Mr. Muirhead? All of the number changes and all of the crunching numbers of the last minute, everything for LEDA grants and everything?
Thank you, Madam President, councilors. The only change was some comments from, good comments from Councilor Rogers to add a reference that the company would focus on local hiring to the extent possible. That's in the project participation agreement. This just further, and it's further highlighted there as well as in this ordinance, an additional provision in Section 3 addressing that.
Thank you for clarifying for everyone. So we are on the floor substitute. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of the floor substitute to O106, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. Now we are back on the bill as substituted. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm really excited about this project to work with economic development to actually have some more business incubator if District 6 desperately needs it, but it's actually not just for District 6. So I'll go to the team to kind of do the presentation of what it all entails, and hopefully you'll be as excited as I am.
Good evening, Director.
Madam Chair, Madam President, Councilors, congratulations and Happy New Year. Thank you, Councilor Rogers. We're presenting to you today a project. It comes by a number of names: New Mexico Nexus, Nemexus, Industries. It is an accelerator to promote the onshoring of international companies to New Mexico, and thereby creating local jobs and accelerating the local economy. This is a project located in Mesa del Sol. The project itself will be, or is anticipating to hire about 40 employees that would be paid directly by this company. But where the real magic happens of this project, and it is a little bit atypical, is that the project is anticipating creating over 1,000 jobs over the next, X number of years, and some of it depends on kind of the geopolitical realities that we're all going to be faced. LEADER, the Local Economic Development Act, as you know, is the only discretionary incentive program that we have in the state. It's by the discretion of both the governor and the mayor to support this company. We are proposing that the city of Albuquerque will serve as the fiscal agent for the state of New Mexico's LEADER award in the amount of $5 million. And then the city of Albuquerque would incentivize this program with an additional $750,000. And if it pleases Madam Chair, my colleague Chris Chavez has the formal staff analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chavez.
Good evening, councilors and Madam President. Happy New Year. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this LEADER transaction before you today. The Mexis Center is a state-supported innovation and business acceleration initiative designed to attract foreign direct investment, facilitate global technology transfer, and create high-value jobs across New Mexico's strategic sectors, including advanced manufacturing, clean energy, aerospace, cybersecurity, biosciences, and ag tech. Mexis will be managed and operated by STUP LLC, which is a U.S.-based strategy and management consulting firm. The company will handle all daily operations, programming, and tenant management at the center through its wholly owned subsidiary, Indus Synergies Incorporated. Indus Synergies is a New Mexico corporation. They are seeking the city of Albuquerque to be the fiscal agent for state LEADA funds and for the city to provide LEADA funds for this lease reimbursement project. As Director Gruner said, the city proposes to provide $750,000 towards the project. Upon finalization, the project will bring more than 1,200 long-term high-paying jobs to Albuquerque, and as well as workforce development programs and increased regional economic activity. The purpose of the center is to be a world-class business accelerator and soft landing platform for international companies seeking to get a foothold in the United States. So as Director Gruner said, the center itself will have 40 employees, but will create over 1,150 jobs over the 10-year project. And it's important to note that although most of the cohort companies are international companies that are going to be setting up space here, the jobs are going to be for New Mexicans primarily. So the average salary for the newly created jobs will be over $62,000, and it'll be created in the Mesa del Sol Innovation District in Albuquerque. The primary goal of the project is to catalyze foreign direct investment and foster global innovation in Albuquerque. The Nexus Center will be a gateway for high-growth enterprises from Asia, Europe, Middle East, and beyond, South America as well. Over the next 5 years, sorry, I repeated myself. My apologies. So beyond job creation, Nexus Center is dedicated to retaining top talent here in the state and providing New Mexicans opportunities. The present IDO zone district for the project is Planned Community Zone, PC. The purpose of the zone is to accommodate innovative large-scale residential or mixed-use communities that cannot be accommodated through the use of other zone districts. The proposed use of this facility would not require a change in zoning, and the majority of the 1,200 new positions, like I said, will be located in the center. Each Each Nexus Center company is projected to create 15 to 25 high-skilled jobs, paying 30 to 40% over county median wages. The specific types of jobs will be dictated by the new companies at the center and will vary widely. To qualify for reimbursement, the jobs must be considered full-time and come with full employee benefits. The project is also expected to create 844 indirect and induced jobs. The LIDA staff analysis includes a fiscal impact analysis provided to the city from the state of New Mexico. The analysis showed that the company will make a substantive contribution to the community. Overall, the city is expected to receive approximately $12.4 million in net benefits over the 10-year period. LIDA 26-2 is a qualified project as defined by the state's Local Economic Development Act and city enabling legislation. LIDA 26-2 would make a positive substantive contribution to the local economy, and it complies with the adopted city plans and policies and meets community economic development priorities and objectives. LIDA 26-2 adequately meets the evaluation criteria established by the city for the Local Economic Development Act. And based on these above findings, staff recommends approval of LIDA 26-2 as proposed by the project plan application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
Councilors, then, any questions or comments? I know that there are some of the, we have the New Mexico Economic Development Department if you wanted to add anything. And then I know that we do have some of the others here on behalf of the company. If you would like to say a couple of words, he's on Zoom. Okay, so we'll start with New Mexico Economic Development. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Buenas tardes a todos. Yuridia Morales Mangoni, and Happy New Year, Madam President, City Council members. It's amazing to be here today and the beginning of 2026 and having the opportunity to speak on behalf of the New Mexico Economic Development Department. You know, we have been a great success of different companies wanting to be here in Albuquerque, and this is definitely a unique opportunity that we have with this company in particular, New Mexis. I know that a lot of people keep asking, how do we say it? I said Mexis, whatever it is. Well, you know, let's be happy about having these opportunities. And I see Amar smiling because you always have that question. And you know, they had the opportunity to have the governor visiting Asia and India, and that's when they had the first time that they had the opportunity to discuss about this project and the fact that it's happening in Mesa del Sol. And we can say that currently we're working with already different other companies that they're already eager to come to Albuquerque, New Mexico, to be part of this opportunity. And once again, you know, all the summary, the great information that it was presented by Director Gruner and Chris Chavez about specifics about the project. And once again, I'm here and speaking on behalf of Secretary Black and the New Mexico Economic Development Department. We would love to have the opportunity to discuss further if you have any questions, and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vakil, would you like to add anything? Welcome.
Thank you, Madam President and council members. Happy New Year. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person, but nonetheless, I'm extremely excited and eager to get started with this project. It is unique in itself. It is a purpose-built accelerator for foreign companies which want to have the United States as a marketplace. To date, we already have commitments of $100 million in investment. We are talking to over 10 companies at this point in time, and we are right on track in terms of meeting our job targets. Having said that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. And before we go to any other questions or comments from anyone, we do have some people signed up to speak on this. Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have James Shanley, followed by Crystal Garcia on Zoom.
But you know what, I'm sorry, before we get to a beginning on that, and then we're gonna do general public comment tonight, but due to the quantity of people signed up to speak overall this evening, we are gonna move to 1 minute for each speaker. So we can go ahead and start with, you said Ms. Garcia?
James Shanley.
Oh, James Shanley, I
Followed
think
by
he's here.
Crystal Garcia
Okay.
on Zoom. Thank you.
Mr. Shanley's here in person, thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. I am going to deliver to each of you this week the detailed data and survey, very granular, I've conducted of 5 of our major corridors in Albuquerque: Central, Zuni, Manal, San Mateo, and Lomas Boulevard. In addition to all the other afflictions we observe traveling these roads, it is kind of astounding that with over 3,000 unhoused people living on our streets, there are 165 standalone buildings with over 1.7 million square feet of empty space, unused buildings that have amenities, and in many cases, unhoused people living against them. There are also 662 closed businesses. We need economic development, we need it to be local, and we need it to touch the corridors on which we live and drive every day. And so I hope that is borne in mind with our economic development. Thank you.
Crystal Garcia.
Good evening, City Councilors. My name is Crystal, and my public comment is regarding the proposed IDO amendments.
I'm sorry, Ms. Garcia, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I don't mean to interrupt you except for, well, I kind of do, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude about it. But we're on O106 right now, which is a local economic development grant, and it's not to do with the IDO.
When I signed up for general public comment.
Okay, I'm going to have our staff go ahead and move you to general public comment, so you can go ahead and speak, but we're going to have to get to that in a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
That concludes comment on this item. Thank you, Madam
All right.
Chair.
Thank you very much. We are on O106 as substituted. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge your support. I'm really grateful to the department for making the changes. I felt really strongly that even though we're going to be attracting global companies, that we should make sure we're hiring local New Mexicans for these jobs. So I'm really grateful that the department reworked the agreement and that the company agreed, because that's really important to me that local folks get these jobs. So thank you, and I urge your support.
Councilors, the motion is for O106 as substituted. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Congratulations and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no appeals this evening, so we are going to move on for general public comments. For the record, I do see Ms. Garcia is still listed on the Zoom for general public comment, so She will be included anyhow, but when we get to her. Members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website Friday. The public comment ground rules are that tonight each participant will have 1 minute to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council chair acting as president for this evening. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. There's a 1 minute time limit and a bell will ring to indicate your time is up. If you are called on deck, please start making your way down to the front. Mr. Cornelius, will you please call the name of the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Carlos Michelin.
Apologize. Sorry. All right, President Bassan. Oh, wait, do I still say that or President Pena?
I think you can pick tonight.
Okay, all right. Well, President, whomever, and city councilors, thank you. My name is Lisa Christofferson. I am a voting member of District 3. Happy New Year, by the way. Congratulations. Welcome, welcome. In September 2023, a spokesperson for the city said, speaking of the court injunction preventing the city sweeps, this dangerous ruling would severely limit our ability to keep our city clean and safe while getting people connected to the help they need. We intend to challenge the decision and protect our ability to enforce necessary public safety measures, end quote, City of Albuquerque. So clean and safe is what the city told the public via the Journal back in September 2023, that's why they needed the injunction lifted. We are here asking again, please, for a moratorium instead of sweeps. The city has been doing sweeps, and are we any safer or are we any cleaner since we've been doing the sweeps again since May of 2024? No, we have not. I don't think there's anyone in here who would say that we're cleaner or that we're safer. So this is the city's argument. So if the sweeps were allowed, why isn't it safer? Please have the moratorium.
Carlos Michelin, followed by Jordan McConnell.
Madam Chair, councilors, my name is Carlos Michelin and I live in District 2. I'm here to ask you to adopt the proposed IDO updates. The package before you was developed by professional city planning staff, shaped through extensive public input, and recommended by the Environmental Planning Commission. It is an important step towards addressing Albuquerque's housing shortage, improving housing affordability, and reducing homelessness. We all complain about these issues, and you have a chance to do something about it. These updates are both modest and transformational. They're modest at the neighborhood level, where it would re-legalize gentle density, things like casitas and duplexes, not disruptive mega towers. But it's also transformative because these small changes spread out across the whole city, scale up, and they can make a real impact on our housing shortage without putting development and gentrifying pressure on any one neighborhood. We've seen it happen in cities across the country and even in the states of New Mexico. So I hope you consider passing it. Thank you.
Jordan McConnell, followed by Maria Elena Johnson.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. My name's Jordan. I'm a resident of District 2, speaking for myself in support of modernizing our zoning and development rules through the upcoming IDO amendments. These proposals support the kind of project that you just proposed. Young professionals and downsizers want choice. Our current zoning code prevents that choice. Across New Mexico and the Southwest, our peer cities are moving forward. Las Cruces, Silver City, and now Tucson have moved beyond exclusionary single-dwelling zoning through bipartisan action. They're legalizing housing types, reducing rigid parking mandates, and re-allowing traditional neighborhood forms like tienditas. In Las Cruces, these reforms are already working. Prices are stabilizing, inventories improving, new residents and employers are arriving, and realtors are actually making transactions. And property taxes were not raised or reassessed as a result. These reforms aren't ideological, they're economic. Housing shortages affect workforce retention, small business, and whether young people can afford to stay. We can't keep meeting today's needs with yesterday's rules. New Mexico cities are showing what's possible. Let's join them and build a stronger, inclusive Albuquerque.
Maria Elena Johnson, followed by Janet Sayers.
Good evening, councilors. Maria Elena is sick and asked if I would speak on her behalf. Is that acceptable?
Sure, what's your name, sir?
Great. My name is Javier Benavides. I'm speaking on behalf of the Coalition for a Safer Albuquerque. And just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate you all on your first 100 days going forward and encourage you to consider taking a different path, a more humanitarian, compassionate, leaning into our abundance as a state approach to homelessness. Thus far, what we've seen is a cruel, inhumane, ineffective approach, sweeping people around the city with nowhere to go. Meanwhile, I just want to present some numbers quickly to you. The governor sent some critique to the city about the Operation Zia Shield, its effectiveness. It cost $7 million. I just want to tell you that $7 million could have afforded 700 vouchers for a year for 700 people here in the city. We're sitting on $67 billion at the state level, about $4 to $5 billion in our reserves. So these questions about $40 to $50 million to cover the entire spread of the pit count, which we're about to do in a few weeks, these are the decisions you can make. You can go to Santa Fe, start to usher that abundance in, and show some leadership that leans into your higher selves. Thank you.
Janet Sayers, followed by Raphael S.
Good evening, Madam President. I'm Janet Sayers, a resident of District 9, but I grew up in District 7. And I'm here tonight to say January 6th, tomorrow, belongs to New Mexico. That is our statehood day. 1912, we became the 47th state. We only had our glory for 1 month because then Arizona came in on February 14th and became state number 48, which was the way things were as I was growing up until Hawaii and Alaska became states. But I just wanted to say, I hope all of you, we're all part of the New Mexico history. We're all part of Albuquerque history, whether you've been here for 70 years, 100 years, 200, whatever. And we're all writing New Mexico history. And again, yes, I am wearing my library badge, and we're hoping for support for Downtown Branch. And brand new Councilor Tejas came off of the library board.
Thank you, Ms. Sayers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm being beat.
Raphael S., followed by Marcelin Costiner.
Hello, I'm a District resident too. I'm showing general support for what was mentioned before with alternate approaches to the question of homelessness in Albuquerque, and general support for Quirky Books. He's been fined $15,000 by the city for what he has chosen to do on his own property. A reminder that homelessness has increased in Albuquerque by 108% since 2017, and this is most likely a grand underestimate, as it is, most statistics are in housing and homelessness. I'm glad that the housing affordability question has been brought up and is being put into action here, but the fact that it has taken this long and what has happened in the meantime to the citizens of Albuquerque should be thought about. I think there should be alternate approaches and more humanitarian approaches to homelessness, and yeah, thank you.
Marcelin Costiner, followed by Brittany Means.
We arrest Quirky Books for doing what it can to help, but not the landlords who exploit renters into homelessness. Is it the man without shoes and housing that makes my rent go up? Is it the woman without food, shelter, or services that to blame for my rising cost of groceries? Judging from the city's actions, I would guess so. So when APD moves my homeless neighbors from street to street to street to street to street, displacing their lives, should I expect cheaper rent? My guess is no. So can we just admit that this is one big cruel waste of resources? What are we doing here? It's crazy to put people in this. You want people to have stabilized jobs, housing, etc. Sweeping them every single day when they take a second to sit down doesn't do that. Not giving them decency and a place to put their things doesn't do that. You can't expect people to find resources to get out of this if you do not bring the resources to them. This is crazy. What are we doing here? It's broken. We're throwing money at it, and it's money down the pit. Do something better this year.
Thank you. For whoever is being very clever with clapping and whistling, and can you please stop? Thank you. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brittany Means, followed by Loretta Naranjo Lopez.
Hi. In late 2024, I came here and spoke against the proposed ordinances against our unhoused neighbors. At the time, many of us cited personal stories and statistics about the harms of criminalizing homelessness and performing sweeps. We shared the city's own report on what measures will actually improve housing insecurity and homelessness, including the fact that sweeping only impedes people's ability to find housing. The next year, 2025, showed a 35% increase in people experiencing homeless and housing insecurity, with nearly half of those surveyed citing missing documentation as their primary barrier to finding housing. That's 2,960 people living on the streets, having their belongings stolen, being moved around, dying in the cold. From 2021 to 2024, the city spent $1 million on labor and equipment to perform these sweeps. Imagine how many people could have lived safely and comfortably if the city had instead invested that $1 million into affordable housing, housing resource funding, treatment programs, outreach, etc. Also leave quirky books alone. Bye.
If I hear somebody, I'm going to ask security if somebody is clapping and continues to clap, we're going to have to ask you to leave the chambers. Will you please stop clapping? Thank you.
Loretta Naranjo Lopez, followed by Steve Holman.
Good evening, President and councilors. I'm here representing the Historic Neighborhood Alliance and the Santa Barbara Martineztown Neighborhood Association. We oppose O2602. We are asking that you provide a 90-day review with the neighborhood's input on the amendments to the IDO and to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. We oppose O2604. This is the
Ms. Naranjo Lopez, I have to stop you there. That's a quasi-judicial matter, so we cannot hear comments on that matter because it is one of those that we can't hear from unless all parties are present.
Okay, well, let me just finish on this one. We oppose the process and recommendations
Ms.
to
Naranjo Lopez,
upzone
are you finishing on this one as in
on
O4?
O2602.
Okay,
Either-
as long as it's O2, please continue, and can we add a little bit more time onto the timer? Thank you.
So we oppose the process and recommendations to upzone our residential areas in the historic neighborhoods. We ask that remand to the city planning to allow a real public process and include our input to these current recommended detrimental zone changes. I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Steve Holman, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Hi, councilors. Thank you, President. Start the IDO amendment process over and do not introduce it to council today. There is serious need for investigation from the Inspector General. The Planning Department and EPC used the ability to make small editorial amendment changes to instead forcibly rezone nearly all single-family properties citywide. This was done after EPC recommendation and is not documented in anything except for the red line that was submitted to the city. It did not allow for public comment in any capacity, and that demands investigation. Also, we need to investigate further Councilor Fieberkorn being a lobbyist, being on the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee, and on top of that, having direct contributions to the IDO. We also have to investigate organizations and lobbyists like the nationally backed Strong Towns Group, who might have said some falsehoods earlier, and their involvement with the City Planning Commission. They are trying to say that there is no tax situations that will happen. Changing zoning removes the 3% property tax cap. I ask you, I beg you, investigate, do not move this forward. Thank you.
Patricia Wilson, followed by Ilsa Beal.
The number of adopted and proposed amendments since the first IDO update in 2019 totals approximately 711. The amendment process is broken, and for years, many of us have begged for a better process. This year's most egregious change was slipped into the post-EPC redline draft with no public input. The R1 single-family zone was deleted and replaced with RL low density. The justification for this change is the citywide spreadsheet item number 2, editorial changes. Changing the zoning of 68% of the properties in the city without notification is hardly a minor text addition, and it's fraught with unintended consequences. Upzoning is a silver bullet aimed at the wrong target. We should be aiming to rescue our collapsed commercial corridors, and as goal number 9.4 in the comprehensive plan states, make homelessness rare, short-term, and non-recurring. Thanks very much. And thank you for taking public comment before dinner break.
You're welcome.
Ilse Beal, followed by Bianca Encinias.
Good evening. Happy New Year and all. I've been here several times talking about how useless and disruptive and traumatizing displacements are. Also very costly. They push people into the residential areas, impacting neighbors, creating more enmity between housed and unhoused folks. I would also like to ask for a moratorium. It's not working. We cannot try and do the same thing over and over again when clearly it is not working. Could we please perhaps rather try and not concentrate on the housing first bit, but really look at what the essence of that model is? Stability, stabilizing people, stabilizing them in situ, providing basic necessities like toilets, like water sources, like a dumpster, and then really bring resources to them as case management and path navigation. Stability, not chaos. Thank you.
Bianca Encinias, followed by Joseph Greenwood.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and congratulations on the new leadership. My name is Bianca Encinias. I'm a business owner, formerly a renter, property owner. I'm a product of teen parents. I came out of one of the lowest income communities in Bernalillo County. And most importantly, I'm a professional planner. And I'm here today to speak against O2602. And the reason why is because as Mexican indigenous people here in New Mexico, we have fought out our lives for our land rights and our water rights and for transparency in the process. And unfortunately, this process is flawed. And the reason that we don't have affordable housing is the failure of local government and state government. We're in a reactive mode and have been. It's affordable housing. Well, the reality is we have sufficient units out there for rent. What we don't have is sufficient affordable housing. And when I mean affordable housing, I mean housing that people who are making $12 an hour can pay, not $1,350 for a studio apartment like Bernalillo County is offering with the new purchase property that they purchased on 4th Street. So I come here today to say, send property owners notifications on any zoning changes that happen on their property. That's true democracy and that's true transparency. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Joseph Greenwood, followed by Thomas Abeta.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. My name is Joseph Greenwood, and I'm a resident of District 2 in West Downtown, a neighborhood filled with a diversity of housing types and a vibrant community. I would like to speak in favor of the upcoming IDO amendments that have passed through the EPC and will be seen by LUPS very soon. Specifically, I would like to express my support of allowing duplexes and townhomes to be built in R1 zoning. If we want to be a city that retains college graduates, helps young families start up the housing ladder, and helps seniors downsize to appropriate housing types, it's critical that we make the identified reforms outlined in the IDO amendments. Allowing our neighbors and our neighborhoods to build this affordable middle housing would make our public transit system more useful, as well as reduce the expenses of our infrastructure. I thank you for your time, and I ask you to please pass the upcoming IDO amendments as they relate to middle housing. Thank you.
Thomas Abeta, followed by Janet Lente.
Nicolas Maduro, Xi Jinping, Clarissa Pena. Name 3 dictators who have been in power since 2013. That's nothing. You've been in power since Bibi Netanyahu, since 2009. And his honorable and venerable mayorship for life will be here for another 12 years. Do you want it to be 16? I think you lazy capitalist pigs have been here so long you can't stomach to listen to your own people for 2 minutes each. I think we all practiced here for about 2 minutes, and you've been watching us stumble over your words, so we know what kind of president you're going to be, who watches us stumble our words and not extend our time and hear what we have to say. There's a rumor going around town that you spent something like $1 million on your campaign. If you know someone who's got that kind of money to spend in town, have them spend it on our city, not you. Your policy analyst told me that she can't control how your PAC spends the money.
Thank you, Mr. Abeta.
So stop taking it.
Janet Lente, followed by Brandon Cottle. Brandon Cottle, followed by Let's Otvo.
Apologies, I don't move as fast as I used to. Good evening, City Council, Madam Chair, Madam President. Happy New Year, Feliz Año Nuevo. My name is Brandon Cottle. I'm a resident in District 4, and I'm a veteran of the U.S. Army. I like to say, like Johnny Cash, I've been everywhere, but I'm now a Burqueño, pay my taxes, and vote in District 4. I'm not going to read anything because our time got cut. One of my early degrees is a history degree, and I'm just here to encourage the City Council to consider and make positive changes. I'm proud of New Mexico. We're leading the nation in taking care of people in many ways. A lot of historians, a lot of social scientists, a lot of economists would say decisions made here affect our population much more than an hour north or almost 2,000 miles to the east. I might have gestured to the wrong direction, sorry, under here. But there's a lot of things that are going to happen this year. My ask is please take the challenge to help every Albuquerque resident and our surrounding area. Thank you for your time. Happy New Year.
Let's Otvo, followed by Brick Jonassy.
Madam President, council members, to whom it may concern, we often view property as binary. It's either private or public, but today our cities are operating in a gray zone where private buildings become essential public services like social services and municipal clinics. When our local police force attempt to trespass individuals from these hybrid spaces, they're not just enforcing a property line, they're walking into a legal and ethical minefield. First, we must consider the constitutional risk. The Supreme Court has long held that while the government can set reasonable content-neutral restrictions on property, it cannot exclude citizens for impermissible reasons. When a public entity operates inside a private building, that space becomes a quasi-public forum. By issuing a trespass order to municipality may be violating a person's First Amendment right to petition their government, or the 14th Amendment due process. You cannot simply cancel a citizen's access to their own government because a landlord holds a lease.
Brick Jonassy, followed by Tyler Richter.
Madam President, councilors, chairwoman, 2 minutes. 1 minute is not enough. 3 minutes, you never get us 3 minutes. Why would we substitute that for 1 minute? But I'm going to try to follow up on Let's Otvo because he didn't even get his 2 minutes. Next, he would have probably spoken about litigation, about how you find yourself in litigation, and then he would have spoken about the vulnerable individuals in our city who get trespassed from public property because, what, they're sitting on a sidewalk. Let's point at this man here who likes to do that downtown in the middle of the night when people are trying to leave their bars. That officer right there, Officer Harris, told me I was loitering. Really? If I'm loitering, then I must be loitering here. Define loitering for me. Because I'm pretty sure that maybe there might be some ordinance that you've passed in the past regarding young people under the age of 18. But I'm an adult. I'm an adult. I have the right to assemble. I have the right to press. I have the right to press in every public space, every public access. Remember that, because if I go into a private building that houses public access, I'm allowed to be there, and I'm allowed to press. Thank you.
Tyler Richter, followed by Anami Das.
Good evening, councilors. Happy New Year. My name is Tyler Richter. I'm a resident of D7. I'm here to speak in strong support of their proposed IDO development update. Yesterday, I attended the inauguration for the City Council and the Mayor. Congratulations and thank you for your service. I was not there as an official capacity, but as a parent. My son plays the saxophone in the Albuquerque High Mighty Bulldog Jazz Band, and I volunteer and I transport the instruments. I hope you enjoyed their participation. I certainly did, and I was incredibly proud. That pride is what brings me here tonight. I have 3 sons. My oldest, 15. He plans to attend UNM under the Opportunity Scholarship. I was fortunate to be among early recipients of the Lottery Scholarship when I graduated high school. But after college, I looked around Albuquerque and felt there wasn't a clear path. So I left and spent 18 years living abroad. The story isn't unique. Our citizens are coming back. Supporting this IDO helps to increase my pride in this community. We need more neighbors. Please support the IDO updates. Thank you.
Anami Das, followed by Sarah Azibo.
Hi, y'all. Happy New Year. I wanted to talk about the moratorium idea that has come up earlier. Actually, no. I wanted to talk about the enforcement efforts of the encampment ban that went into effect last year. The encampment ban for the full city didn't exist until last year. However, open spaces have had an encampment ban for at least, since I have data from 2017. It might have been before that. I wasn't paying attention back then. The enforcement efforts for the citywide encampment ban have pushed people into open spaces, and now they're camping there, as you were all warned. And the 2023 number of citations that were given each month was about 4.3. 2025, in open spaces, it went to 203. That was a 4 times increase, I think. Anywho, Happy New Year once.
Sarah Azibo, followed by Tad Newminsky.
Good evening, Council President and Councilors. I am Sarah Azibo, District 2. Councilor Baca, thank you for the Portland Loop. Appreciate that. It's good progress. I find it a sad reflection on our shared humanity and the state of one Albuquerque when the city joins an architect, a realtor, and a healer who are blaming a used bookstore owner for homelessness, crime, and lack of public bathrooms because he allows people to camp in his parking lot. At 5 a.m. today, people from Quirky Used Books went with me to a recovery center that was serving 40 people in November, jumped to 150 in December. It was supposed to reopen to new intakes today, but because of a staffing shortage, it's closed to intakes until February 2nd, devastating 35 people who risked sleeping outside in 20-degree weather so they could line up at 4 a.m. for help, many of them for a repeated attempt, clearly showing that unhoused people with substance use disorder do want treatment, resources, and community support, contrary to the narrative spun by this administration that fails to provide it. Excuse me.
Tad Newminsky, followed by Sarah.
Thank you. My name is Ted Niemiecki. Why was last Saturday driving south from South San Pedro, approaching Central, look at my right into the alley, just south from Central. Unbelievable. Dump, trash all over, and the inside this alley are blocked with city fence. That's its District 6 Council. Dome site. That's, I guess she's enjoying homeless people in that area. Thank you.
Sarah, followed by Crystal Garcia on Zoom.
Thank you, councilors, Madam President. I'm Dr. Sarah, and I'm the pastor at Church of the Good Shepherd in the Northeast Heights. We gather tonight on the eve of Epiphany, Three Kings Day, the night when wise travelers followed a star to find a child born without shelter. Mary, Joseph, and Jesus were forced to seek shelter wherever they could. If that Holy Family arrived in Albuquerque tonight, would we welcome them? Or would we sweep their belongings, cite them, send them to MDC? The latest housing needs assessment shows a shortage of nearly 22,000 deeply affordable units, and more than 6,000 of our neighbors are on the street tonight, including kids. We don't have the capacity to house everybody right now. You heard that people are trying to get help, and there's just not space. So my recommendation is also for a temporary moratorium on sweeps, a winter eviction freeze, and a renewed homeless coordinating council with real authority that could develop lasting solutions. Epiphany teaches us that wisdom is found when we follow the light towards compassion. So let's be a city that chooses justice and dignity and lasting solutions. Thank you.
Crystal Garcia, followed by Nicole Finch.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Crystal with the Historic Neighborhood Alliance. The proposed IDO amendments are not a plan, they are a land grab. They put homeowners and historic neighborhoods at risk, threatening seniors, low-income families, and longtime residents with being priced out of their own homes. I am concerned that the recent IDO amendment proposals include substantial changes that many residents were not clear on, and that the public notice and engagement process did not provide adequate opportunity for meaningful input. I am also concerned about the level of professional advocacy and outside influence involved in the IDO process. While Councillor Feeblehorn has extensive experience in environmental policy and advocacy and has been closely involved in discussions around the IDO, this makes transparency and accountability even more important. I am further concerned about the influence of outside advocacy groups such as Strong Towns and believe there should be greater transparency around how these groups interact with City Council and planning staff, so the public can trust that all voices are being heard fairly and equally. Zoning changes could increase property value and trigger tax reassessment, stripping away protections under the 3% cap. Thank you.
Nicole Finch, followed by Aaron Thornton. You are muted, Nicole. Cannot hear you.
Mr. Cornelius, Nicole, we're going to come back to you. We'll circle back to you at the end so that you have a few moments to be able to troubleshoot that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aaron Thornton, followed by William Indelicato.
Hi there. Good evening, Madam Chair and City Councilors. My name is Aaron, and I'm a homeowner in District 6. As we move into the IDO amendment season, which is honestly more like 2 or 3 seasons, I wanted to express support for many of the IDO amendments included to help our city meet the housing and livability challenges we are facing head-on. Amendments legalizing housing options across the city will help us make space for people who want to live near where they work and learn, and welcoming neighborhood corner stores creates opportunities for neighbors to connect and have their basic needs met where they live. And reducing the arbitrary parking minimums is a win for affordability, business flexibility, our natural spaces, and water. I know we have a long season of lively discussion ahead of us. No single action or zoning change can solve our homelessness and affordability crisis. And I'm grateful for everyone working up and downstream to care for the people in the meantime. I'm so excited what we can achieve with bold action and strong political leadership. So I urge you to treat this problem seriously and support these meaningful updates to the IDO. Thank you very much.
William Indelicato, please accept promotion to panelists. Thank you. I will try to come back to William as well. We're now going to go to Peggy Norton, followed by Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick.
Good evening, councilors, new president, welcome to the new year. I'm just generally talking about the IDO amendments. The complexity of this rewrite leaves most of the public behind. Some of the more controversial parts of it did not pass when it was a standalone legislation. Now it's been embedded in IDO amendments. These amendments address nothing about affordability. If it was really about housing, the American Furniture site would have been a nice dramatic place to put housing and some commercial development. The rezoning tax impacts are still not clarified. How about non-conforming uses, changes in taxes from changing zoning? People ask me questions about this. I've been following it for months, and I still have a very difficult time answering them. Thank you for your time.
We'll now go back to Nicole Finch, please.
Thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate the help. I'm Nicole Finch, a resident of District 9 and a member of the Library Advisory Board. As you know, the main library branch needs a new HVAC system. Their HVAC system is 50 years old. If the main library branch goes out, that's going to affect operations all throughout the city and the county. So, as you know, we've been looking for set-aside funds from city councilors. In addition to that, the New Mexico State Legislative session is starting up very soon here, and we have been in contact with all the legislators in Bernalillo County, and we are also asking them for capital outlay funds. It's an official capital outlay project for this legislative session. It's out there for people to support. And so we're just hoping to get support from everyone we can. And if we all work together, we can come together and get this HVAC system replaced. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick and William Indelicato have dropped offline. So I believe that concludes general public comment.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a break and we'll return at 7:35. Welcome back, everyone. All right, we are currently on approvals. EC 482 is 516 Arts Operating and Facility Lease Agreement 2025 to 2031. I move approval. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. I don't see anybody signed up for public comment. Councilors, any questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion is for approval of EC 482. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. Moving on, OC 58 is 501 First Street Northwest, essential for municipal purposes. I move approval. There's a second by Councilor Baca. Any questions or comments? Councilor Rogers?
Just a question about order. So we just approved the lease, but this is to make that same property essential for government. So just wanted to ask about that.
Ms. Coulidon? Mr. Padilla? Oh, Mr. Hall.
Council President, Councilman Rogers. Yes, this bill would identify this property as essential for municipal purposes for the making sure that it doesn't, wouldn't be sold again unless it was designated as not essential. So that's, it does seem a little, I can understand the concern about it being a little backward as it was granted and then later done, but that's this is just to make sure that that property at least is held for that time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hall. I think I remember approving I think at the end in 2024, we approved the non-essential designation, and at that time I brought it up. Are we sure we kicked out Warehouse 508? If you remember, they came and did public comment about being removed from this building because the city was going to sell it. And then now we're putting in, which I've toured it, so no disrespect to the 516 Arts team. They have great plans for it, but we displaced youth from this building. So I just have to be on the record to say that again, that we displaced youth who use this building for youth programming to now put art there. So just want to have us remember that. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Thank you for the reminder of that, Councilor Rogers. The motion is for OC 50, Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair, President, President Chair. I think I asked this at FGO when we talked about the renovations that are being done to this location. Do we have a total amount of what we've spent so far on the renovations that the city is paying for, but we're working off of the designs in preparation for the lease agreement with 516 Arts?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, Director Sanchez, Dr. Sanchez is here, can speak to our the work that we are doing at this location related to 516 Arts and the state appropriations that are tied to that.
Hi.
Hi. Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I believe that the amount of state capital outlay that we have for this renovation is somewhere between $5 and $6 million. And that's what we've been working within to do phase one renovations for 516 Arts to then occupy the space. And that's all state capital money that was advocated for by 516 Arts and Outpost at the time.
Okay. Madam Chair, so the city isn't spending any money. It's state money that was given to 516 Arts that we are doing the construction on and being reimbursed, or the money's being funneled through us, or how does this actually work? Because we're doing the work, correct? But it's state funding that's going toward, just kind of help me understand it, please.
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yeah, this money was given to the city for this purpose. It's state capital outlay funds. It was given with purpose to develop an arts center. 516 advocated for that money. The reason that we moved it to 508 First Street, kind of at this time where we were already talking about making that property non-essential, is that another property that they were hoping to construct on fell through. So then we had to work with them, or we wanted to work with them to find another place. This money as state capital outlay needs to be spent on a city or municipal building. So it is the city's building. All improvements belong to the city. So we were in charge of the architectural design. We're overseeing and leading the construction with city contractors and city project managers. So it is all public property. And like Explora, which I feel like is always, that makes sense to a lot of us, that it's another public-private partnership. So it will continue to be city property. We will have the operating agreement, which you just approved, that ensures that the work that is done there is for the benefit of the city of Albuquerque and its residents.
And Madam Chair, and that's why we're moving it back into essential purposes. Correct.
Madam Chair, Councillor Champagne, yes, I believe that Councillor Baca, I don't want to speak for him, but Councillor Baca's intent was to just ensure that all of that was very clear, that we are now committed to this building long-term as a city property.
Because of the grant, okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Baca?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's it. Thank you, Director Sanchez. I've been engaged with this project the entire time, making sure everything's on the up and up. Just what Dr. Sanchez said, making sure our investment stays with the city the way it should. Always happy to meet with my colleagues on the dais on projects or anything happening in D2. I'm usually pretty well engaged with most things. Not everything, but most things. I at least am aware of it. And the youth are in a much better spot right now than this old building was and the condition it was, just so folks know. And they're doing fantastic. And thank you to everyone who's helped them with funding in the past as well. So urge everybody's support. Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Councillor Baca, for that. My question is, we talked a lot about the disrepair of the building and why it wasn't suitable. So why didn't we do all of this and help Warehouse 508 get capital funding, be their fiscal agent, bring the building up to what it needs to be? Why did we not do that for them?
Madam Chair, Councillor Rogers, it was a very expensive project, and to be clear, 516 Arts and Outpost, at the time, Outpost removed themselves from the partnership and decided to reinvest where they are. But 516 Arts advocated and made plans and came up with a vision for this, and they spent about 3 or 4 years working on public fundraising as well as some private fundraising. So they really led all of the efforts with the legislature to secure all of this public funding. And so to your question, why didn't the city act in the same way with Warehouse 508? I would say that the city would have if Warehouse 508 had gone as a nonprofit and worked over 3 or 4 years to secure the level of funding, $5 to $6 million needed to make substantial improvements to the facility.
Thank you. I'm grateful Outpost stayed in District 6. I just have to say that. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? The motion is for approval to OC 58. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We are now moving on to final actions. Councilor Rogers, 0102.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move 0102, adopting the rental practices ordinance to codify provisions of the New Mexico Senate Bill 267 passed in 2025 regarding rental practices, screening fees, fees disclosures, and late fees, and requiring owners to offer a no-fee payment option.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Rogers to open.
Thank you, Madam President. This is this bill is directly related to a lot of things I hear from my constituents on a regular basis about some of the difficulties around being a renter. I'm very proud that to hear that the state legislature took this up, but we have some issues with codifying that in city law so that we can actually help enforce that. So there's a lot of confusion around who enforces, who doesn't enforce. So I do want to have our council staff help us with a little presentation, and then I want to talk about some of the research that I did regarding who is supposed to enforce this. I do want to thank our advocates that met with us from lots of different orgs and our landlords, rest of the apartment association, and I thank my colleagues for allowing us to defer this because we were able to find some common ground. I think they had some really great feedback that we were able to incorporate. So I would like to go to our Abigail Stiles to help us just do an overview of what the bill did at the state. And the only addition that I'm adding that I'd like to add to what the state did is requiring a free payment option for folks to pay their rent. And so that's a big one. We have some folks in my district that will charge $50 to pay their rent through an online fee. through an online portal, right? Those types of things is just, for folks in poverty like myself, just make it much more expensive. And so I would love to go to Abigail.
Ms. Stiles?
Thank you. So I'm just going to go over what this ordinance does. The ordinance would create a new Article 27 under Chapter 14 of the Revised Ordinances of Albuquerque, 1994, known as the Rental Practice Ordinance. Next slide. The ordinance would codify the provisions of the Uniform Owner Resident Relations Act into city code. It would provide a framework for enforcement to the city, and it would add a requirement that all owner-operators provide tenants with a free option for paying their rent. Next slide. This section requires owners to clearly disclose key rental terms and fees up front, so prospective tenants understand the costs and conditions before applying or signing leases. Next slide. The ordinance establishes several standards governing rental application and screening fees, including disclosure and limitations on how much such fees may be charged. Next slide. In researching, staff found that several instances of Albuquerque apartments that were still charging more than $50 in application fees. This is an example that was taken from January 2nd of this year, where an apartment, and I've redacted where, was charging a $250 administrative fee at the time of application, which is not allowable under the state law. Next slide. I just included another screenshot as an example of another apartment that's charging an application fee of $225. Next slide. This section describes protections related to screening fees, including restrictions intended to prevent duplicative or unnecessary charges. So the owner must place a hold or delay depositing funds until the prior applicants are screened, rejected, or declined for the unit. The applicants must receive a written or digital receipt for their application fees, and the fees must be refunded within 30 days if the screening is not completed, and there are refunds required if another applicant accepts the unit. Next slide. The ordinance places limitations on the use and scope of background checks in the rental screening process, and also requires that owners provide copies of any screening reports used, and that owners don't charge a second screening fee if an applicant applies for another unit that the same owner owns within 90 days of the first application. Next slide. Owners are required to provide clear notice of rent increases and new or increased fees, giving the tenants adequate time and information to plan a response. Next slide. The ordinance requires owners to offer at least one. Sorry, I think I skipped that. For late fees and rental payments, I'm sorry. Late fees are capped at no more than 5% of rent, and to assess a late fee, owners must provide notice no later than the last day of the next rental period, and rent is payable without demand at the agreed time in place, so renters are expected to pay their rent on time as is in their lease. Rent payments can't be applied to damages or deposits unless it's agreed upon in writing, and owners cannot charge extra fees for guests staying for a reasonable period of time. Next slide. This provision is not in the state law, and this is the provision that the sponsor wanted to add, that owners must provide at least one free option for paying rent, and residents that does not impose additional additional fees or payments. So just as a final takeaway, the ordinance would align local code with state law and establish a rent-free payment option for tenants. And I can stand for any questions when you all are ready.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so in further research, and again, I really want to thank the landlords I met with, the apartment associations, landlords and advocates that I met with, because they really urged us to do a little bit more research on what is the enforcement as it is, because let's be clear, this is already New Mexico state law. It went into effect July of this 2025. And what we did is, so right now, if a renter was charged $250 for an application fee, they could report that to the Attorney General. So we've tested this. We sent it one that we found to the Attorney General's office. And you know what they did? They kicked it to the city of Albuquerque. And so we called around the city of Albuquerque to find out, where did you send it to? Did you send it to Consumer Protection, Inequity Inclusion? And Consumer Protection said, no, we don't have any record of that at all. We asked some more questions around, okay, so, and the Consumer Protection liaison that we have said, well, I wouldn't be able to enforce this anyways because the city of Albuquerque doesn't have any ordinances to allow me to actually enforce this. So that is why this is critical, that we have the ability to enforce this, because right now, we tried it. We tried to see what would happen, and it got kicked to the city of Albuquerque. And so I'm asking that my colleagues help us be able to hold folks accountable who are violating state law, because this is already the law of the land here in New Mexico. And so with that, I'd love to move some amendments that are in our packets, in our iPads. First, I would like to move it on our packets. It's B, but we're going to call it number 1. I'm going to start there just because it's the shorter one. And again, I want to thank our landlords and our apartment associations, because they brought this up. And so we'll start on page 1, lines 9 through 15. We're going to strike this whereas clause. And the reason we're going to strike that and take out any reference to the Unfair Practices Act is to clarify that the standards adopted by this bill are from UORA and not from the Unfair Practices Act. So that's just so we have continuity. We don't have any preemption issues. Again, I appreciate the folks from our community bringing that up, because it was a valid point, and we want to make sure we don't do that. So I would move floor amendment number 1.
There's a motion and a second by Councillor Baca. Any questions or comments, councillors, on amendment number 1 to our 102? All right, seeing none, the motion is for amendment number 1 to 102. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes, I think, on an 8-1 vote. Councillor Rogers, amendment 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move amendment number 2. This one is beefier. And again, this is feedback directly from landlords, our code enforcement around enforcement. So we're going to begin on page 6, line 15. We're going to strike it in its entirety and move to A. And this clarifies it so much better. And so I thank our team and the advocates and everyone who weighed in on this. So A, notice of violation. If the city identifies conduct by an owner that violates this ordinance, the city shall promptly notify the owner and or the owner's agent of the violation of the notice of the violation with a notice of violation. And then it talks specifically about how we do that. I want to just point out on item 2, this was something directly from our landlords that wanted it to be sent certified mail, so we know when the time clock starts, which I appreciated. Response, this was about if the owner shall pay any penalty imposed and cure any violations as applicable, they can request mediation or request a hearing by the response date as indicated on the notice of violation. Again, this came directly from our landlords that said we need a recourse rather than like an actual hearing officer, which is further down in the amendment. The B for the penalty, we updated the penalty to just be a $250 fine, and that is in direct relation to the state law. Originally, we had that you would get a $250 fine for each violation subsequent to that. And so based on the feedback, we got rid of the subsequent fees just to match what the state statute says. Curing, so they wanted to make it very specific about how you cure a violation, so we have that. We added mediation with our city legal we have an alternate dispute resolution office so that a landlord could request mediation. And then on top of that, adding a hearing officer. And again, I think the amendment here replaces the enforcement section based on feedback directly from landlords, tenant advocates, and code enforcement. The amendment section explains how the city enforces the ordinance when it believes a property owner has violated it. If the violation is identified, the city sends written notice. The owner must either fix the issue, pay a fine, request mediation, or request a hearing by the stated deadline. Each violation just carries a $250 civil fine, which is very important to point out. It's a civil fine. And this only applies to this ordinance. So some of the feedback we got from our landlords was, well, it might take us longer than 30 days to get an air conditioner or to get something like that. This only applies to these types of violations that are in this ordinance, which means the examples that we pulled up about $250 application fee, right? That shouldn't take 30 days to cure. They should be able to return that fee. But we still left it at 30 days just for to make sure that we are working with both sides. That's my heart, to make sure that we're all working together to strengthen and codify the city laws. So I would urge your support.
All right, the motion is for amendment number 2. Is there a second? Second from Counselor Baca. Counselors, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, the motion is for amendment number 2 to O102. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We're back on the bill as amended. And I know that we do have some public speakers. I'd like to go to them next, and then we can go to discussion from the council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First speaker is Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Raphael S.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. Thank you very, very much, Councilor Rogers. That was a tremendous amount of work. Thank you as somebody who has rented, and the reason I live with my parents is because of all those fees. And even though I'm at the top of the teacher salary in New Mexico, I cannot afford to live by myself. I would have to have roommates in Albuquerque. So I would be homeless if my parents did not let me live with them and help take care of them. So I thank you so very much. I'm in huge support of affordable housing and all of the efforts that you all have made in this last 2 years to get housing. So thank you for that. Moratorium on instead of sweeps is really what we're asking for. Where are people supposed to go? Can you guys please declare a state of emergency? We need more locations. We don't have enough places. We're trying to put people in homes. There are people who want homes or want beds, but we don't have enough. Please, moratorium.
Raphael S., followed by Marceline Costner.
Hello, you might remember me from the earlier. I'm a renter in Albuquerque, so I was lucky enough to find a place that does not have hidden fees because it's an individual person, and I got very lucky, but I'm also aware that I'm very lucky. Many of my friends and family here do have to pay hidden fees. And when searching for a rental unit, it adds a lot of time to try to find they show the price and then you go in and it shows like 10 extra prices that you're not aware of. Then you have to pay a lot to even have a chance of getting the apartment, which you might not get. So this would be very welcome and would be very different from many other places I've lived in. Yeah, so please don't mess with this amendment. Thank you.
Marceline Costner, followed by Brittany Means.
Thank you. Thank you. If this passes, thank you. Many of us live paycheck to paycheck and plan our rent into our monthly budget. Allowing landlords to change that with little to no notice puts us all at danger. This is a no-brainer. We should know as renters what we're going to pay for shelter, period. You as our legislators should understand that. You should try to sit in my shoes for 1 second and not the people that line your pockets and pay for your campaigns, and think about what we go through, please, because being paycheck to paycheck, month to month, and one little fee can change between being homeless and being housed. This is really, really, really important stuff for us. And if you guys could get, down at our level and understand that, even if you have other you know. Just please pass this. This is really basic stuff. We need this. We're renters. We need help. It's hard. It's expensive living here. Please help us just a little bit.
Brittany Means, followed by Anami Das.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. I'm here to support 025-102. I know there are reservations about attracting investors to build more housing supply, but I hope you'll consider the following questions about these reservations. Why would we want to attract property owners who would be put off by renter protections? Why would we prioritize the interest of hypothetical investors over the current material needs of people in our community? Why should we concern ourselves with the potential profit interests of a handful of business owners over the thousands of people in this city who need fair and safe housing access? The Albuquerque Affordable Housing and Homelessness Needs Assessment from the Urban Institute cites renter protections as one of the key measures for ending homelessness and housing insecurity. As do the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the National Alliance to End Homelessness, the Yale Department of Economics, the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, etc. This is really common sense ordinance backed by data that can only benefit our community and help keep all of us safe and well. Please vote yes.
Anami Das, followed by Winter Torres. Winter Torres, followed by James Freeman.
Do I have 1 minute or 2 minutes? Madam President, my name is Winter Torres, and I am the CEO and founder of New Mexico Eviction Prevention and Diversion. We ran the court-connected eviction prevention program during COVID and still run programs in different areas of the state. We have been seeing a degradation in the condition of housing. And if you're familiar, folks, and we've had it happen at the city of Albuquerque, when there is a finding that a place is uninhabitable, then there's a bunch of people that are unhoused, and so folks don't report. And then we have a complaint-based system, but then nobody investigates, and there's no investigation by any state agency. Department of Workforce Solutions, if they do it, it's for employment. The AG's not doing it, the county's not doing it, the city's not doing it. A tenant, in theory, could do it themselves, but legal aid has not been doing any housing cases for at least 2 years, and court interpretation also is not helpful.
James Freeman, followed by Reverend Dr. Sarah Towns.
Madam Clerk. I remember when I first started reading about this bill, SB 267, Rachel Biggs, my buddy in advocacy, was the legislative expert. I actually went up to Santa Fe and spoke at a Senate hearing about my experience with this. I'm originally from Texas. I've only been here about 10 years. This is completely illegal in Texas. There's no, you can't charge somebody $600 and then when they bring you $600, say, I'm kidding, it was $900. I didn't think that was possible because that doesn't happen in Texas. And I started looking into it and I heard client after client after client, and they were just making up these absurd fees. So I thought, there must be some commonality here. No, there's no commonality. It doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter your gender. They were doing it to every single person. It's almost like they were doing it as like a housing voucher discriminatory tool. That's what I actually discovered. That was the only commonality I could come up with, was they think they might have a voucher. We can't have any voucher people here.
Reverend Dr. Sarah Towns, followed by Ryan Swinney.
I recently walked with a family member as she got her first apartment last week in Albuquerque, and that was a revelation. In addition to all the upfront fees, right when she was moving in, they sprung a $60 cleaning fee on her. And let me tell you, they did not clean very well because we found bugs everywhere. What is she to do? And she didn't have the money to pay the $60 fee. Luckily, she had a family member who helped her out. But how many people aren't in that kind of situation? These surprise fees really do prey on vulnerable people. And I think it's a compassionate thing to do just to declare up front what people are going to owe. Thank you.
Ryan Swinney, followed by Andrea Calderon.
Wonderful. Madam President, members of the council, thank you. My name is Ryan Swinney. I'm here to speak in opposition to 25102. But first, the Realtors would like to sincerely thank Councilwoman Rogers for meeting with our organization and engaging in thoughtful, open dialogue about the challenges facing her constituents. We respect her commitment to improving housing conditions, and we value her willingness to listen and collaborate. Despite the proposed amendments, the bill still raises serious concerns related to conflicts with state landlord-tenant law, due process protections, enforcement authority, and the risk of unintended consequences for responsible party owners and renters alike. We believe these issues warrant a more collaborative and comprehensive approach, one that aligns clearly with state law and ensures fair notice and enforcement, and effectively targets truly problematic properties without creating unnecessary legal risk for the city. Thank you.
Andrea Calderon, followed by Alan Lisek.
Hi, good evening, Council. Welcome back. Thank you for allowing me some time to speak tonight. I am not speaking on behalf of the Affordable Housing Coalition tonight on this particular bill, but I am speaking as a resident who has been renting the entire time that I've lived in Albuquerque. There have been some very significant fees that have been charged both to myself and to others that if I did not have the ability to advocate for or against, I would definitely have been subject to paying. There are a lot of municipalities across the U.S. that go beyond what is required of SB 267, such as in California, which has multiple municipalities where there's lawful alternative evidence of payment ability outside of poor credit that is encouraged. I also encourage a restriction in charging application screening fees if the property is not available. That's something that I've definitely been charged with, amongst the other slew of elements, and very much support Councilor Rogers' introduction of this bill. Thank you so much.
Alan Lisek, followed by Hannah Epstein on Zoom.
Madam President, my name is Alan Lisek, and I'm the Executive Director of the Apartment Association in New Mexico. We represent about 40,000 rental doors across the city here. I do want to thank Councilor Rogers for meeting with us to try and find a solution on this bill, but unfortunately, we stand in opposition due to the legal challenges and some lack of clarity. The bill still attempts to override portions of the Uniform Owner-Resident Relations Act, where the state has clearly outlined what the prohibited acts, who enforces it, which remedies apply, and the claim and how claims are adjudicated. This bill would override these processes and move them to a city-run enforcement process that directly conflicts with state statute and the New Mexico Unfair Practices Act. By removing the whereas statement on the New Mexico Unfair Practices Act, it did not change the legal challenges with preemption. This bill duplicates a penalty that's already governed by state law and the Attorney General's office, and would actually allow for a double penalty from both the city and the state, and creates a parallel enforcement that's fundamentally inconsistent with the judicial remedy structure. We believe there are better ways to enforce the laws that we already have on the books without passing something at the municipal level that conflicts with statewide laws. Thank you.
Hannah Epstein, followed by Ian Robertson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hannah Epstein. I'm a constituent from District 6. I want to thank Councilor Rogers for bringing this bill to the floor, and I want to give my support to it. I used to rent. Now I'm a homeowner. That does not change my feelings that this is extremely necessary to reduce the burden on renters. I would not have been able to afford my apartment as a grad student if the kind of fees that we're talking about now would have been levied on me at the time. That was as recent as 2007. So things have changed a lot. And I just want to say that it's an undue burden on renters to have these fees. So I support this, and I do think we can go further as well. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good night.
Ian Robertson, followed by Adriana Wiake. Go ahead, Ian.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
First up is Ian Robertson, and then Adriana. Go ahead, Ian.
I apologize. I was on mute there. Madam President, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to start by just genuinely thanking Councilor Rogers. I know Councilor Rogers worked very hard to work with various groups on this bill and just try to get something that made sense for a lot of different interests and also just objectives. I'm very sensitive to this issue and obviously really appreciate what is trying to be done. My biggest issue that I have with this current execution of the bill is that the council is trying to basically duplicate efforts at the state level, which I think creates complex compliance issues. And the other issue I have is that it sets a precedent that every time the state fails to enforce its own laws, the city has to step in with some sort of stopgap and drop that onto our budgets. I think a more elegant solution at this point would be for us to find a way to get the state to enforce the law that it already passed, and then put that burden onto them rather than duplicate efforts that create a very confusing legal system for landlords. That said, I understand the objective here and appreciate all the effort that's gone into it. Thank you.
Adriana Wiake.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Adriana Wiake. I'm a housing justice organizer at OLA. I'm speaking in favor of this bill because this would help renters have more transparency, which is very much needed in Albuquerque. As somebody who rents in the city and speak to renters every day, this would stop hidden fees so we aren't blindsided with new costs upon move-in. We deserve transparency. The capping of application fees at $50 is extremely important because you shouldn't allow your community to be taken advantage of when they're simply looking for housing. I believe that this gives real power for renters to enforce their rights with clearer penalties and city enforcement. This could be a tool for real change. This is important to be passed at the city level because landlords and management still continue to break these laws even though they've been passed since the middle of last year. Please give your community a chance to have a home. I urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you, Councilor Rogers, for standing up for Albuquerque renters, and thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, I was unable to find Raul Cobos, so that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, councilors, we are on 0102 as amended. Councilor Champagne has questions to start, and then if anyone else does, let me know.
Thank you, Madam President. Somebody said that and I liked it as plural. I want to first start off, before I start answering my questions, I want to apologize to my colleague. She had reached out to me and asked me to assist her in this, and due to a crazy life between this and other responsibilities that I have, I failed to assist her in writing this. So I apologize for that. I really do, because reading it and going through it, I have a very long list of questions and clarifications that I need, but I think a lot of it could have possibly been alleviated if we could have worked together. So I do apologize for that. Moving forward, I hope that we can do so. That being said, let me dive into this. And I say this, and the line of questioning I have, and I want some leeway or some with this because I know it's going to take up a little bit of time, but I grew up renting. My parents didn't buy their house until later on in their life. In fact, my wife and I had to help assist them buy a house. And my mom reminded me that we had, for lack of better terms, bad landlords, slumlords, that the roof leaked in 7 different places when it rained. And when I told her that, and she goes, "You don't remember this, Dan, but we lived without hot water for a year and a half." And being, 8 or 9 years old, I obviously didn't remember that. I just remember putting out pots every time it rained, and it's my locations or my responsibility. So it does hit close to home knowing that people live like this. But I always want to approach these things not looking just for one side or the other, but a neutrality in both to hold people accountable for what they're doing in being renters and hold people accountable for the responsibility of renting to people. You are providing a service and a home that people rely on, and it's important that you adhere to the laws and put forth a good product, if for I like a lack of better term. So with that being said, I have a few questions in this, and I'll start with, I believe it's 1427-4A4. It's page 4, line 15. I just kind of explain the reasoning behind the time delay of holding the money. It would be A4, I believe it is. And it says that the time delay of holding off on the checks and the cashes. And I'm kind of concerned. The question is why the 30 days? Because it worries me that a landlord has to hold on to cash if that's the deposit or a check. And there's concern about the cash go missing or the check being stolen or stuff like that. Is there a reason behind that delay?
This is your question to Councilor Rogers.
I believe so. She is the sponsor.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilor Champagne, for the apology first. I appreciate that because I always look to colleagues who have experience in this field. Where I don't. My lens is a renter, so I understand myself too. I'm trying to be mindful of my own lived experience and making sure that we have somebody else with some different lived experience to help me navigate some of this. But this is directly from the state law, so I specifically can't speak to why the state did that, but this is exactly what's in the state law. So I didn't change anything other than adding the free payment option. So this is what's already passed by the state law, and I don't know if our team has any inclinations into why that was, but I know that was a part of the state law.
Okay. Okay.
As is everything else except for the one thing I added. So if your questions are around the state law, it would be hard for me to answer that because I was not privy to all the conversations in the debate at the state.
Okay. If we're mirroring or we're copying what the state law is, and we're putting it forth, we're obviously backing what the state law says if we pass this. So it kind of, we have to be able to explain why we're agreeing to what the state law says. If we're trying to change this, and we say that we're just doing everything but that one thing, but there are several issues inside this that don't match what the state law says. And the second question is how is the fair rental value established and by whom? And that goes into 1427-7A. I believe it's page 5, line 18. Who determines the established value of a rental?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just from my own knowledge, it's based on the property, right, that you're renting. So I think the county assessor would assess the value of that property, not the city.
Well, and the rental value of it. So if I'm renting it out for $1,500, is the state or the city going to come in and actually say that's wrong? It should be lower. It should be higher. I mean, we're putting these words in here, Madam President. We're putting these words as the fair value rental. If it's a disagreement that I think I should be renting it for $1,200, and you say as the landlord it's $1,500, can I then go to the city and say it's unfair?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think as an expert and a landlord yourself, I would ask you, how do landlords look at fair market rent now?
Market value.
Market value. So the same as...
And a lot of
Councilors.
people come...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. The third question, 2477B, page 5, line 23. Unless otherwise agreed upon, rent is payable at the rental unit. The landlord is required to travel. Is the landlord then required to travel around at the first of the month to each place that they own and accommodate to night, day, working, not working? Is that the idea of what this sentence says, that it?
Thank you, Madam President. Can you tell me which sentence again? I'm sorry, I'm looking at
Page 5, line 23.
So it says line 23, the whole.
Is it 23? It
Unless
might have been
the-
moved around based on the amendments, ma'am.
So I'm looking at page 5, lane starts on page 22. Unless the rental agreement fixes a definite term, the residency is week to week in the case of a person who pays weekly rent, and in all other case, month to month. Is that what you mean?
Then I apologize for the numbers. This was based off of an earlier deal, but in the rent, it says, in the ordinance, it says, unless otherwise agreed, rent is payable at the rental unit. And is that my question is, are we requiring as a city requiring the landlord to then travel around to each one of their rentals or their rental at the first of the month?
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think that's the intent, but I'll go to Julia because I think she has an answer.
Ms. Cludon?
Council President, Councilor Champagne, so I think we're looking at page 5, line 18 in the version that I have pulled up, which reads, unless otherwise agreed, periodic rent is payable. Somewhere in that section, I apologize. And so again, this is a section of the state statute that is being mirrored exactly in our code. And so unless otherwise agreed by the parties, rent would be payable at the unit. And typically we would see an agreement within the lease about where to pay rent. And so this is not creating a requirement to mandate that rent is payable at the unit. It can still be agreed as otherwise by the landlord and tenant.
Okay, and Madam President, then I asked this to our attorney. Are we then dictating contract law?
Council President and Councilor Champagne, we are allowing the parties to otherwise agree. And so, no, we are not mandating the contractual agreement between the parties. We're allowing them to work that out amongst themselves.
Madam President, same section, 1427.7D, page 6, and I want to say it's line 5. To assess a late fee, can you explain the details of the late fee as assessed in the month following the occurrence? The way I read, and this is for clarification, it reads that it can't be assessed till a month later, even if it's in the contract that if you're 5 days late, it's a $10 fine or fee. Again, the lines might be off based on how this changed from my reading of it the original time.
I apologize, Councilors. Councilor Champagne, can you repeat the question since I was trying to find the line numbers to read?
Yeah, the quote in there is to assess a late fee. My question is, can you explain in detail the late fee as assessed the following month of the occurrence, so that if they fail to pay in January, that the landlord cannot assess the fee until February?
Madam President? To cover that one.
Councilor Champagne, yeah? Councilor Rogers?
That's fine. I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah, thank you. I think, first of all, we should pull up the current copy of the bill. Page 5, I think what you're talking about is on line 30, where it says, to assess a late fee, the owner shall provide notice of the late fee charged no later than the last day of the next rental period, immediately following the period in which the default occurred.
So if it occurs in January, Madam President, then you have till February to tell them that it was late, and then assess it in?
Well, Madam Chair, I think based on the rental agreement, the tenant knows they're late. They know when they're supposed to pay the rent. I think this is talking about assessing fees that the landlord can choose to assess based on the rental agreement or not. And so I think that's what the state is getting at here. And again, this is an exact mirror of the state law. So I did not change anything that was already included in the state law other than adding the one different change, which is a free payment option.
Okay. Well, let me address that then, Madam President. When we talk about this, and we've used the word codify several times in this stuff, and I looked up the definition, the legal context of codifying states that codifying does not create new laws, but organizes existing ones, typically by subject. And when I say that, it leads me into the next set of questioning. Looking at the act of SB 267 and what's put forth to us in this ordinance, there's a lot of things that, one, that was put in, but two, was left out. One of which goes under the terms. We left out abandonment, we left out action, we left out amenity, we left out eviction, you left out good faith, you left out normal wear and tear. Transient occupancy was left out as far as the definitions, and we're codifying, and we're trying to mirror or just do what the act says, but we left out information. In a simple thing, abandonment was the term or the definition was left out. It means the absence of a residence in a dwelling without notice to the owner in excess of 7 continuous days. Providing such an absence occurs only after the rent of the dwelling unit is delinquent. If we're mirroring or we're copying or whatever term we want to use to do this, why are certain things left out that seem to be in favor of the landlord?
Thank you for that question. I'm pretty sure it's because we're sticking to what's in Aurora, but I'll go to Ms. Coladon for that question.
Ms. Gludon?
Council President, Councilor Champagne. So the definitions you're referring to that were omitted from our bill here before us tonight were not included because those terms do not appear in the sections of UORA that are being added to the city code. So those terms are in state law in UORA throughout I think it's 50-some section statute. The handful that are being added to the city code of ordinance don't use all of those definitions.
Okay, then I'm a little confused, Madam President, that if we're doing this so that essentially code enforcement can then have some power in saying that they can't enforce a state law, we have to have a city ordinance, but we're leaving out certain protections in verbiage that code enforcement isn't allowed to enforce?
Ms. Gludon?
Council President, Councilor Champagne, so this bill does not codify state law in its entirety. Only a handful of sections are being added to the city code to allow city enforcement,
Okay.
and those are the sections related
So, Madam
to
President,
fees.
so basically what we're saying is that we're using SB 267 as a template, but not really doing what SB 267 fully is. We're picking and choosing.
Council President, Councilor Champagne, SB 267 likewise amended a handful of sections of UORA, not the entire existing state statute.
Okay. I'm not gonna, I don't want to go through the rest of these questions. I really wish that, and again, this falls on me and my responsibility of not stepping up and helping my fellow colleague on this, but I really think that creating something that the state has that already in place within the city is misguiding what we should be really accomplishing. And I want to put forth the idea that, and I say this in the sense of knowing this and living it, was renters, I don't think renters they don't have a good hand dealt to them to begin with for the most part when you rent from a person that takes advantage of other people. And I would much rather have a service, and I don't know, and I talked about this before with several other people, of do we have a process where 311 or renters can go to the legal department and they say, here's this packet, Metro Court deals with this. They deal with contract law, that's what the court's for, and here, just take this packet and we will guide you through this and help educate and help the people to learn more about it, to learn and actually advocate for the people, not just put in laws that we can't enforce already, that aren't enforced on the state level, that we tax code enforcement if that's what they're going to be doing with already, that they're overworked, that this is going to fall on deaf ears. Why can we not educate and empower the people and help them learn more so that they can spread the word and then say, hey, call 311. They have legal action, a team of legal 5 people from, and I said this, people from UNM, if you have legal people who are going through this and they can develop a program and they can come and volunteer their time to say, here's what is the state law, here's what the city ordinance are, here's what landlords are supposed to be held for, and we will walk you through the court system. I would much rather do that and empower people than present a whole bunch of laws that we can't follow up and enforce even if they're there. Yeah, with that being said, I can't support this, but I would love the opportunity, if this dies, to come back and actually draw something up that will help empower the people that need this help. Because it's not 100% of landlords out there. It's a percentage of them that are taking advantage of people, and it's wrong. So thank you, Madam President.
Councillor Tejas?
Madam President, thank you so much. I just have a question about any historical process where we have codified state law through city ordinance in the past for other, are there any other examples?
Council President, Councillor Tejas. So a couple of examples would be civil rights ordinance, which we recently amended in the context of rental housing as well to prohibit source of income discrimination, and that exists at the state level as well. Other things like speeding and criminal code is duplicated somewhat.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So we're not displacing any existing law at the state level by codifying this, correct? Okay. So, Madam President, presidents, counselors, we are really just ensuring policy intent into enforceable law, correct? For a law and order kind of point of view, we want to ensure policy intent by enforceable law. That's what we're doing with this amendment?
Council President, Councillor Tejas, correct. We are adding this to our code so that the city has some enforcement ability. We can only enforce this if it exists in our ordinances.
Okay, so Madam President, so it's protecting due process.
Madam President, Councillor Tejas, we have done our best to build in due process protections into the enforcement section of this ordinance, correct?
Madam President, and thank you so much. I just want to ensure, because I know the big issue or question here is due process, access to the law. We already have a metro court system. We can go that way. But if we're going to talk about equal rights and due process, we got to kind of think about, well, if our renters are having a problem paying arbitrary fees already, are they going to be able to afford legal fees to fight this in the court? And when we talk about, source of income discrimination, this could potentially be arguably one of those source of income discrimination issues without passing it through policy intent with enforceable action, correct?
Council President, Councillor Tejas, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, I'm just concerned that, we want to ensure, that we're not causing source of income discrimination by forcing renters to go through the court process when we can provide an equitable, more enforceable law for policy intent purposes by mitigating that additional risk cost for both landlords and renters.
Council President, Councillor Tejas, thank you. Yes, this additional enforcement mechanism could help address some of the challenges that tenants have in exercising their rights going through the court process, which can be sometimes cost prohibitive.
Okay, Madam President, thank you so much. I just want to clarify, so codifying it does not displace existing law. We're basically creating policy intent into enforceable law, so a law and order issue, and we're mitigating risk for both landlords and renters. Yep, okay, thank you.
Councillor Baca?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very complex issue, a lot to be said on both sides of that. Codifying this as state law is not, that's a good thing. As someone who's been a landlord many, many years, not currently one, there's nothing unreasonable about this, not at all. And to say the burden or educating the people looking for a place to live is essentially just putting the onus, the responsibility on them instead of the person putting on ridiculous fees. It's kind of ridiculous to say that. In any case, I support this bill. Thank you.
Councillor, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this would fall under Director Varela. I see him here. Would that fall under your department? Yes. If you can come down, just ask a couple of questions just related to, we're hearing all these conversations about, codifying law and creating new enforcement opportunities here in the city. And I know we struggle to enforce some of the things that we already have. And I just was wondering about, our capacity to be able to implement something like this, staffing, and, what this would require on your department. And do you have the ability to do it now? Director?
Council Presidents and Council President and sponsor, we agree that everything in this legislation is reasonable. These are important protections for renters. I especially like the additional requirement that there be a means for people to pay that does not have an add-on fee to that. I think that is an honest way to do business, and it's a reliable measure that tenants should have in their agreements. Of course, there is always a capacity issue, and that's true anytime that code enforcement or any other department is responsible for new obligations. And so there will be a balancing act. There will be prioritizing that has to take place. But, that's a given. And you all have heard me often say that code enforcement has a lot of capacity. They're very adept at taking on new challenges. If we had 100 code enforcement officers, we could keep all of them busy. And so there will be some sort of balancing act that does have to take place. But that does not diminish the fact that these are very important protections.
Thank you, Director. So, I think, your response was very neutral in terms of just saying that you guys really are able to, jump to the task at hand and try to get things done. But do you have the manpower right now to be able to do something like this?
Council Presidents and Council President Pena, there will be a trade-off of some type, yes. And we always have to do that when we prioritize, for example, what are life safety issues, cooling in the summer, for example, heating in the winter, hot water. Those are going to be more important if we get a call and we have one person to go than a weed and litter call. And that will be the case here. But in an ideal situation, yes, we would, during the next budget process, talk about the impact that it has in our capacity and talk about additional staff in order to take these important duties on, yes.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple more questions. So if we were to adopt this, what kind of staffing needs do you think that would require in terms of just people dedicated to this position or positions?
And Council Presidents and Council President Pena, in an ideal situation, we would pick up possibly about 4 additional code enforcement officers and a couple of support people for that, as well as the tools for doing the job. This would also help us with the additional measures, such as taking on the cooling obligations and those. It'd be wonderful to have those. But in the meantime, we work with what we have, and we make it work through prioritizing calls depending on the nature of the harm that's happening to the person.
Thank you, Madam President. So, do you have any knowledge of history of the landlord-renters agreements that they used to have in place? I remember years ago. I'm rusty, but we rented as well. And if you had issues with your landlord, that you'd call the landlord-tenant hotline. And can you tell me what happened to all of that, or do you? I'm just asking if you have any knowledge on that.
And Council Presidents and Council President Pena, I do have some knowledge of that. My son-in-law worked for Legal Aid as an attorney. He specifically handled landlord-tenant cases representing tenants. Their fees are based on a sliding scale, I believe, and so some of those services do exist out there, and they have for quite a few decades.
Madam President, but not at the level that they used to. Because I remember anytime you rented, you'd get a pamphlet, that you'd pick them up, and, you know, you could call a hotline. I don't know if the hotline still even exists or at what level that it exists anymore. I don't know if it does. But thank you so much, Director. And then, Madam President, if you can indulge me, I'd like to ask the gentleman, Alan, to come up, and I have a couple of questions for him. No.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, of the understanding that you've been working with Councilor Rogers and you know, can you tell me where kind of where came into a gridlock to where you guys really weren't agreeing? Because, you know, reading it and codifying something that the state is doing, I always worry about creating two levels of bureaucracy. I always feel like, you know, if we already have it in place at the state, we should work together to really make this stuff enforceable, because then we create two systems, and then we're adding additional staff, and, you know, and then some of the things that are in our ordinances aren't in theirs, and then it creates more, you know, bureaucracy. And so can you just tell me where the hiccup up is? And then also, you know, could you potentially go back to the drawing board with her if this didn't pass tonight, or if we deferred it, go back to the drawing board and really come up with something that you guys can work on together to get to where it's, you know, creating something that's digestible for both sides?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that the fundamental issue is the duplicativeness of this in state law. It is already state law. It already has been outlined by the state law as what the remedies look like, the judicial process looks like. You don't have to go hire a lawyer to file this. The complaints are done through the Attorney General's office. That was actually what was in Senate Bill 267 as the Unfair Practices Act, and that was referenced in here. I know we removed the whereas statement, but this is in direct conflict with state law, and I think that's the real challenge here. Is we don't disagree with any of the provisions. That's already law. I mean, we don't have any problems with any of that stuff. It's the duplicative process that we're going to try and do. We have this state-run, you know, because technically a tenant right now, if this were to pass, they could file with the city. They could also file with the Attorney General's office, and you'd have two different agencies with two different audit processes, and all of that would come down on basically a screening fee. I think that a much better approach is something similar to what Councilor Champagne said, is that this is already law, and we need to figure out if there are bad actors, how do we enforce that law? And maybe it's not a new penalty system through the city of Albuquerque. Maybe it is an educational program, or maybe it is, you know, better a special 311 line where someone can call and get the resources. I think that's a much better use of our time, because this is already law, and we don't have, like I say, we don't have any issues with the law that already exists. It's just the duplication of processes. And really taking out that judicial realm. I mean, the state clearly has outlined this. There's a bunch of preemption law that this doesn't stand the test of time to. I mean, I think that that's really the challenge, and that was where the hiccup. It's not that we don't like the tenants' rights. We don't have any problems with the 5% late fee. We don't have any problems with the disclosure. I was in the room when they wrote Senate Bill 267. We agreed to disagree on certain parts, but at the end of the day, that's state law, and we've all become accustomed to it. That being said, it's only been law for roughly 6 months now. I do believe that there's landlords out there that don't know what the state law is, and they need to be informed too. And that maybe that falls on me or falls somewhere. I mean, not everybody that's a landlord is a member of ours. We've sent out tons of information, but the reality is you have about 100,000 rental doors in Albuquerque. And so to get that message out, it's only been 6 months. I don't know if we have any data on how many complaints have been filed through the AG's office, but I think that would be something interesting to look at as well. But there's definitely a need for an educational process around this, rather than just implementing a new duplicative system that's going to penalize for something that already is law. I don't know if that answers both questions, but I'm absolutely happy to come to the table to talk about what that education process can look like. I think there's great minds between us. There's the Realtor Association. I mean, there's a lot of people that are involved in landlord-tenant law, and there's literally hundreds of years of expertise around my boardroom table in landlord-tenant law that can help assist and figure this out.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Lewis?
Thank you. Just real briefly with Director Varela, thank you again. And Director, you mentioned just a trade-off in resources. I mean, you mentioned about, like, for something like this, I mean, to be able to do the kind of enforcement, I mean, need more personnel. I mean, and you also admitted that there would be a certain amount of trade-off, I mean, of your time and resources that the department has right now with code enforcement that I imagine is always stretched like every department. And a few things. You don't need, like, your code enforcement officers, I mean, for a variety of different things that you all investigate and enforce. You don't always need a specific city law in order to do that. For example, eviction notices, things like that. I mean, a lot of those things fall under state law, other laws, and you can go and enforce those things as the code enforcement without having a duplication in a city, on the city charter in that regard. Am I correct?
Director?
Council Presidents, that would be incorrect. Our jurisdiction is limited to powers that are granted us through ordinance.
Just only to the city ordinances and
that is correct. We have a whole slew of ordinances that we enforce on. We sometimes through the legal department can seek, for example, legal actions where you're also taking advantage of statutory measures that are there. But as far as the code enforcement officers go, we spend all of our time enforcing city ordinances.
Yeah. So, for example, incident and actually in my neighborhood, this last week, I mean, a pretty good amount of your resources that were spent on that, which your officers and all your personnel did a phenomenal job, responding to that, along with the police department, and a lot of your folks walk into some pretty, really downright dangerous situations, and so and they do a phenomenal job. But I mean, this is a situation where you have an owner who was just desperate, had some renters that were, I mean, building tunnels, I mean, massive tunnels underneath the property. The U.S. Marshals pulled a child out of that tunnel a few months ago. And this is in neighborhood that's not real common. I understand that in a lot of other areas around the city, I mean, these are just kind of common, everyday things that I know you guys respond to and challenging situations. But I guess for the point of the resources, I mean, I know that was a massive amount of resources that you spent on that. I know you spend those resources in a lot of other areas. And I know you already acknowledge this, that like when we I think when we duplicate, some of these things, that obviously there's a trade-off, and there's personnel that's needed, there's finances that's needed. With that experience, it helped me see once again how so many of our laws are they're unfavorable toward the landowner. In this case, where even with everything, and these are tenants that have terrorized the neighborhood, that even up to a few days ago are taking property off of people's porches, and we still have the inability, to be able to evict them pretty quickly. We can go through a process. It's a pretty long process, but again, and the reason for that is because so many of our laws are just unfavorable toward those that own the property, and I will say, I mean, I think there are a lot of laws that you have to enforce and that you have to put a lot of resources into, that are really, not as helpful as much to the renters. And Madam President, I mean, thank you, Director. In these chambers, there's the freedom in these chambers to come down here and to say whatever you'd like to say. You have 2 minutes or 1 minute to say it. You can participate, and I want to make sure that we're always, protecting your ability to be able to say whatever you'd like, and say whatever you want to us or anything like that. And we'll do everything we can to protect that. I will say it's really disheartening to see that when there's people here, including Mr. Lasek, that came down here, and to hear him being called names and shouted at by the people in this chambers that disagree with him. we allow that too. You can come here and you can say whatever you want to each other, but I also want people to come in these chambers with whatever position they have and whatever, wherever they're at on these issues that we're discussing, and not be yelled at, not be called names, not be intimidated to come down here to that microphone and answer questions. Thank you.
I know, Councilor Champagne, I know you have something to say about, you've already talked, so I'm going to take just 1 minute to ask a couple questions, and then I'll come back to you. I have 2 questions, Ms. Kuladon, to clarify. Because of the state statute, or Mr. Hall, either one of you, because of the state statute, is due process available for renters?
Council Presidents, are you saying under the state statute or?
I mean, because we have a state statute with all of this stuff, do renters still have the ability to have due process?
Council Presidents, yes, renters do have an avenue to pursue relief for violations of these provisions using the process in the state statute.
So it's, I mean, my point with that is that I don't think that we need a city ordinance in order to make sure that renters have due process. I do believe that to some of what we heard, I think that there needs to be some more education and availability. My next question is, if this ordinance passes, is it possible that there could be duplicative fines for landlords?
Council Presidents, Councilmember Hassan, there's a possibility that there could be fines that could be assessed by, through state statute, through a private right of action by the tenant, and then also by the city.
Okay, so, I mean, those 2 things are, I do agree that this is an important issue. However, I don't agree that we can say that there's no due process if this doesn't pass, and I don't agree in offering duplicative fines to people when we do have a housing shortage, and I agree there's bad actors. I think that is a problem, but duplicative fines is not going to help the situation for any renter or landlord in the city in that regard, in addition to the fact that there's an amendment that Councilor Grout and I have coming up to give code enforcement more funding to do what they're already doing in Albuquerque, and I don't think that we need to, by duplicative efforts, add to some of the requirements and need in the city of Albuquerque when it is already on such a tight budget and a zero-sum game budget and all of that, and putting more burden in a lot of avenues when we really should focus our efforts on educating and helping people gain access to the resources that already exist. Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I withdraw my request for the time.
Councilor Tejas?
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess I just have a question regarding the duplicity. So you said it's duplicit because it goes to the AG's office? In the statute, is that the enforcement?
Mr. Hall?
Council President, Councilor Tejas, it would be duplicative only in the sense that one could assert a private right of action to receive that $250 in return, and then one could, and then a landlord, a bad actor landlord, would then also have to pay $250 to the municipality that would be enforcing it, the city of Albuquerque.
Okay, so duplicity is in the court of law and then with the city, right? So, but anybody can do that. You can get a fee assessed for practically anything through city codes, and then a private citizen can also choose to file a lawsuit should they choose, and if they win in court, is that also duplicity, or are we not?
Council President, Councilor Tejas, there are different regulatory and lawful schemes where you have private rights of action that exist alongside existing regulatory enforcement. There are different examples depending on the severity of things, but there are certain, for example, construction industries licensing acts can have certain events that serve the basis for breach of contract or for breach of different common law actions that also serve the basis for regulatory actions that can be enforced by the state.
Okay, thank you. Madam President, so I have another quick question. Can I, Mr. Lissac, Alan Lissac, may I ask you another question, please?
Welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. So when I'm just trying to understand, I'm new, so give me that. I'll use that for 2 weeks, I promise, and then I won't anyway. But I just wanted to, you mentioned that there's an existing enforceability through state statute through the AG's office, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but the AG's office is kicking it to us.
Yeah, and I think, and I do, that is concerning. I will absolutely tell you that. The whole idea when they added in Senate Bill 267, they added about 4 pages of the New Mexico Unfair Practices Act. The idea behind that when they drafted the bill was so that basically you didn't have to go through this private right of action. You did, the resident didn't have to go to court to say, Counselor Bassan charged me too much money for my, fee or whatever it was. They could simply file a claim through the AG's office. And that is the action through that is directly related to the provisions that would be in this bill. So we kind of have this real hodgepodge now of you've got state law that's going to govern 37 out of the 40 pages, and then you've got 3 pages that technically the AG's office should be looking at, and then now we're also saying those 3 pages also the city of Albuquerque is going to look at. So it's kind of this weird scheme we have going on, and that's really what overcomplicates this bill too.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Madam President. So I just want to add one last thing, and I agree with Councilor Lewis. We really need to be thinking of the work that the AG's office does and how we can maybe help alleviate that, because they really should be focused on, human trafficking and child abuse cases and not dealing with landlord disputes like this, which is probably why they're kicking it over to us. So I would gladly take over that complaint issue so that the AG can focus on protecting our children and human trafficking and child abuse cases so that we can handle these these type of transparent fees. And again, it doesn't displace any existing law, and really we're just taking the policy intent into enforceable law, because right now it's kind of sitting in legal limbo over enforceability. And if we can move that out, I am gladly in support of this bill, especially if it alleviates the work from the Attorney General's office so that they can focus on the real matters like child abuse, human trafficking, and whatnot. So thank you for time.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Feeblecourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I obviously thank you to Councilor Rogers for bringing this forward. I truly do. I'm a little surprised that the discussion has gone this way. I will just say that in my mind, it is the city's job to protect the people who live in our city. And if maybe the AG should be doing that, I don't have any control over the AG, but I do have, well, not a lot of control, folks, but a vote on whether we take care of our own citizens. And so I found that very interesting. I will say that we pushed for these protections here at the city level 3 years ago. And thankfully, we have a state legislature that is a little more compassionate and passed this bill. But just a couple months ago, we passed legislation unanimously, I believe, on this dais to say that we are going to prioritize tenant protections within the planning department. And we funded a new position in the planning department specifically focused on tenants. And so I think that, I thought that we had prioritized the well-being of some of our lowest income, most vulnerable people during that debate, but I guess we've changed our minds now. So I would like to just ask Director Varela one more question, because I'm very confused by this concern over your ability to do your job. So the decision between what you would have to trade off would be whether to enforce laws that protect some of our most vulnerable residents, or it would be like weed enforcement. Is that the trade-off that you're discussing?
And council presidents and Councilor Feeblecorn, the example I gave was that we would prioritize life safety issues. Shelter is certainly in that category over non-life safety issues, which is my neighbor's weeds are a little too tall and it's really getting on my nerves.
Okay. Thank you, Director Varela. I agree 100% with that choice. And obviously, I agree that we should be protecting our most vulnerable citizens. I can see that there's some interesting messaging going on up here, and I find it very upsetting. But I do want to just once again thank Councilor Rogers for her work on this issue.
Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to ask the sponsor, I too agree. I think this is important work. Obviously, we lived in the projects. I was a renter. Me and my husband were renters. We had good landlords and bad landlords. So, been there, done that. So I know that, there's still some concerns that exist out there, and I would ask the sponsor if they would consider a deferral to work with the organizations and advocates again, just to try to come up with some compromise and give it about a month.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President and Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I worked with the landlords and the apartment association before I introduced it. I met with them twice afterwards and rewrote the entire enforcement section based on their feedback. So I feel a little slighted by them saying in one breath, thank you for the collaboration, and then we need more collaboration, right? Like I went above and beyond. I asked for help from a colleague on our dais that has knowledge, didn't get the help from my colleagues. I asked for help from our advocates. I asked for help from the state. I did an immense amount of research building on what Councilor Beeblehorn has tried year after year after year. And look, I think the bottom line for me is like, if this doesn't pass, then we can come back together and figure that out. But I just feel like strongly that I've worked hard in collaboration with these folks 3 different times, rewrote the entire enforcement section based on their really good feedback. And I think that it is up to this body. We have the power to meet the needs of our constituents. And I mean, the duplicative nature of the conversation, there is city ordinances all over the place that I can reference that are literally in state law, but we choose to do something different, like source of income discrimination. How are we enforcing that now as a city? That's one example of that. We have the Human Rights Act. We have the short-term rental regulation, where the city has something different from the state. The point is that we as a body have, under New Mexico state law, municipal ordinances may duplicate or supplement state law so long as they do not conflict with it. And this does not conflict with the state law. And this is hard for me to hear from colleagues who have experience and are law enforcement professionals who don't want to enforce state law. And I don't know how it works. I'm not a law enforcement professional, but I think that's a problem, picking and choosing which laws to enforce and against who. It's not what this body should be standing for. And so I ask my colleagues, and I know this sounds like a close, but I don't want to defer because I felt like I went above and beyond to try to get the help to make this something that's neutral, that can actually, for my district and yours, Councilor Pena, this is huge for our constituents. So I would just ask that we take the vote and come back if it fails.
Madam President, so I have another question. I hadn't, Councilor Champagne, you had mentioned about working to kind of do the education needed to address this. I would like to defer because I think there's things that when we're going to have double fees and all that, that's not fair. I really thought that another chance at going back and really working with them and just trying to create some compromise would be helpful. So you not wanting to do that, then I'm going to defer to Councilor Champagne and ask him that if it does fail tonight, would you work with Councilor Rogers to really come up with some education and some additional planning and maybe bringing this ordinance back?
Councilor Champagne.
Madam President, yes, by all means, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, I'd support deferral. There's a version of this bill I think I would absolutely support, and sometimes the best bills go through even a further process, even when you think that So I would support a deferral. I think there's some good conversations, more conversations to be had, and some maybe some some more changes to it. I think that could take place, and like there are other bills similar to this, and you know, some that I think we could get more of a consensus on. So, thank you.
Councilors, any other questions before we go to a close? Councilor Rogers to close.
Can I ask a question before I close?
Of course.
Madam Chair, thank you. I want to ask my colleagues who are not in support now, my heart is pausing on the deferral, even though I want to work so we can pass this, because my constituents need this. I don't want to get emotional, but we need this. And so if deferring it would help us get this to pass, I'm struggling with that, because I'm hearing folks who I don't think some of you would support it regardless. And so that's what my heart is saying. I think I've spent over and above and beyond trying to work, and they still came against it, right? Adding all of the changes that they asked for. So I'm having a hard time having faith. What can we change about this that would make you vote for it? And I know you can't answer that. I get that. But I honestly don't believe that if we defer this, I just don't know that we can get there. So I'm going to take a huge leap of faith and call you on that and say, let's work together to figure it out. I don't trust. My first nature is not to, but I want to in my colleagues that are here. I want us to work together in 2026 in a different way so that we can get these things done for our constituents. So I'm going to take a leap of faith and ask for a 2-week deferral. Not a month, 2 week, and I know this is, but if this means we can potentially make this pass, then I'll take one for the team and do what we need to do to work together to get this to pass. But I'm gonna hold you all to that, to work with me and work with us, and we'll go back to the drawing, go back and figure out how we can get this to pass. And I know, as I say that, my heart is like, oh, but I'm going to take the leap of faith. So I will move for a 2-week deferral to our next meeting in hopes that we can get there.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Madam President. Councilors, all those in favor of the deferral for 2 weeks, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-1 vote. Moving on to R209, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Lewis, we're on R209.
Thank you, Councilor Son. R209 is amending the City of Albuquerque component capital implementation program to include a roadway facilities project, McMahon Boulevard between Cayenta Street and Universe Boulevard Northwest. I move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Champagne. Councilor Lewis to open.
And Council, I need to move the floor amendment as well, right? So I'm gonna move floor amendment A that's in your iPads.
All right, the motion is for
Second.
amendment number 1 to R209. Delete attachment 2 to this resolution and replace it with the attached amendment. There's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second that.
Thank you. So this is, just another step in getting this section of this roadway built. Much of this is, from the city standpoint, is funded. And then this is some things we need to do mechanically to allow for really, partnership with some of the development along this road that normally would be assessed impact fees, and they have the option of building the road or paying the impact fees, and by putting it in the program here, it just is able to allow us to utilize that program. So it's just another step in getting this section of this roadway built. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions on amendment number 1 to R209? Seeing none, the motion is for amendment number 1 to R209. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes on a 7-0 vote. We're back on the bill as amended. Counselor Lewis, did you want to open?
Yeah, thanks. And again, that amendment was simply updating some of the numbers, correct, that we had in there. So just to get the numbers in the bill prep. I just support.
Counselors, any questions on R209 as amended? Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one question. It's more of a detail that the streets, and maybe you can correct me on this, but it says the Cayente Street. But looking and just looking at a map right now, it shows that east of Cayente Street's a single lane road, but we're going to go double west of it. Am I reading the map wrong?
So if you look at that map, Cayenta goes right up to where there's a 4-lane bridge. So
Yeah.
4-lane road that goes up to that 4-lane bridge. Specifically where the impact fees would apply are west of Cayente there. But the whole roadway where it needs to be, 4-laned is from where that bridge is to Universe Boulevard right there. Am I saying that correctly, Tom? Okay.
I'm concerned about this, Madam President. I'm concerned about the section east of it from, and I'm trying to pull it up on the dang map, but east of it going to, from Cayente east to, oh, I can't even pronounce that word. The next street over. Whatever that was. Because I'm seeing it as a 1-lane.
Yeah.
So we're going to go 2-lane west of this location, but then there's a stretch that looks like it's maybe 300 yards that's a single lane. Are we going to concerned about 2-lane to single lane to 2-lane?
Mr. Menaccucci?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, correct. So what it is that there's two sections that need to be done. And that's the area you're looking at. And I believe, I can't remember the name of the street, I think it's like River Rock or some exact name. And it goes to, I believe, yeah, it either goes to Cayente Universe. And that lane, that is actually on public property. So that is, the reason it wasn't built out was, and it's not because it's public, and so it's not a responsibility of developers. It goes over in a MAFCA channel. So Councilor Lewis has been working on it for a number of years now at the legislature, working to raise funding, and I believe some of it's in the 2026 GEO bond, to go ahead and build that section. So we're in, I think, 90% design on it, or the Department of Municipal Development is nearing 90% design completion. The rest of it is just to finalize funding in a capital outlay request. The councilor submitted capital outlay request this session to complete that funding. This section then goes further west, which would also need to be done, but that's next to private lands, so that qualifies for the impact fee program. And the landowner on the south side of that section is going to develop a commercial development. So they're going to have, they will build that section, but per our development process manual. However, because that section of roadway serves the whole city and there's a growing demand for it, they qualify to receive impact fees because they address growth and infrastructure as stated in state law.
Okay, perfect. And Councilor Lewis, I agree with what it needs to be done. I've driven that road going onto Double Eagle many of times, and I just wanted to be concerned if we need to advocate for a further one or how I can assist if you need it to get that other section to make sure it's completely all the way through. So, thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, any other questions on R209 as amended? Seeing none, Councilor Lewis to close.
Urge support, thank you.
The motion is for R209 as amended. All those in favor raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to R212, Councilor Baca by request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. R212 relating to the approval of a redevelopment tax abatement for the 4th and La Plata multifamily residential development project developed by 4th and La Plata LLC. I move to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Baca to open.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll leave it to MRA to answer any questions. However, I highly seek everyone's support. Thank you.
Any questions, Councilor Champagne?
Madam President, this really just goes to the administration. We talked about this in FGO and where it died about the criteria that was set forth by the MRA team. Have we gotten any closer to the 5 requests that were made, set forth?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, Director Bruner and staff, Ms. Osborne are here. They can speak specifically to this agreement and the progress.
I'm trying to find my notes from it.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Council President, Councilor. I believe your question was about the community benefit aspects to this agreement.
Director, I believe there was 5 criteria by the MRA committee that said 5 things need to be met. One of the plans need to be submitted before construction starts. Construction already started. You advised during FGO that construction can start, and they've made amendments to the plans to include like the dog run that was part of it. But one of the simplest ones was a banner. I drove by it today, and there is no banner affixed to the fence that's surrounding the construction. So again, this isn't a question about, and I support the idea of what it is. It's just there's a process, and it seems like we're not following a process. We're just kind of putting, I hate the term, a cart before the horse on it. And developers are getting a bad taste knowing that, we're trying to build places for people to live, but yet we can't follow the own instructions that we're given. So there's not a banner up. We're not following the rules. We're not following the guidelines that are set forth. So are we even close to accomplishing those 5 tasks that the MRA committee said you need to do these?
Yes, Madam Chair, Council President, Councilor. So the banner will not go up until we get the approval from Council. That's our process. Because we don't, it's not formally a city project until you approve it.
Well, you have me because I can't find I can't find it in my iPad right now of reading those 5 things. So it seems counterproductive that they say these 5 things need to happen before. But you're saying those 5 things don't need to happen before. So the first one that says the plans need to be submitted prior to construction, adhering to what the MRA says, they don't need to be submitted then. They can start construction halfway through. We can kind of just do whatever we want.
Madam Chair, Council President, Councilor, so that's one of the things that has to happen. We can't approve a project that doesn't have plans. So we need those plans. It's one of the first things that's going to happen. So those are things that, are part of that criteria, along with the community benefits matrix and other things. But typically, we are not issuing this abatement until this project's basically done. So it is a little different than you might think of a traditional city project in which everything is kind of put together and then we begin. But in this case, we're entering the process a little different way.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to be taking a leap of faith too, and if this is approved tonight, then I would hope that the 5 things are then done, even just a simple banner put up that is requested that we seem to be saying we'll do it when we want. So I hope that it is done. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, before we go to Councilor Baca to close, any other questions or comments? Councilor Champagne? Did you
Yes,
have
I'm
something
sorry.
else?
I was just advised that Ms. Omega can help with this
Ms.
loss.
Delgado?
I guess I can't find it. Or Delgado, sorry.
Council President, Chair, Councilor Champagne. So what you're referring to are the conditions of approval, the 5 criteria that you stated.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So the first one would be prior to construction, the applicant must submit the final approved building permit plans to MRA staff for review and consistency with the community benefits agreement. The next one was the promotional banner, as you stated. And then the third one would be that the applicant should provide the final certificate of occupancy prior to signing prior to going through the city ribbon cutting ceremony. And then also that the lease documents obviously must be executed prior to that tax abatement starting. Those are conditions of approval. And so like Mr. Bruner stated in terms of the banner, the tax abatement isn't approved quite just yet until the council does vote on that.
Madam President, and so the paragraph before, does it emphasize that these need to be done before the approval, or does it emphasize that they just be done after the approval? I can't remember how it's written, how it reads.
Council President, Councilor Champagne, so in the redevelopment tax abatement instructions, page 6, criteria 6, building permit approval, it does state that prior to submitting for building permit, the applicant must provide MRI a final site plan, building elevation, and any other outstanding requirements in the condition of approval. That is in order for MRA to ensure that what the applicant stated on the community benefits matrix, the project is complying with those criteria. The MRA did state that the project does meet those criteria regardless, so it is a procedural question here.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification. Madam President.
And Councilor Buck, I apologize. Before we go to a close, there are people signed up to speak. Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Shaston Bloomquist to speak.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. My name is Shaston Bloomquist, and I am the developer of the Fourth and La Plata multifamily project. The city, obviously, as we've talked about, has identified this need for infill development that is meaningful to the city and is using the MRA tax abatement to incentivize that development. I specifically chose this lot because it was part of the MRA, meaning the Metropolitan Redevelopment Area, and it was designated as such. I did that because I believe in their mission and I would like to be a part of revitalizing our city. Given that the project was designed from the outset to not only meet but exceed the standards of the MRA, and not just for the MRA, but because it aligns with my personal belief systems in development. We also made sure that we executed a content-aware design, a context-aware design, where we were very sensitive to the two-story townhomes to the north and to the east, and so I hope that you guys can...
Madam President, I request that she allow to be finished, please.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Champagne. We were very aware to make sure that this was appropriate to the context of the neighborhood. We limited it to 2 stories instead of going higher as zoning might have allowed us, because we realized that the neighborhood needed to stay a neighborhood. We pushed the building towards the 4th Street side to foster walkability on the North 4th corridor. And the parking being in the back of the building, we have 3 EV stations. We have bike parking and storage. We have over the limit of over the requirements of what the landscape would require. There is that public bench that is outside and available to the neighborhood. And also, as Councilor Champagne mentioned, we responded to a request from the neighborhood to include a dog waste station that's available to the public. All of these are included in our designs and in what is approved by the city. So the city is going to be coming and inspecting and ensuring that we are complying with what is in our approved plans. And that includes the landscaping, it includes the bench, it includes the water saving fixtures. It includes the fact that we are all electric and no natural gas to be with the sustainability requirements and also desires of the city. So as we've all been talking about tonight, there's much needed housing shortage, and I just want to be a part of helping with that. This is going to be attainable housing. It's not something that I'm trying to make a ton of money on. I'm just trying to help the city with infill development. This project was fully reviewed by MRA process, and it was recommended for approval by the Development Commission, who I had a very lovely meeting with in October. And it aligns with the purpose of the Metropolitan Redevelopment Area. It complies with the requirements. It reflects thoughtful, context-aware design, and respectfully ask for your support and approval of our request. In return, the city gains new housing, long-term tax growth, and an activation of a long-vacant infill site, exactly as intended under MRA. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Is Mr. Jacob Trujillo here?
Madam Chair, he was a write-in for 215.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I see that now. Thank you very much. All right, so we are back on the bill. Counselor Baca to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick thank you to Ms. Bloomquist for this thoughtful design. It really fits in with North Valley and what it stands for. And infill design, I really appreciate it. Again, an open invitation to any of my colleagues when there's questions about a project within D2, I am usually heavily involved, or at least heavily aware, and I'm always willing to work with you so we don't have to always litigate everything. And, you know, I'm a big rule follower. We just spent an hour talking about duplicative government and the heavy hand of government, and, you know, do we really need to worry about the banner? Let's follow the rules, of course, but let's also be reasonable and move things forward in our city. Thank you. I urge everyone's support.
The motion is for R212. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We are moving on to R215. Counselor Grout by request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our 215 is adjusting the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for certain funds and programs to provide for actual expenditures and adjusting fiscal year 2026 operating appropriations. I move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Madam President. Counselor Grout to open.
Thank you. Okay.
Counselor Grout, did you want to start with an open?
So, well, this is something we've been working on for a while. I would like to ask our staff, budget staff, to maybe go over it a little bit. And then we have a few amendments, and then we will also talk with admin. Ms. Rumler?
Ms. Rumler.
Madam President, Madam Chair, and Councilor Grout. This is the 2025 mid-year cleanup. This is so that the administration can submit for the audit. In here, you'll see typical balances where departments have overspent and then where departments have underspent. There will be several amendments tonight if the councilors so choose to move. Is there anything else you'd like us to cover?
Not really. Thank you. Let's see. Can we just get to the amendments?
Yes, we can. So before Ms. Brokaw, you just handed us another packet. Is it different than the one that was already on the dais when we started?
Madam President, these are corrected pages, page numbers.
Okay, so go off of the one you just handed
That I
us. It's
just-
the same substance, just correct page numbers.
Correct.
Okay, counselors, for your information as well. Okay, so we're going to start with Amendment A in your packet. Counselor Rogers, we'll call that Amendment 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1 starts on page 5. After line 13, and insert the following: Council Services, $200,000. This amendment will provide necessary funding for a program through our Homeless Coordinating Council to provide some case management. I've talked about it on the dais for the last 6 months, trying to work with the administration to find the funding to do this. And so I worked with them on this amendment so that we can get some much-needed case management. It's coming to council services and not senior affairs specifically because, again, I've waited for 6+ months for help for the administration. Our seniors can't wait 6 more months. And so this is something we can do in our office rather quickly. I'm also, to the point of a lot of the public commenters that were here tonight about all different response to homelessness in District 6, this will help us begin to map out what that should look like and keep data on how many people we're actually able to house with $200,000. And so I urge your support.
Before we go to a close, counselors' questions, Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and this is a question for all of the amendments tonight, so I just want to ask the budget folks. So it's my understanding that this bill, as it was sent down, gets us to a zero sum game, a zero balance. So all of these amendments would take additional funds from the general fund. Is that a true statement?
Ms. Rumler?
Madam Chair, Madam President, Council Feeblecorn.
The fund table that came down to council services left a fund balance of $357,000.
Thank you, Madam President, or Madam Chair. So we are taking from the $351,000 that we have in the general fund balance that came down for all of these amendments, which equal more than that. And so if they pass, no matter which ones, that would lower the amount of money available to pay for the turf emergency bill that this council passed, and then also potentially the bill that is up later tonight to pay staff an additional one-time payment. It's my understanding that each thing we pass tonight takes away from those two things. Is that true as well?
Madam Chair, Madam President, and Councilor People-Corn, we are drawing from the general fund balance. The balance that we were told after, that's unaudited at this point, was $357,000. This amount, without speaking on behalf of the sponsor, if I am correct, came from the administration of where to draw the funds from.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll ask the administration, do you have a secret stash, or is this coming out of the general fund dollars that would go for both the turf emergency and the one-time payments for city staff?
Mr. Whalen?
Council President and Council People-Corn, all we can draw fund from at this point is the fund balance that comes forth once the audit is complete, which is close to being done, and the number that was sent forth, that's the funds we have to draw from, because everything else has been appropriated for fiscal year 26. So unless we pull from another program or division, that's the available amount at this point.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So, so again, not saying anything about any of these amendments, I just want us to be cognizant that we will be taking money potentially from things that, one thing that's already been passed and one thing that I certainly hope does pass, because there's only so much money that's going to be left in the general fund. Thank you.
On that note, and I want to clarify just one thing that Councilor Fiebelkorn said. It's my understanding, I had discussions with Mr. Motzko earlier today. Can we clarify? I thought this was two separate concepts. We had FY25 funding that might be audited, that's going to be audited, and that's what we're talking about in this cleanup bill. And then we have the FY26 cleanup information, and I thought it was two different things because I specifically asked, we have the turf bill, we have this new one coming tonight, are we now dibbing more money before we even do that? And I wanted to clarify, so can I please have clarification, whether it's from Ms. Brokaw, Ms. Brumler, or Mr. Motzko?
Madam President, Madam Chair, and the admin can correct me if I'm wrong, they're showing us FY25 fund balance that will be going forward that we could use in FY26. And that's why we're increasing the FY26 amounts.
Okay, so just to make sure to confirm, we're talking about this, just please a yes or no, just real yes or no. We're talking about the same pot of funds for these amendments, the turf bill, and the employee raises benefit, one-time supplemental fund semantic bill coming forward. One group of funding for all of that. Thank you. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. And I too asked all these questions because the administration agreed that they were going to send this down already included in the cleanup bill. That didn't happen, so I reached out to them specifically and said, like, where do I pull it from then? And the answer back from the administration was, we'll have it in the fund balance, so take it out of the general fund. That's what I was advised. And so that's why I made this decision, because I was given the impression that we would be able to do all of the above.
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, any one of the discussions about any one of these amendments would be related to funding source, available funding source, and that is the general fund balance. Having not been part of the formation of every one of these amendments, we would not have knowledge nor the ability to talk about the interdependencies of the amendments and the items. We've been really clear that we have $357,000 available in our current fund balance based upon unaudited, at this point, financials. And that includes our ability to ensure that we have available funds for what we project are possible adjustments required by that audit. It's the same discussion we had earlier with Councillor Lewis. The source for available funds is the general fund balance, unless we are in FY26 making budget cuts to programs or departments to accommodate. So that when asked where do you expend funds from, it is the general fund balance, unless we want to make a change to the FY26 budget.
Councillor Lewis. Wait, before we do that, I'm sorry. Who was the second on this? Was there a second? And can I get a second? I'll second it for the discussion purposes. Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. So for our staff, we're talking about a fund balance from 2025. Okay. The way that you get a fund balance to increase these different departments, so these are over expenditures, correct? These are overspent from their budget, right? I mean, it happens. Yeah. And but the way you get a fund balance is you have some departments that underspent. That's where this is coming from, correct? So that's all we're talking about. We're talking about underspent departments, and then the administration, showing where some of these departments that overspent, this is the amount. They're saying the fund balance is coming from the fund balance. That's from other departments that underspent. And then when all that's balanced out, you're expecting about $380 or so million, $380,000. I mean, and typically in a budget, that's why you'd put, start off with $5 million in a fund balance, which we typically do. We didn't last year, but then it kind of helps some of these things. You get a little easier at the end of the year to come to a balance. So do you all know? Just wondering. I think that there was about, so for example, one of the departments that underspent was the Parks and Recreation Department, correct? By about $1 million. Do you have that number?
2.
Do you all have that number?
It was 2.
About $2 million. Okay.
Madam Chair, Councillor Lewis, according to the FY25 cleanup, it was $2.25 million.
Yeah, so that's how you get a fund balance when you overspend in other departments.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that this is how you try to balance a $1.5 billion budget when you have different things that happen throughout the year, whether it be vacancies and projects that could get done or couldn't get done during the year. So nothing wrong with that. So I mean, I think this is pretty typical of what we do every year in that regard. And then about $380,000 or so that could be after this is audited, left over in that way. But I think it is important to notice that that's how we do our budgeting. It also it does reflect also that these departments, I mean, it didn't necessarily follow the budget that we gave.
Mm-hmm.
And again, is that wrong? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that that's this is the operating of what happens throughout the year, which I think is good lessons for next year, that we have a good amount of, we start with a good amount of some margin there, some fund balance. I mean, the administration has to have the ability to be able to have some flexibility in there, but also it also is telling when it comes to a department like Parks. And again, I'm not saying that Parks did anything wrong either. But there was, I think we and the people of Albuquerque, and when we see different areas where we see there's some definitely areas of need, some things that we might have missed, whether it be the condition of parks like that, where you go, there's some things that happen. So when it came to the bill, the Parks bill that we passed, at the time, that was on the table, and it wasn't a matter of just, hey, let's just take whatever's left over and let's throw it into Parks. it was for some specific reasons that, you know, they just didn't spend what we already appropriated to them. It's not that we made a mistake or anything like that. So, hey, let's just ensure that they have the resources to be able to do that. So, thank you.
Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree on all of that, but this is how budget works. The bill that is before us tonight has some places that were underspent and some places that were overspent. And the administration sent down a bill to us that balances those out. They took the underspending from parks and they applied it elsewhere. And so the end result of the bill that the administration sent down was $300 and whatever thousand balance in the general fund. My point is that there's 300 and something thousand dollars in the general fund before the audit, which we are anxiously awaiting. But my point is that regardless of whether you like the turf bill or you like the bill before us tonight or you like any of these amendments, I'm just trying to make it very clear that anything that is passed tonight that does not take money from somewhere else in this bill, that just literally takes money from the general fund, is reducing the general fund that will be available for the parks bill, for paying staff their one-time payments, or anything else that we decide to do with this cleanup bill. Thank you.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank you for all this discussion. It's all good. I have a few questions. Councilor Rogers, what are we going to do with, how is Council Services going to administer this money? Isn't that Senior Affairs job or HHH's job?
Councilor Rogers.
Yes, thank you for that question. And normally, yes, but I would say that this is specifically tied to a project for the Homeless Coordinating Council, the subcommittee specifically that I'm co-chair of, to do case management in a different way than we're already doing in HHH, and Senior Affairs actually doesn't do any case management for homeless seniors at all. And so in talks with Senior Affairs, they are working with us as partners, but they don't do this right now. You know, I've been very vocal about HHH and their efficiency with funding. And so this is about me modeling a different response, similar to what you're doing with your program for homelessness, because HHH should be doing that, or ACS. And so for me, this is about taking control of my own project for my district to really focus on seniors. And so we'll be working in partnership with both of the departments. But this subcommittee for the Homeless Coordinating Council and this council services can absolutely administer this. We've already been working on procurement methods and 3 quotes and all of the things that we would need to do within the procurement rules. And so I'm confident that we could handle that in council services just much quicker, which is what my goal is here, is just do it faster and to monitor data so that we can model a different response in our city for homelessness, which our public commenters today overwhelmingly asked for.
So thank you, Councilor Rogers. Can we do this? Can we administer?
Councilor Grout, who would you like to ask that question to?
Let's see, Ms. Couladon.
Ms. Couladon?
Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. I would say that we're certainly capable of managing a contract out of council services, and so without knowing the full details of what the program will look like, I can say that much, that we do run our own contracts through the department.
Thank you for that. And then I want to talk to DCAO. I want to remind you, we had a Zoom meeting conference the other day, and one of you told us that it looked like there might be a $2 million windfall in the 25 fund balance. Do you remember that conversation?
Council President and Council Grout, I said there could be once the audited books are completed, but we won't know that until we have the final number. The number that we are giving is a number that we are confident with. We don't want to say that it would be $2 million and then it all get appropriated.
Right.
And then when we submit our audit. adjusted because we have to do what we can to stay within the budget that we sent down, and that's why
Sure.
we do the way we do.
Sure. Thank you for that. I understand that. So we don't have 2 million on the plate. That's that's a good thing. All right, thank you. All right, so just go ahead.
Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill, I mean, as far as this bill right here, there's no other option here, correct? I mean, this is after the fact. It's everything 6 months after the fact. It's what's spent, and so this is a way to, I guess, have a balanced budget. So, I mean, there's not anything that Councilor Feeblecorn just said that I disagree with. I don't think we're disagreeing on anything. Just clarifying it, but what there really is no other alternative than this bill right here, correct?
Madam Chair, Madam President, Councilor Lewis, could you clarify, do you mean for the FY25 budget?
Yeah, that's what this is.
Yes, so there are there are parts of this bill that do touch on the FY26 budget towards the back, but this is primarily a cleanup for the FY25 budget so that we can complete the audit.
Okay.
Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to save a little time. We've got 4 amendments here, and my comment for all 4. Everything here is important. I'd love to see all this happen, but I'm not supportive of anything that would potentially take away from our employees. So I'm not going to be supportive of any of these. Thank you.
I have a question of the admin then, based off of some of what Councilor Grout said. I mean, first of all, let me start with this, Councilor Rogers. I support the $200,000 for this allocation, for this purpose. I'm very concerned that we are getting into a separation of powers issue. And so I am wondering, I understand too, hearing, like, we administer contracts. I understand that. But if we're going to administer housing needs of senior citizens, is that crossing a boundary that is not how we should be doing it? And how does the admin feel about that?
Madam Chair, I finally got it right, and Madam President, and this is an area that would likely be an executive function for either senior affairs, which would be, as Councilor Rogers said, would be a new function for them. They do not do this, and it typically falls within the Department of Health, Housing, and Homelessness for us to do the work related to case management for housing. I haven't seen the specifics for Councilor Rogers and the HCC's proposal in terms of like the change in how that would work. I believe the departments would be happy to do the work in partnership for thinking that how to do this case management differently. We work with many partners to think about those. And so from a separation of powers discussion, it is an executive function that would be instead being through contract done by council services and does overstep that. We're happy, as I said, to work with Councilor Rogers for the outcome with the funding.
Thank you. So Councilor Rogers, on that note, I also find that it's unfair. I heard you say it's been 6 months and you've been trying, and I also can imagine the frustration. I understand that. I'm not trying to diminish that at all. Is there, being that now we're here on the record, probably again, since 6 months ago when you probably started this, I do worry that after the fact, if somebody wakes up on the wrong side of the bed or something changes or whatever, is there, I don't want us to get into a fight over a separation of powers issue if we do start doing this and the plans start unfolding and it isn't of a concern. It does become a concern is what I'm trying to say. And so are you willing to, instead of bringing it to council services, can we put it in one of the departments that by the executive branch function is supposed to be able to do that?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Bassan. I think that's absolutely something was my original intent, and when talking with Mr. Whelan about this specifically. But again, I think it's just my lack of faith in the timeline that it'll take to get this done. The other thing is we've already done this. Council approved in our last budget $250,000 for youth mentorship in District 6 that we ran through council services. We have our procurement specialist that's helping us break that down, get that money out through council services. And so we've already done this. We're already doing it. And so I don't think it sets a precedence per se. I think as counselors, we should be able to add to council service budget things that we cannot pay for out of our set-asides for our district. And my district is drowning in homelessness, especially seniors. The highest population right now rising for homelessness is 55 and above. And so for me, it's hard to continue to keep the same response that we have now, and I really want to model a different way. So I understand, I really don't want to do anything that would put us back in these separation of power fights that we seem to be happening a lot lately. I don't want that, but I think I'm absolutely open to working with the administration, because for me it's more important that we get this funding. If I could help work with the senior affairs to direct it to where the Homeless Coordinating Council intends it to go for case management, then absolutely I'm willing to do that, because that's what's most important, is the seniors getting the case management. So I would absolutely be willing to do a friendly amendment to update that to senior affairs, but not HHH.
And so, Madam CAO, I mean, I appreciate that, Councilor Rogers. I want to avoid the separation of powers. I want to make this happen,
for sure,
but I want to avoid the separation of powers. So is senior affairs the place to go then, or is it only going to be HHH?
Madam President, Madam Chair, Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we can, if it's appropriated to senior affairs, we can absolutely coordinate with our partners that are in HHH so that we know every case management contract and partner we have, and to align the effort to think about a new way.
You're good with that, Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, CAO Single. I think we can absolutely, and it actually works well because Senior Affairs is already working with us and Mr. Montoya on the development with the HUD dollars. And this is also to get people ready to be rehoused. So it's a key component to that development. So I could compromise on that.
Thank you. And for the sake of crossing T's and dotted I's, I agree with this as the second on the amendment. So thank you for doing that. Before we vote on it, though, Councilor Lewis has something else.
All right, I get the 2026 part of this now. And it is true that really this is these four amendments, about 900,000 or so. They got these four amendments. You got the parks, which I know you guys already disagreed with, and the city workers. Let me just ask you all. I mean, we know that there's about $380 million that you're expecting, and maybe more, maybe less. But we're prioritizing all this stuff right now. Once we start voting on it, we actually already prioritized it a few months ago with parks, and then with the city worker increase, and now with these four amendments. So out of all that, let me just ask you all, what do you want to do? What would you prefer us to do?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I believe that I've been pretty clear throughout all of these discussions that I believe that our greatest asset are our employees. And because we are talking about the same dollar and in which way we are going to spend it, I want to be clear that I think the opportunity to provide any amount of additional support to our employees is critical and important to continue to be able to do the work. So in selecting from all of the options that are before us, the 6 I think that I see right now, we would be advocating for you all to consider the one-time opportunity for employees to receive additional funds. I think it is the #1 way for us to do any of the things that we want to do as a city is to support our employees in any way that we can. And it aligns to your previous comments during the budget process when Councilor Pena and others indicated the interest in supporting any additional pay we can provide to our employees.
And Madam President, so ideally the best way to deal with all of this would be to wait till everything's audited. I agree to find out what it is, and then we do with it. And to make sure that in our budgets that we're prioritizing these things in our budget. And we have an opportunity to do that in a few months. And I would hope that, I think it's a signal from, the council, that the mayor, that you all would, you start with the budget, and so that you would start with, making sure that these things are prioritized and that the right things are prioritized. So now we're just kind of caught. You're kind of caught into a situation, and when it boils all down to that, I would agree with you. You know, I'm going to agree with your bill that you know, we'll do that. If we're faced with this decision right now, we'll do that. Again, ideally, let's get the city increased workers like Councilor Pena and I fought for to go in the budget last year. And so, and again, I hope nobody would say that, hey, you know, or pride themselves on saying I'm for people over parks or any of these other things when you didn't vote for it in the 2005 in this budget. So don't say that. You know, you have no reason to take credit for any of that. That for somehow you wrote, and you all too, you know, the administration as well. You know, you were against that bill. You were against those amendments when we did it in the budget. And I'm only bringing that up not to criticize you all, but just to say in the next budget, let's make sure these things are prioritized, because this is not ideal at all. And now we're faced with having to pick and choose between these things. And I think, you know, really we should either wait. We should wait till it's audited and not have any of these amendments. You know, put off everything else until we know what there is, or you know, I'll go with what you're recommending.
Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. So, you know, I don't want to rehash anything. So what happens here on the dais sometimes, you know, being committee of the whole chair a few times, and, you know, it's a really difficult position to have, right? Most of the time when you're committee of the whole chair, people think that, well, that's an opportunity for me to get more from my district. But actually, the opposite actually ends up happening. You end up sacrificing from your district to make sure that you're able to accommodate all the counselors. And then throughout the year, you know, we all talk about how dire our situations are in our own neighborhoods, right? When you talk about needing, services for seniors, obviously other districts do too. And so these are all important. And so what I hope in this upcoming year is that we don't, and it's really not a matter of the amendments, but we've always tried to leave a couple $1 million in the fund balance, right? Because of our AAA rating and what it does for a city and how it looks. And, you know, and when we're tapping into that, because we all each have our needs and we see it as an opportunity, right? We get all these requests and we need it and we want to, you know, address the needs in the community. But unfortunately, sometimes when we're trying to do our due diligence, those things sometimes have to wait, right, unless it's a really serious emergency. And so we've caught ourselves in this position this year, and I hated voting against them because they were all important, right? Kind of like the 0.5% later, because we wanted reoccurring for our city employees. We wanted it reoccurring, and so we sacrificed something to do something else, which I wish we wouldn't have done, right? I wish we wouldn't have done, because now we're talking about one-time money and not reoccurring money, and that compounds for our city employees over the years and for their retirement, for their families, right? So that's, you know, but we did, and that's okay. But then we did a few other amendments, whether it was the grass or whether, you know, and then now talking about these amendments, and we're talking about money that we don't necessarily even know that we have or are going to have. So I'm just hoping next year that we can make sure that we don't get ourselves in this situation again, because it's really tough. You know, I see this similar to whatever everyone else is talking about. You know, Councilor Rogers, man, yeah, we need it. It needs to happen. We do need it. But, goes back to our employees, and really the overarching need is them. And so I really do hate to pass any of these amendments, but I want to ask the admin, though, is, you know, I'm really hung up on that darn reoccurring money. So, I mean, if we don't pass this, we still have an opportunity to make these amendments later if we do have all this money coming in, right? You know, so these amendments can come in later. But where are we in terms of realistically, as promised, to get them the 0.5% reoccurring in this fiscal year? And I don't know if that's our staff, if it's the admin.
Madam Chair, Madam President, you know, the challenge we face is that we need to have this cleanup bill approved tonight so
Correct.
that we can finish our audit.
Correct.
And you are correct. All of the items that are before us are all important issues. The fund balance that we have is not a likely reoccurring fund balance, which is why the resolution before you is for non-recurring. Based upon the discussion we had earlier in terms of projected revenues, and we were specifically talking about GRT projected revenues potentially being up, but other revenues potentially not, and balancing that out. So we at this point can't predict that we would be in a position during this fiscal year to add a reoccurring increase based upon the fact that the fund balance that we're talking about is such a small available fund balance. If when we finish our audited act for us, as our CFO states, are in a position that the adjustments that could occur do not, we may be in a position to have some portion of a larger balance, but we don't have any indication for that to be true. But because it is fund balance at the end of the fiscal year, it is different than a reoccurring revenue stream that we would then be tapping for recurring pay increases.
So, Madam President, so just to add to that then, is that if we were not to pass the amendments tonight, I know, and then just pass the bill, and we do have additional money later, we can pass these amendments. But again, if we didn't, and then we could use some of the fund balance for some of the reoccurring dollars, because you can't, I know it's very minimal and it's hard to, the transfer, it's very complicated of how how much money you need for just 1% of city raises. But is there the potential to give them the 0.5% recurring? If there's not, I definitely support Councilor Feeblecorn's bill to do the 0.5%. Non-recurring.
Council President, the answer at this point is no until we have the audited number, and then we'd have to build it into our fiscal year 27 budget. And so we'd have to see what that is as we get ready, as we have our budget call out right now, and we're building our budget, as well as we're getting ready to go into contract negotiations with our unions, and that will definitely be an area of discussion.
So, Madam Chair, so it seems as though the only thing we can do this year is do the non-recurring.
Council President, yes.
So that's a bummer, right? Because when we had the opportunity, but so that's a bummer. But if that's the case, then I definitely support, the 0.5% non-recurring. So, thank you, Madam President.
We're on Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question. So just to refresh my memory, it was $2 million for the turf, right? For the one we approved already. Up to $2 million. Employee raises was 1.7 million.
2.2.
2.2 million.
2.25.
And then these equal 900,000, and we only got 350,000. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Tejas.
This thing doesn't work. Okay. Madam President, thank you so much. I just want to really quick, sorry. I've been getting yelled at because I'm not used to equipment that works, okay? So I just want to be clear, for the unaudited financials right now, we're just looking at single audit, right?
Council President and Councilor Tejas, yes, that's what we're finishing up, and it's part of our financial audit.
Okay. I am also, so I'm just a little concerned because I know that there has been reoccurring findings regarding budgetary compliance. And so the cleanup legislation, the resolution technically isn't a control. We'll likely still have a finding on this because of the budgetary compliance.
Council President and Councilor Tejas, I don't believe that, so.
Mr. Davis?
We have our budget officer here who can explain.
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, yes, you're typically right if we don't get it in time. Last year we didn't have the adjustments processed by council, approved by council in time, so we did receive an audit finding. If you do vote and pass them tonight, we'll have enough time to insert them in the audit, get it submitted to the state auditor, which will not result in a finding.
Okay, and when is because I know they, because of OMB was delayed, what's the new deadline?
Council President and Councilor Diaz, I believe it is the 20th, so we'll be submitting it within the next week and a half. We're just waiting for the auditors to sign off on it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to remind you, did they send down the budget in the spring with the $12,000 general fund balance? That's what I thought. So I just want to bring that to your attention, that we didn't have $2 million in the fund balance when it came down in the spring. And so that's why we're here. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councilors, I've heard, and I would like to confirm, I know that you told me directly, Councilor Champagne, that you don't plan on moving Amendment C. I've heard that Amendment D is not going to be moved tonight. I'm willing to not move Amendment B if you would be willing to withdraw Amendment A, and we can circle back once the audit is done and we know how much money we have, and we can pass the bill just plain Jane tonight if we can make that happen.
Thank you for that. I just have one question of Mr. Davis. What's the fund balance for Fund 265?
260, Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I will have to pull up, OMB doesn't manage 265.
Exactly.
It's managed by grants administrator. But it does interact with the general fund because the general fund match. It is also being cleaned up because it is overspent for the general fund match, but I don't actually have that number in front of me. I'll have to get with the grants administrator.
Because that will be the deciding factor for me. I could just update this to pull it from Fund 265. I'm sure we have $200,000 in there. And I know that we've moved HHH money from there and put it in there because that's what we're going to be voting on for the heading home contract coming up from Fund 265. So I would like to just do an amendment to say we pull it from Fund 265 instead of the general fund.
Okay, and for the people that don't know what Fund 265 is?
Sure.
It's our grants operating fund, Madam President.
Grants operating fund, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I know some general fund has gone into that, so it's not only grants. So I'm confident we have $200,000 to cover that. But I'm happy to wait for you to, but I really am confident that we have the $200,000. We were researching this for the budget bill, which is exactly why I added that amendment to the budget bill so that we have some oversight over Fund 265. And so I would like to do a friendly amendment too, to add, instead of general fund, that this will come from Fund 265.
Okay. About Mr. Whalen.
Council President and Council Rogers, we'd probably be overspent from our budget, looking at the budget that was submitted for 26, because we can't take it from 25. And on the other note, yes, there is money from the general fund that goes into 65, and those are usually match dollars because of the grants that we have or the agreements that we have or the funding requirements we have, or the money goes in because we've spent out of 265 on items that are not reimbursable according to the grant or the documents. So we have to replace that money because we can't charge it to the grant. And that's what we had to do last year. And that's why we're very cautious about this year not overspending so that we make sure the audit is done.
Okay. So, Councilor Rogers, no need to have a friendly amendment. You're the sponsor. So it's going to be $200,000 to senior affairs from Fund 265.
Correct, Madam Chair.
I'm going to say yes as the seconder for the purpose of being able to continue this on, but I'm probably not going to support it. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so amendment number 1 to R215. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, before we get to a close, Madam President, you had something else that you wanted to say. Oh, and Mr. Davis, you wanted to say something?
Madam President, we'll have to work with council. It has to be the 110 match that is pushed to 265. All the projects that are set up in 265 are actual projects by grant. We push additional funding. I think it's this year, it might have been $5 million. So we're going to have to reduce the match that is pushed to 265. So it'll have to be out of city support that is pushed to 265, not out of the grants operating fund.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we're about to talk about a contract paid for by heading home from 265. So I think when we get to that matter, I'd like to ask more questions about why we can do that and not this. But, so,
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I believe that the answer to that question is because the funding that we're talking about from 265 is for a grant that's already, it's for the additional funds for the individuals that were already funded through 265 to continue through the end of the fiscal year.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a conversation with Mr. Buplower today about where this is for the heading home contract. That was not what they advised at all. That this was general fund money that had gone into the into 265 from the general fund. And so and again, that's a different matter. So I think we can talk about that when we get to that contract because we definitely need to approve that as well. But again, $200,000 for senior case management. That's what we're asking for.
Okay, Madam President, you had something else you wanted to add?
Madam President, this was just a correction, just talking with Councilor Grau. So I just want to make sure it's clear. What I was actually advising is that when we prepare the budget as committee of the whole, we try to leave a $1 million, $2 million fund balance. But one of the challenges that we had in the beginning of the year is that we didn't get sent down with the fund balance. So it made us balance the budget very difficult this past year. So I just want to set the record straight. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Rogers to close on amendment number 1 to R215.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the good discussion because obviously we're already deep in the hole here. We've already passed 2 million. We've already for turf. We've passed 2.2 for employee raises, and so I think making these changes from Fund 265 instead of the general fund will still allow us to do those things. And I'm telling you, if we get this audit back and we have 5 million in there, we're gonna have a problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilors, the motion is for amendment number 1 to R215. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. All those opposed?
No.
Did you get everybody, Madam Clerk? Councilor Lewis? No. Okay, so that's on an 8-to-1 vote. Or 1 to 8 vote, pardon me.
Madam President,
Councilor Champagne.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules. I love this job. And suspend the rules of the time limit on our meeting and extend the meeting to midnight.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Lewis and Grout. For the record, this is President Peña's meeting. Okay? 2025, we didn't do this.
Like old times.
So it's not me. All those in favor of suspending the rules to midnight, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? All right. I am, Councilor Grau, I apologize that I made a decision without consulting you. Are you okay not doing that? Okay, thank you very much. In post-conversation with Councilor Grout, we will not move Amendment B in the packet. Councilor Champagne, I believe you indicated you're not moving C.
That is correct.
Councilor Rogers and Baca, I believe you indicated you're not moving D. Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment for R215.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Jacob Trujillo to speak.
I touched the microphone and it says, please don't touch. Good. Awesome. Good evening. Thank you, Madam President-elect Council. My name is Jacob Trujillo. I'm the chair of the Democratic Party of Bernalillo County. Councilor Grout and I may sit on opposite sides of the political spectrum, but that's fine. Disagreement is a part of democracy. What matters most is when government does the basic things right. People are exhausted by what they see at the national level: chaos, secrecy, and decisions with massive consequences made without legislative accountability. That kind of dysfunction erodes trust. What's before you tonight is smaller than that, but it matters. This resolution is about being honest with numbers. It acknowledges costs went up, departments were under pressure, and the responsible thing to do is to fix it openly, comply with the law, avoid audit findings, and keep city services running using existing revenue, not new taxes. It's not exciting, it's not ideological, it's just governing. I hope this year is one where people look at council and feel steadier knowing someone is doing the work. Thank you, council.
All right, counselors, we are back on R215. And are there any additional questions or comments? Counselor Grout to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the administration and to the budget staff for working and going through things, and everybody, just this dialogue is very good. I know things have been tight this year, and I hope that we come back with some good audit findings, and we'll have some extra money for what's needed. But it's important that we do pass this tonight so that it gets to the auditors in time, and then nothing will go wrong. So I urge your support.
The motion is for R215. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That's a yes, 9-0. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on, Counselor Grout by request, R216.
Thank you, Madam Chair. R216 is amending the adopted capital implementation program of the City of Albuquerque by approving new projects, supplementing current appropriations, and changing the scope of existing projects. I move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Champagne. Counselor Grout to open.
This is just more of the same, amending things and changing them around a little bit.
All right.
So we have some amendments.
We sure do. Counselor Grout. Amendment number 1 marked A in your packets, counselors.
Okay. So, thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment number A is by request. On page 6, after line 3, insert the following. Section 6, that the following appropriation of $307,800 are hereby authorized and approved State of New Mexico grant and capital projects approved by the 2023 and 2025 state legislatures. These projects are authorized by the appropriated, or to be appropriated to a specific grant or capital fund upon the execution of an agreement between the parties, with the provision that the amounts will be adjusted to reflect actual federal, state, and/or private contributions. And they are for Capital Fund 305. And there's an explanation underneath. This amendment appropriates funding awarded from the 2023 HB 505 General Fund and OFS projects and the 2025 reauthorization SB 425. These grants were recently transferred from Bernalillo County and New Mexico Economic Development Department. I move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. Any questions or comments, counselors? Counselor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
The motion is for amendment number 1 to R216. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselor Grout, amendment number 2, labeled B in your packets.
Madam Chair, this one is by request as well. On page 6, after line 3, we're going to insert the following paragraph. I won't read it, but it is for $5 million. It is an amendment appropriating funding awarded from the 2025 Recreation Quality of Life Grant Program. I move it. I need a second.
There's a motion and a second by Madam President. Counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Grout to close.
Madam Chair, I asked for the department to give us an explanation what this is for. And so they have a map, they've prepared a map so that we can understand where these dollars are going to be spent and how they are going to make improvements to the Balloon Fiesta Park. They are needed.
Okay. Madam Chair, Council President, Councilor Grout, I'm normally in the realm of PowerPoints, so I apologize because I have a map. I don't know if Garrett can help me zoom in on the Balloon Fiesta Park. Oh my gosh, wow, okay, I'm impressed. So, thank you. So, back in September, the state opened up an opportunity for local governments like the city of Albuquerque to apply for funding from the state for recreational facility development. And the goal was really shovel ready, you have to spend it yesterday. And so we basically overnight put together an application for $5 million in funding to make ADA improvements to Balloon Fiesta Park. And so what this map shows you, and I guess you can't really see, there's a compass. Kind of if you move downward a little bit, I can move, oh, there you go, okay. So this shows you, so if you're imagining on the bottom of the map is the field, and then there's just above there is a parking lot that we like to call Lake Fiesta. Because every time it rains, it pours, and pieces of the escarpment come crumbling down, and all of us at Balloon Fiesta scramble, usually at 3 in the morning, to pump out the lot and to make sure that Balloon Fiesta can proceed as planned. And there's also, on top of the drainage issues, the escarpment, collapsing escarpment issues, we also have an ADA accessibility issue because there is no way to get from the top down to the parking lot and to the fields. And so we applied for this money to make the necessary improvements and to add ramps in that would allow all Balloon Fiesta attendees to safely get down to the field while at the same time stabilizing the escarpment. And so we found out after we had provided this legislation that we were awarded our $5 million that we asked for, and we have to, again, spend it yesterday. And so we're working with our design team of engineers as well as a contractor to start work as soon as possible on making these ADA and escarpment stabilization improvements.
Thank you.
That's what it's
Thank
for.
you. I think it's important that we see where our $5 million is going. So, thank you. I think it'll be much needed, and it'll be a benefit to the area.
Councilor Champagne.
Madam President, I just have one question. How does this affect the stadium going in that same location? 'Cause
Madam Chair.
I believe the plans said that it was going to use that embankment as far as the one side of the stadium.
Madam Chair, Council President, and Councilor Champagne, that's a great question. When we applied for the funds, it was much needed improvements to Balloon Fiesta Park, but any improvement to Balloon Fiesta Park does have the benefit of benefiting the stadium. So we needed to do this work anyway, but full transparency, having these sidewalks and the retaining wall and the escarpment stabilization would also benefit the stadium.
I understand that, but the location itself, and the picture shows that the ramps are going to be on that embankment, and I believe if my memory serves me properly, that embankment was going to be a side of the stadium as well.
Yes.
So are we overlapping and having to destroy or move dirt?
Madam Chair, Madam President, and Councilor Champagne, so all of this was planned so that it would not conflict with and require redoing things if the stadium goes in there. So we are very aware of, as you noted, that the stadium would basically be a kind of in a bowl. We seem to like our bowl stadiums here in Albuquerque and Pitts. But yes, these escarpments would form the sides of the stadium, if you will, but the work that is shown here would not conflict with the future stadium because we certainly don't want to spend taxpayer money on infrastructure improvements and then have someone else dig it up.
Very understandable. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Grout to close on amendment number 2.
I urge your support.
The motion is for amendment number 2 to R216. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. Councilor Champagne. Amendment number 3.
Thank you, Madam President, Chair. Amendment number 3 on page 5, line 25. Insert the following: Of this amount, 84,000 shall be used for the impact fee ordinance development and assessment project contract for a total of $310,630. The explanation of this is the impact fees are governed by the city ordinances, use of fees collected, which states in B1, fees paid to an independent qualified professionals who are not employees of the city for preparing and updating the land use assumptions, impact fee capital improvement plan, and impact fee study. This amendment clarifies that the planning department will fully fund the impact fee ordinance development by Treschler buys, an assessment project, and the contract by the impact fee administration program and the impact fee fund 345. Urge your support.
There's a motion for amendment number 3. Is there a second? Second by Madam President. Any questions or comments? Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Presiding Chair. Does this reflect any kind of significant changes to the impact fee ordinance? We're just talking about a study here.
Madam Chair, Madam President, Councilor Lewis. No, this is just moving the money this year. Historically, the impact fee has paid for the entire contract. This year, Council Services is paying for the $84,000, and if this amendment passes, the body would decide that it should go back to impact fees as a whole instead of half and half.
This is something we do every year?
This contract is something we do every year with Tisha Device, yes.
Gotcha, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Champagne to close.
I urge your support on the self-sustaining government.
The motion is for amendment number 3 to R216. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? Did you get everyone? All. Council rules say, I don't think that we can abstain. You have to do a yes or no. Okay, so it's an 8-1 vote. Moving on to amendment number 4, labeled D in your packet. Councilor Champagne.
Amendment number 4, on page 3, line 13, insert the following: Eisenhower Splash Pad 25 Geo Bond. The scope of this amendment to plan, design, improve construction, equipment rehabilitations, and renovations to the Eisenhower Pool Complex. This amendment basically amends the scope of the Eisenhower Splash Pad to include the entire complex. And what it was basically, for
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Grout with a second. Councilor Champagne to open.
Yes, Madam Chair. This basically, there's 2 projects going on at Eisenhower, and due to timing, we are able to bring the 2 projects together to simultaneously do at the same time and hopefully save some taxpayer money.
Any questions or comments, councilors? The motion is for amendment number 4 to R216. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Amendment number 5, R216, Councilor Grout by request.
Madam Chair, thank you. Floor Amendment E is on page 6 after line 3, insert section 7, and it is that the following appropriation of $48,070 is hereby an authorized and approved state of New Mexico grant and capital project approved by the state, the 25 state legislature through the New Mexico Tourism Department. This amendment appropriates funding awarded by the New Mexico Tourism Department for the Highland Improvement Project to be used for festoon lighting. I move, well, needs to move. It's, yeah.
Sorry, there's very important business that just got, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, that I have not been addressing you as such this evening. There is a motion. There is a motion for Amendment 5. Is there a second?
She said second.
Oh, you did say second. I'm sorry. I was higher priorities. That's what happens when we extend the rules. Okay, any questions? Yes, Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Highland Improvement Project, is this District 6 or is this?
Councilor Grout?
Nope, I think this is in your district.
Yeah, so I'm confused why the administration sent the grant I applied for in my office to Councilor Grout to sponsor.
Are you, who would you like to direct your question to?
The administration.
Okay, Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I assume that it is that our, all of our items went to the cow chair based upon the bill being the CIP we're passing, and it is the function of the cow chair to bring forward those items typically.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad we've learned. I remember during the budget cycle, we were having debates about who the administration would send updates to for cow, because it didn't come to the cow chair, Councilor Grout, so I'm just confused. But thank you, Councilor Grout, for carrying forward the work. As long as it passes, I just have this is something our office applied for that. And I will also point out, we worked with the department on this to apply, and then the department went and put in the festoon lighting, and we had to renegotiate this grant to put it somewhere else because you went ahead and just did it, which I'm grateful for, but we had to redo the grant to put it in another place. So it's a little, just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments, councilors? Councilor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
The motion is for amendment number 5 to R216. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Amendment F in your packet, number 6, Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 2, after line 23, insert the following. Of this amount, $500,000 shall be used for the Broadway Boulevard restriping project.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a
Move to
second by
pass.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you,
Councilor
Madam.
Baca to
Thank you,
open.
Madam Chair. This is part of the greater efforts to improve pedestrian safety. Broadway Boulevard is going to be connecting with the rail trail, the central underpass, and central bike lanes. The numbers of pedestrians are going to increase. Unfortunately, due to the time it has taken to get this started, the price has increased. It was fully funded and designed. Design was changed for the better, but it is no longer fully funded, so we're trying to get this pedestrian safety taken care of. I urge everyone's support. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions or comments? The motion is for amendment 6 to R216. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Any other amendments, councilors? We're back on the bill as amended. I do not see anyone signed up to speak on this bill. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Councilor Grout to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to say thank you to the administration. We actually had some time to go over everything, and they answered all my questions and came up with some lists that I had asked for, and so I do appreciate the collaboration and just answering the questions. It was really good. So I like the changes that we've made, the amendments. I think they're important, and I urge your support.
The motion is for I flipped my page. R216, thank you. R216, as amended, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We're moving on to R219, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. R219 is establishing a one-time supplemental compensation payment for city employees based on ending fiscal year 25 general fund balance. I move it do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Madam President. Councilor Feeblecorn to open.
Madam Chair, thank you. So this is the bill that we've been referring to all night. We were in the middle of the budget process when we were passing the original budget, and I can get into the details later, but we were not able to get to 3%. We got to 2.5%. The administration sent down 2%. Chair Grout worked very hard to get us to 2.5%, meeting with many of us for, I'm sure, more hours than she would have liked to have spent with each of us. And so at that time on the dais, Chair Grout said, is there a chance that we could do something mid-year? We were told yes. I made that promise. I heard other councilors making that promise. And so this is just a bill that gets us as close to that promise as we can possibly get. The promise was originally that we would try to get them to 3%, which was another 0.5% as a COLA. And then as I started trying to find that money, we realized that we do not have recurring funds to do that. So I wanted to add an additional 1% one-time payment, which no doubt is not as good as a COLA, but it's better than nothing. And so that's what's before us tonight. And I do have an amendment I'd like to move.
We had a motion and a second already, so, okay, counselors, any questions or comments on the amendment? Okay, Counselor Lewis, on the amendment?
I can move the amendment.
That would be great.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it's getting a little late, I guess.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to move floor amendment number 1, which is now on the screen. I'm not going to read it all, but I'm going to go down the list. It does a couple of things. And it replaces the existing Section 1 with a new Section 1. The first part of this says that we maybe I will read it. Following the completion and authorization to release the city's fiscal year 2025 annual comprehensive financial reports from the New Mexico Office of the State Auditor, the CFO shall determine the ending fiscal year general fund balance that exceeds the legally required 1/12 operating reserve. So this is an update that is already in our bill, but it's much more detailed. I worked with Mr. Whalen on that. And then the second paragraph is, upon the determination of the general fund balance, up to $2,951,000 is hereby reserved to provide up to a 1% one-time compensation payment to regular full-time or part-time employees covered by the AFSCME and Communication Workers of America bargaining units, and employees not covered by a bargaining unit, including unclassified employees and regular part-time employees working equal to or more than 20 hours per week. And it clarifies that employees categorized as temporary, seasonal, student, part-time, working less than 20 hours a week, board and commission members, elected officials, employees in early retirement, or on inactive status at the time of the payment are not eligible. This is an increase in the amount. We did work with Mr. Davis to get this amount, so I feel very confident after making him go through the budget, the spreadsheet with me, I don't know, about 14 times, that this is the correct amount. The next paragraph says the amount and percentage of the one-time compensation plan are dependent and based on the final available general fund balance. In the event that less than 2.951 is available in the general fund balance, priority shall be given to funding up to 1% payments to full and part-time employees with an annual base salary of $64,000 or less per year, and any remaining funding shall be proportionally distributed to other eligible employees with an annual base salary of over $64,000 by DFA services and payroll. And again, this is a new provision that we were just trying to think through, because I think it's become clear as we've had these multiple conversations that we are not going to have the 11 million that was quoted in this body many times. And so I want to make sure that whatever amount we have, we're able to get that 1% to our lowest paid employees first, and make sure that we get something to them if there's no additional funding available. The next paragraph is the percentage applied should be based on the annual base salary for each active employee as of the final pay period end in December 2025. Again, just saying if you're employed by the city on that date, we're basing it on that amount of money. The next paragraph is that the up to 1% one-time compensation payment is subject to negotiations for all applicable union positions. We added this in. Mr. Whalen reminded me that we need to make sure that we are allowing that negotiation to happen as required by law. And the last paragraph is upon determination of the applicable one-time compensation payment based on the final available ending fiscal year general fund balance. The amount is hereby unreserved and appropriated and will be distributed to the respective departments and programs, including any transfers to other funds to support one-time supplemental payments by the Office of Management and Budget in fiscal year 26. This is just to clarify, because we've had some questions and I've had some concerns around reserves that the City Council makes, and they do not get appropriated and released by the administration, and so that is now in the bill. So that's the content of floor amendment number 1. I'll move it to pass.
The motion is for amendment number 1 to R219. There's a second by Councilor Baca. Any questions or comments? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one question about the active employees of final pay period and December 25. So if an employee left the city December 31st, let's say, they would still get this payment because they were active. I think of like Chief Medina, for instance, right? His last days are, he'll get this bonus or this extra amount. Just wondering.
Thank you, Madam President. It's my understanding that Chief Medina is no longer an active employee, so he would not be eligible for this, but we can ask Mr. Davis to clarify that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It just says active employee as of the final pay period in December, so I think he would be a part of that.
Mr. Davis?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, Councilor Feeblecorn, there is a section in there, I think we passed through it, I'm gonna read it. Right here, yes. The last sentence in the second paragraph specifies or are in inactive status at the time of payment are not eligible. So Chief Medina would not be eligible. Or any other employee. The idea is, you pull it and rerun it on the last pay period of December. If you were then become an inactive employee, you're not eligible anymore. Basically, if you terminate. So if Lawrence terminates after that, we're not responsible for paying him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where does it say that?
Madam President, it's on the second paragraph of the amendment, the last sentence on the second paragraph.
Got it. I was looking at the last paragraph. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Champagne?
Just a clarification, the original bill was 0.5%, and we're jumping up to 1%, is that correct?
Council Feeblecorn? Council Feeblecorn?
The original bill said 0.5%, and now we're jumping up to 1 full percent, correct?
No, Madam President, that's incorrect. It said 1%, and it still says 1%. We recalculated the number a bit to make it very clear that we went through the numbers with the administration and got the new number, but the 1% was in the original bill, and it's in this one.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on Amendment 1 to R219? Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Madam President, I think that Chair Grout had a request, so I will let her go first.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Feeblecorn, would you add my name to this amendment?
Madam Chair, I would be happy to. Again, I worked very closely with Chair Grout to come up with this original budget, and I'm very honored that she would want to put her name on this. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Councilor Lewis?
I think maybe Councilor Pena was going to say the same thing, but is it possible to add 4 people to a bill? Okay. Well, I think that would be appropriate since, Councilor Pena, sponsored an amendment during our budget year that did exactly this. I supported it. And so if we're going to do that, I would ask that we add the 4 of our names on here. But before we do that, also, I do have some questions regarding, what this bill would impact that the council's already passed as well, but we'll do that after the amendment.
Council President?
Thank you, Madam President. So for clarification, to add our names to the amendment and also to the bill. Yeah.
We would add our names to the overall bill.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and to the amendment. Thank you.
Council Feeblecorn?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, are you good with that? It's currently
Sure,
your bill.
everybody can jump on board. Let's do it.
Okay.
Well, to
So
clarify, Madam President, Chair, we were on board. We were on board in March. Anyway.
Any other questions on Amendment number 1 to R219?
No.
Council Feeblecorn to close.
Urge your support.
The motion is for Amendment 1 to R219. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Are there any other amendments? We're back on R219 as amended. Councilor Lewis?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief discussion regarding, what this bill would impact. This bill would impact the other amendments that were on the previous bill and everything else. And like I said, I'm willing to support it. I supported it in March, which is when we should have done this. And I don't mean to, rehash that, but I am a little bit. That I think it's okay to say now that, hey, at this time, and Ms. Single was saying this, I think, really when the Parks bill came up, I don't remember, but I think you were talking about, some of this going to city employees. So I think you all were very consistent there. But the fact was, we just didn't get this done in the budget, which is when it should have been done, and when all these other things should get done too. But I am concerned about what this will impact specifically, and that is, the condition of our parks. And Director Simons, if you'd like to, I would like you to comment on, because this is what this is doing. And I know the administration has all along been opposed to the $2 million going to an emergency parks fund. So I know, Director, that wasn't really your decision on that. But you know, back in August, we had parks all over the city, you know, certainly all over the west side that were just neglected. And there was news stories. I have a binder of about 50 parks that just showed, you know, weeds and brown. I mean, parks that looked like they hadn't looked in 15 years. In those conversations, and as the constituents were you know, complaining about it, rightfully so, and wondering what's going on, the response to them was that there were budgetary issues, whether that be our ability to be able to handle the weeds or by personnel, but that was the direct response through emails, through directly to our constituents, is that it was budgetary issues. And yet, you know, the Parks Department, you know, is reverting $2.1 million from the 2025 budget that we budgeted to them. So $2.1 million was reverted, unused. And even when we started the budget, it was reduced from the previous year with some program savings, and there was some things going on there too. And so the concern was, if there's some, you know, money in the fund balance, let's get it back in there. Let's use some emergency funds that take care of this. So really, I guess what I want to hear, you know, from the administration is your take right now on the condition of our parks, where they should be at this time of year, and do you have enough money to make sure that our parks are where they need to be?
Madam CAO. Madam Chair, Council President, Councilor Lewis, as you mentioned, Director Simon is here and can speak to specifically what he has outlined in terms of how the Parks and Recreation Department have been preparing for the spring and in our turf quality.
So let me repeat the question, Madam Chair. Director, do you have enough money? Is there enough money appropriated to you, to your department, to ensure that our parks have the same quality or more type of attention, you know, budgetary, with personnel, with materials, with everything you need to be able to maintain the quality of parks that we have expected, that the community has expected?
Well, Madam Chair, Madam President, Councilor Lewis, you know, I appreciate your interest and support, you know, for the quality of the parks, first of all. I think right now we have staffing levels that are as high as they've been in the past couple of years, which is a good thing. So we're at the levels of effort that we have made, like, historically, when we've been going after it the right way. Also, at this time of year, we are ahead in our planning. We're ahead in our materials ordering and stockpiling, and we're ahead of last year in terms of equipping ourselves with the right tools to do a better job. So I'm very, like, positive about all that. And I think, investing in employees and having the high temporary staffing levels that we're at right now, if we continue to maintain that, you know, investing in employees is always the strongest, helps produce the strongest outcome. So that's all part of it too, like making sure we're attracting and retaining full-time and employees, as well as keeping our temp staff high. So I'm definitely optimistic that we're in the place we should be right now at this time of year. And last 2005 was, I believe it was the warmest year on record in New Mexico. So, you know, it was a challenging year in a lot of respects. We don't know if that will be repeated or not, but I do believe we're in a better advanced position right now in the place we should be at this time of year.
So when, Director, when we passed an up to $2 million bill directed toward your department, and it was reported on that, back to my constituents and everybody in the city, the people that saw those problems and challenges and saw exactly what you're describing this summer. And Now the story is probably going to be communicated back to them that we are no longer allocating, that there's another bill that's taken precedence over that, and those dollars will not go to you. And, I want to be able to, and I would hope that you would too, have the confidence to say it's not a budgetary issue. That we have the confidence that we have enough money as a department to do what that $2 million would have done, or if we had it, I mean, can we communicate that in confidence that it's not a budgetary issue?
No,
At this point right now, it's not a budgetary issue.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, we always try to do the best job we can with what we have. I think we hear tonight from, I don't know, at least a half a dozen departments who you all have tried to help in one way or another that to address a need or a perceived need or a shortfall or a very important, program that you all would like to fund. I mean, I don't think we're unique in that respect. And there are always needs across our whole city, and we are going to do the best job we can with the money we have. And I think we've done a good job before. Last year was challenging. We can do a better job, and that's where I'm trying to position our staff and department to do, starting in the spring, with the work in the off season and proceeding through the summer. And we will take on the challenges posed by weather, climate, disease, everything else we can, and do the best job we can with what we have.
And Director, I absolutely respect your question.
Yeah.
I know you're going to do the best job with what you have. I think you've always done that. It's just not my question. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
My question is, maybe I'll ask it to Ms. Single, to your bosses here, is there a budgetary issue with the Parks Department? And just simply say no if you don't believe there is. You got enough money to be at the Parks Department has enough money right now to maintain a high quality of parks in our city.
Madam Chair, Madam President, and Councilor Lewis, I will be clear in stating reiterating what Mr. Simon said, but with clarity. I believe they are upholding the conditions of our department, of our parks, as the standard that they have and in the past. And they have made that commitment. They've articulated that commitment through written communications with all of you, that they've stepped up in preparation for the spring. I think every department will tell you they could use more money. And so you're asking a question that is impossible to answer, because every department would say they could use more funding to do more for the scope of work that they have. Under the current budget, I believe that the Parks and Recreation Department will deliver good quality park conditions come this spring based upon when they do their investments and in effort on the park, in the turf.
Madam Chair, and again, I'm not trying to be difficult. The people of Albuquerque that went through all this in October, I think what they deserve is from you all to say, we're okay with our parks budget. I really think they deserve that right now, because what we're doing right now is we're taking away up to $2 million. And I mean, you already said that you didn't agree with doing that, so I really do believe what they deserve is that we're okay right now. We believe what we have, what we need for this department budget-wise, because if not, then again, it falls back on the responsibility of this council to do that. What I don't want communicated again is that the council didn't appropriate enough money, and honestly, that is, whether that was intentionally communicated or not, that's what was communicated to my constituents. People live in cities that it's a budgetary issue, and so if we're going to take away $2 million. And we do that right now with this bill. I just want a level of confidence from the administration saying, we're good, we're okay, we're going to move forward, and we got what we need. I think you're already saying that, but.
Madam Chair, Councilor, if you would just indulge me with one other maybe idea that I think we can work together on. You have referenced the compilation of concerns and complaints several times with me. I've asked for that information. I would love to, if you could share that with me. You and I can go over every single one of those parks. I will go over every single one of those places, and let's see how we do. because we have 50 reference points, apparently. So I really would like to dig into that, no pun intended, dig into that information. Let's look specifically at those places and see what the conditions were at the time those complaints were made, and let's see how we do. So let's work together and address specifically as many of those places as we can, if you're willing to
And Madam
share
Chair,
that with me.
I'm glad to do that,
Yeah.
you know, with you. We've stood at those parks. We've stood there, you know.
Well, we stood at one of them.
We've flooded you with pictures, and we've had pictures all over the media, you know, with different parks around the city. But we will do that one by one. I'm glad to do that. But I think it was more than that. It was a kind of a systemic, you know, issue that I think everybody recognized there. So, but we can do that.
Good, thank you.
And Madam Chair, again, because those are questions that will be asked. I mean, you know, now what changed? You know, I've always supported the increase, as you all know, but this is quite a shift of a pretty good amount of dollars, or expected, or you know, projected dollars that we could have that we would shift that. Now, I'd also say that we're talking about recurring funds to our city employees. If we really want recurring funds to our city employees, then we have to do that within our budgetary process. And the budget process starts with the mayor. You know, the mayor sends down his budget. And if the mayor doesn't put that in his budget, then this council has to cut something, which last year it was parks, you know, that was some of the amendments. They were competing against other parks and other things because the administration didn't put city employees, this increase that now they support, didn't put it in the budget when it would have been reoccurring. And so my ask for you all then is, you know, let's do that at the beginning of the budget process. When you send your budget down, make sure there's enough in that budget process to appropriate what you negotiate with the city workers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We do have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have, I think it was Augustine Romero to speak.
Good evening, Madam President, City Councilors. I'm here. My name is Augustine Romero. I am president of the M Series 3022 Union, and I really appreciate this dialogue happening tonight because it's really important and very reflective on who we are here. First, I want to express our appreciation for the one-time supplement compensation payment that you guys are discussing, but I would like to move forward and really emphasize that when increases are built into wages and the benefits are long-term, they strengthen our employee retention, they improve morale, they stabilize families, and they help the city remain competitive as an employer. The city depends on the workforce from maintenance and operations to public service, infrastructure, and the workforce deserves compensation that reflects its value and commitment. Sorry, but I really appreciate what you guys are doing, and thank you. Sorry, I ran out of time.
Councilors, we are back on the bill. Any questions or comments? All right, Councilor Feeble-Corner close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll close with a little story. So a couple months ago, we were in a budget process, and I was really impressed during the operating budget how Chair Grout handled the operating budget process. We all had multiple opportunities to meet with her and talk to her about our priorities and what was really important. And I know in several of those meetings that I had with Councilor Grout, we both talked about how we would have really liked to bring up the COLA, which was sent down from the mayor at 2%, which is not high enough, period, just not. And I looked at the budget, the committee sub that came out from Councilor Grout, she found 0.5% of recurring dollars, and she put it in the budget. I still thought it was not quite enough. I looked around in the budget. It was a very tight budget year. I think we heard earlier that it was sent down with a general fund of almost zero. And so, I found a couple of places that I thought we could take some money from, but they were priorities of other counselors. And I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to put another counselor on the chopping block up here and make them choose between a priority for their district or something that means something to them and something that's important. Some of my fellow counselors did not agree. So rather than working with Counselor Grout, we came to the full council meeting, and an amendment was brought forward that would have raised the COLA to 3%. But it would have taken money for two things that I think are very important. One of those things was new employees. I think we need to staff as many people as we can. We needed to provide as many jobs as we can. The other thing that was in that amendment that would have been impacted was a project that I had been working on for quite some time. It was the one priority that I led with all of my meetings with Counselor Grout, which was a pre-apprenticeship training program for young people of color, and then an apprenticeship program for them to get involved and learn how to have jobs within the city and parks and recreation. So that was the one proposal that was made. A choice between jobs and getting young people of color into apprenticeship programs, or paying our staff an additional 0.5% COLA. That's a terrible position to put somebody in, but we were put in that position, and choices were made. I chose the jobs that I had promised and the promises that I had made to those young people of color who needed apprenticeship programs, needed pre-apprenticeship training, and needed to see a path forward in our community for them to maintain their salary, their whole entire career path was before them, and I was not willing to make that choice. So I've taken a lot of heat for it. Again, not a position I would put my fellow counselors in, but certainly a position that my fellow counselors had no problem putting me in. We sat up here on the dais. Counselor Grout asked at least twice if we could find some money in the cleanup to provide the additional 0.5% COLA at the mid-year. And we were told yes, twice. And so we waited, and we waited, and we waited a little longer, and the mid-year cleanup just didn't come. We know why. We've heard all that today, but we were just waiting. It was always my intention, and I'm sure others, to get that money. Waited and waited and waited. And then apparently we decided not to wait anymore, and we passed a bill to provide emergency funding for Parks and Recreation for turf, which I did not support, not because I don't love Parks and Recreation. In fact, the jobs that I supported were in Parks and Recreation. And the pre-apprenticeship training and the apprenticeships for young people of color were in Parks and Recreation. But I do not think that any of us were really cognizant of the fact that we were talking about the same amount of money that would be either spent on turf, or it could be spent on the promise that we had made to our employees. I was pretty cognizant of it. I brought it up every time, but clearly I was not. I was the only one. And so I think that when we passed that bill, it became really important to me to put together a bill that said, whoa, if we're going to be pre-spending money before we get the audit back, before we know how much it is, it should go to what we promised staff we were going to try to do. Now, again, really wanted it to be a recurring COLA increase. Looked and looked and looked, could not find those dollars. So the best that I can come up with in the situation that we're in right now was a 1% one-time payment. Is it perfect? No. Does it do something a little bit, tiny amount, to tell our staff that they matter to us and that we want to make sure that they have all the money we can possibly give them, which is basically what we're doing here. Everything that's going to be left in the general fund should be allocated to staff. And so that's what we've got before us tonight. I wanted to just clarify and set the record straight because a lot of really inaccurate stuff has been said. And that's the story of how we got to where we are today. And with that, I urge your support.
Counselors, we are on R219. All those as amended, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We're on to RA9, Rogers and Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. RA9 is amending the City Council Rules of Procedure, Article 3, Section 23, Allocation of Council Expenses. I move for a due pass.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to start with moving floor amendments A, but I'll do my opening first. So Councilor Baca and I, just looking at the last time council has discussed this, Councilor Pena, when I looked at the research, tried to do this several years back. But I think what's important is that right now each councilor gets $20,000 per year to spend on sponsorship requests from our neighborhood associations. You could imagine District 6, I have 22 neighborhood associations, and $20,000 just doesn't go far enough to be able to help. In addition to doing our own engagement around participatory budgeting, all of the things that we're doing in District 6. And so we are requesting that we increase that. Not to mention costs have gone up on everything over the several years. And so I would love your support, and I would like to move floor amendment A. It is in your iPads. The reason it's in the iPads is because since we didn't move the amendment for the budget, we have to amend this bill to reflect that we didn't pass that budget amendment to prorate that amount to give us extra for this FY26. So we'd have to update it here on page 3, line 6, amended section, let's see, sorry, I can't see that, section 3 as follows. Effective date, the rules amendment takes effect immediately upon adoption. Councilor discretionary funds shall be adjusted at the July 1, 2026 as an increase to council's FY25 discretionary constituent outreach funds. So that's just in direct response to us not moving that amendment for the budget. So I would urge your support.
The motion is for amendment number 1 to RA9. Any questions or comments, councilors? There's a second by Councilor Baca. Seeing no questions, all those in favor of amendment number 1 to RA9, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. We're back on the bill as amended. Any other amendments? Any questions or comments? Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair. Just more directed to the sponsor of the bill, what's the justification in the 250% increase? And I ask this based on we face all the same stuff as far as inflation and costs. I mean, from the last time it was brought up in 2019, it went from 5,000 to 20,000, which was roughly 15 years. It came in 2004, it was 5,000, and then in 2019 it was increased to $20,000. Why the 2.5% deal when respectively, nationwide inflation is only at 25%.
Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's one of the reasons right there, right? Inflation is one of the biggest things that's happening right now. How far that stretches the dollar, depending on district, varies, obviously. Just as Councilor Rogers pointed out, 22 neighborhood associations, 38 in District 2. These are some of the most impactful, easiest ways to get dollars out the door to our constituents. And the price of inflation just keeps going up, right? The last increase per U was several years back. I suspect that the next time this gets raised, it will have fallen behind inflation again. So just a few reasons for that amount to increase. Councilor Rogers?
Councilor Champagne? I think Counselor Rogers has something else to add. Is that
Oh, go ahead.
to answer? Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Councillor Champagne, and thank you, Chair. That's a really great question. When I went back and looked at the to Councillor Pena's, she tried for 50,000 then, and it got amended down to 20,000. So I think for me, it's just because of how active, with participatory budgeting, all of the things that we're doing in our neighborhood associations, the costs are so much. 20,000 is not adequate for me to communicate with my constituents, do all the things that we need to do to keep them updated, MailChimp, like all the things that we have to, that our council discretionary has to pay for, makes it really hard for me to do what I need to do in my district for $20,000. So I appreciate the percentages, but I think, especially considering our county commissioner counterparts get $1 million in discretionary every year, I'm not going that far. Like I don't think that's adequate. But I think 50,000 is reasonable to be able to do the things that we need to do for our constituents.
Okay, Madam Chair, yeah, we all face the same thing, and I understand that. I mean, when you're looking at a 250% increase compared to an annual overall nationwide increase of inflation of only 25%, it's tough. And again, like you said, the counterparts in the county, I don't know the exact budget of the county, but I'm sure it's not $1.5 billion. So they decide to move their funds elsewhere or distribute them elsewhere, basically, into those discretionaries. But I don't think they have $1 billion budget that our city faces that we can allocate money from. So I don't know if it warrants the 250% increase based on that. And looking at the rules of it, of just saying that it includes and not limited to mailing and notification, district meetings, small event sponsorships to governmental or not-for-profit entities. I did find it interesting that the Director of Council Services will evaluate the request for the use of these funds, consulting with legal staff and based on whether the expense advances the identifiable goal of the city, and two, the public benefit of the expense outweighs the incidental private benefit. I didn't know that part, so that was really good. The expenses compliance with the applicable city regulations and policy. So yeah, again, I don't know if it outweighs 25% annual or overall nationwide inflation to 2.5 times it, or 250%. But thank you for the clarification.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I might have missed this in the earlier discussion, but where's the money coming from?
Right now with this amended, but it would be the FY25 into 26. So we had to amend that because we didn't run the budget appropriation. We didn't move that.
Madam Chair.
For the 2026 budget.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I understand. Is it coming from the general fund? Is it coming in the next budget process?
Who would you like to direct your question to, Councilor Feeblecorn?
Someone who looks like they know an answer. I'm going to go with Mr. Padilla.
Mr. Padilla.
Madam Chair, Madam President, and Councilor Feeblecorn, yeah, the money would be appropriated in the FY27 fiscal year.
Thank you, Madam President. So it's not money now, it's appropriation that would happen in the fiscal year that is going to be starting up here very soon under Cal Chair. Thank you for that clarification.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Padilla.
Oh, did you have I thought you had a question earlier, so you were on the list.
Oh, I did. I had a question for Councilor Champagne around what do you think is an adequate amount?
Councilor Champagne?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, I mean, if we're talking, because we face the same issues. I mean, you're a neighborhood association signed. Well, in a sense, I only have 13 neighborhood associations that are registered that I attend. You have 33. I understand that. But as far as the commitment or the questions, there aren't any different. My questions for my neighborhood associations are I'm sure the same for you. Is how can you help us with our neighborhood program, with this sign, with this event? But if we're looking because of the cost of things being increased, I would mirror the 25%. I mean, inflation nationwide is 25%. 25%, I know it isn't much, but it's $5,000. So you increase it for 20 to 25. But again, that's what we get elected to do, is those working with our constituents and say, I can't give you everything, but I can support you with this, or I can give you a percentage of this. My neighborhood associations want me to buy them signs. I can't give everyone a sign because they're $30,000 a piece, or $12,000, or whatever they're running at 15 now. Inflation went to 25. So those are those tough decisions I think we as counselors have to make with working in our neighborhood association, saying I can't give it all because I have 33 neighborhood associations. You know.
Yeah.
Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that. I think the difference, for me as a counselor, is I look at all of our funding that we have available to us and make decisions about where to pay things out of. So for a neighborhood sign, I'm not going to use my discretionary for that. I'm going to use my capital set-aside dollars for that, right? Because it's a larger dollar item. I think if we just look at inflation from this year, doesn't take into account all of the years that we haven't increased this, right? It just takes care of inflation for right now. But if we compound that over the last years, I think this actually is adequate. So I appreciate that. I just think for counselors like myself that are doing things that other counselors are not, it does make it harder. And I think obviously, including the amount of neighborhood associations, this is not equally distributed based on that. And so for me, this would help me, and I think all of us, communicate more and do more for our constituents in our district. So I appreciate the discussion.
Counselor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. Counselor Feeblecorn is clairvoyant and asked my question for me, so thank you.
Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the sponsors, your bringing this forward, but I do think it's a lot. And we do have to sometimes say, no, I can't do that. And we all have to live within a budget. And while I think more than doubling it is incredibly a lot, sometimes we have to say no. And I hate to say no, but I have to say no sometimes. Because then we are just talking about the monies that we don't have, and so I'm very concerned about this. This is an additional $250,000 between all of us, a little bit more than that. So I think while we can go up a little bit, I think 30,000 additional is way too much, and I would offer 25% increase. I do have an amendment prepared that I could offer as from 20 to 25. I would like to offer that.
So you're going to make a motion for?
I'm going to make a motion to
Amendment 2.
amend this one.
So amendment number 2 to RA 9, Counselor Grout.
I haven't seen, what is amendment number 1? Oh, yeah, she already did.
Yeah, we just did that one.
It's getting late.
I know.
So I second her motion.
Okay. Oh, you got extra. Thank you, Mom.
Okay, so
You
I
get
think
one.
that everyone has this almost. Counselor Grout, amendment number 2 to RA 9.
Yes, on page 2, line 17, amend the following, allocated a maximum annual amount of $25,000 for council, and it just changes the allocation amount from 50 to 25. I think that's more palatable.
Madam President, with a second. Counselors, questions or comments? I have a comment on this. I had a comment on the bill, but I'm just going to say it for the amendment. It applies to both. We just debated 100 ways to Tuesday how we don't have any damn money and how we're prioritizing all this other stuff and blah, 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 blah. It's gross. If you all pass this, that's great. I promise you I will spend the money on my constituents. They will be appreciative. I do not support this. Now is not the time. We can't say turf, we can't say employees, we can't say all these things and then add this one in. We can't say no money for code enforcement and no amendments for all this stuff and let's withdraw all of those and then do this. I think that's gross. Any other questions or comments? Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so we get this clear, we're not creating money out of nowhere to say, let's add funding. Initially, we had an amendment, but as part of the upcoming budget cycle, we're simply reallocating, from set aside to this. We're not creating dollars. We're asking that we take from here to here in a way that allows us to be more efficient and quicker with our dollars for our constituents. And of course, that goes to however a counselor chooses to do that. So to several points, we're not adding dollars here. We're asking for a reallocation that fits within our existing budget. Thank you.
We can agree to disagree. Anybody else have comments to add? The motion is for amendment number 2 to RA 9. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? I don't know the count. Did you get that, Madam Clerk? 4-5. The motion fails. We are on the bill RA 9 as amended once. 4-5, correct? The amendment failed on a 4-5 vote. Okay. All right, so we are on the bill RA 9 as amended once. Any further discussion or questions or comments? Sponsors to close. Okay, the motion is for RA 9 as amended once. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. All those opposed?
No.
Motion fails on a 3-6 vote. Moving on to M7, Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Declaring support for proposed state legislation regarding transparency of local planning review processes affecting the creation of new housing transparency bill. I move a do pass.
The motion is for a do pass. There's a second by Councilor Rogers. Councilor Baca to open.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a memorial in support of pending or introducing state legislation that will be coming up in the upcoming legislative session. I'll have more to say, but I know we have public comment on this as well.
We do have some significant public comment. Councilors, we're going to go to public comment first, and then we will come back for discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Dr. Lisa Christopherson, followed by Veronica Toledo.
Vice President? President Pena. Yes, okay, I'm so sorry. President Pena. M25-7, declaring support for proposed state legislation regarding transparency of local planning review processes. I stand in support, Councilor Baca. I did have different comments prepared. I wrote them last night, but given what I've observed and seen tonight, I want to be very honest with you all. I feel very sadly icky. I do not have trust in 5 of you. In fact, we have been in the last 2 hours online and Reddit and different. We've now said 5 of you are a cabal, that you are just biased and prejudice against, and this is the commenting, regular working people, poor people, renters, and the unhoused. And it looks and feels, I'm just telling you what the comments are, looks and feels as if 5 of you have some sort of pact and that you are going to be you have previous conversations and you make decisions ahead of time. So transparency is going to need to start with us.
Veronica Toledo, followed by Carlos Michelin.
Good evening, Madam President, Madam Chair, councilors. My name is Veronica Toledo, and I serve as the Director of Policy and Advocacy at HomeWise. We strongly support M7. The 5 data points called for by the Housing Transparency Bill will help us to collectively identify challenges and bottlenecks in development processes while also celebrating successes. Making this information more readily available on a quarterly basis will support smarter decision-making, help improve housing delivery, and make homes more affordable for families throughout our city and state. This is data that is already being collected by land use. It would simply be published in an accessible and consistent way to better support the council and our city. Albuquerque taking a stance and saying we need this data and are willing to share this data will be a model for other cities throughout the state. Thank you for voting to support transparency and accountability through this memorial.
Carlos Michelin, followed by Jordan McConnell.
Good evening, Council President, councilors. I'm here to ask you to support the state housing transparency bill to this memorial. Albuquerque and New Mexico have a severe housing shortage. I think you're all aware of that. And one of the biggest barriers to building more housing is slow and unpredictable approval and permitting processes. Those delays add cost, increase risk, and end up making housing more expensive for everyone. The state bill will not mandate new housing or change zoning. It only requires basic reporting, something honestly we should already be doing. We can't see what we don't measure, and this will allow us to identify roadblocks and red tape slowing down the approval system. Transparency creates accountability, and accountability leads to better systems. And better systems will help us deliver housing faster and at lower cost. I want to thank Councilor Baca for sponsoring this memorial and urge the council to support it. Thank you.
Jordan McConnell, followed by Joseph Greenwood.
Good evening again. My name is Jordan McConnell. I'm speaking on behalf of Strong Towns Albuquerque, a volunteer nonpartisan group focused on making our city safer, more financially resilient, and more people-centered. We're here tonight to support Memorial M257, which urges the state to adopt the Housing Transparency Bill. This is a common-sense, data-driven reform that improves clarity, predictability in housing approvals without changing any or mandating any changes. We're facing a severe affordability crisis caused by a housing shortage. Rent and home prices have risen far faster than our national average, largely because we're not building homes. One of the biggest barriers to this production isn't just policy, it's delay and unpredictability in how we review plans and permits. Albuquerque's done a very good job at this. Recently, according to September data, showed residential plan review times in Albuquerque dropped from 112 days to just 15 days. From a Strong Towns perspective, this kind of transparency supports small-scale, financially productive housing and lowers risks for builders while also letting us celebrate our accomplishments at the state level. We urge support. Thank you.
Joseph Greenwood, followed by Julia Monge.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. My name is Joseph Greenwood. I'm a resident of District 2, and I want to express my support for M257 as it represents a critically helpful tool for aligning our housing policy with the efforts of our fellow municipalities. Unpredictable zoning and overly long permitting processes not only create headaches for builders and homeowners, they greatly add to the cost of projects, which is a crisis in a time when construction labor and material costs are so high. Reporting applications, approvals, denials, processing times, and total permits issued is an opportunity to improve the efficiency of our city's institutions and discover best practices that other cities use. More data and comparisons of that data can only help us and help our fellow New Mexicans in other cities. We have already made significant progress on some of these fronts, so let's continue to do so. I urge you to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Julia Monge, followed by Tyler Richter.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. My name is Julia Monge, and I'm a resident of District 7, and I'm here in strong support of Memorial 257 and the Housing Transparency Bill it supports. I currently work as a project manager at a public utility serving low and limited income residents. Previously, I worked at local nonprofits expanding access to education, community resources, and I'm also a local small business owner. Across all of that work, I have seen how housing stability determines whether people are able to participate in community life at all. I've worked with seniors who relied on community spaces for connection and with students who had to leave free programs because housing instability forced them to work to support their families. And in my current role, I constantly see how older, energy-inefficient housing increases energy burden for families, while new housing often means safer, more energy-efficient homes and overall lower monthly cost. The bill this memorial supports is the only practical and responsible step forward. It does not change zoning. It does not mandate approvals. It's simply requiring that 5 basic metrics that are already being measured to be reported on a quarterly basis. I highly encourage you to support this memorial. Thank you.
Tyler Richter, followed by Dieter Hanbicke.
Evening again. My name is Tyler Richter. I'm a resident of D7. I'm here to speak in strong support of M257. The bill doesn't change zoning rules or force approval. It simply requires basic reporting, how many housing applications are already submitted, how long they take to review, and how many homes actually get built. This kinds of transparency is essential if we want to fix what isn't working. Albuquerque has already shown that by tracking and improving processes, we can dramatically reduce review times. The bill would help bring some clarity and accountability statewide, making it easier to build the housing our community desperately needs. I urge continued support for this common sense, data-driven approach to addressing our housing shortage. Thank you for my 1 minute.
Dieter Hanbicke, followed by Christina Parajon. Christina Parajon, followed by Reverend Dr. Sarah Towns.
Buenas noches, Madam President and council members. My name is Christina Parajon, and I'm the representative for House District 25. And I wanted to thank Councilor Baca and Councilor Rogers for bringing forward this memorial. The memorial is about the bill that myself and Senator Bergmans will be sponsoring in the 2026 legislative session. And we know that the legislature right now is really demonstrating that they want to support our city's work in housing affordability. For instance, last year, other Albuquerque legislators and I played a big role in getting $120 million to build more affordable housing and address homelessness here in the city. And I know that if we had stronger data coming from the different states, we could see even bigger legislation to build even more housing. So as it has been explained, this bill asks large cities and counties across our state to report basic information on housing applications, approvals, and processing times. And our hope is that with this better data, the legislature is really designing housing bills up in Santa Fe, even though they have limited information.
Madam Chair, can I request more time for Representative Parajon?
Thank you, Counselor. Yes, please proceed.
I'll wrap it up. That the legislature is able to better design housing bills up in Santa Fe, not with limited information, but instead being able to work with really accurate and precise data from localities to make better decisions together. Thank you.
Reverend Dr. Sarah Towns, followed by Andrea Calderon. Andrea Calderon, followed by Miles Conway on Zoom.
Hello, I'm here representing the Albuquerque Affordable Housing Coalition to speak in support of the Housing Transparency Bill. This bill is supportive. We're happy that this bill is supportive of quantifying development efforts, but these are only a few elements that contribute to building delays in the housing ecosystem. The coalition supports the memorial, but encourages the city to consider its pathway to implementation, be explicit about its alignment with the city's strategic priorities, and elements listed in the comprehensive plan informed by the community planning area assessments, which articulates resident priorities. Per insights from the development community, application to approval, informal processes exist that are inconsistent with standard operating procedures outlined by the city. As a result, the city fails to have a process with predictability for its applicants, explicit standard operating procedures, and transparency to its applicants that would decrease time that those projects are wrapped up in red tape, which in turn prevent housing construction failing to serve our residents with housing. We strongly encourage the adoption of this bill with an additional roadmap to implementation. Thank you.
Miles Conway, followed by Carlos Guimura.
Madam President, members of the council, Miles Conway here. I'm the CEO for the New Mexico Home Builders Association. Really my pleasure to stay up late here tonight with you to testify in support of this bill. In Albuquerque, you can get a re-roof permit the same day when everything goes right. And there's other cities in the city, other cities in our state that I won't mention where it can take weeks, months. If housing affordability is the challenge, then the speed with which we permit the industry to build, produce housing, repair housing is a real factor in saving money and lowering construction costs, thereby reducing prices for rentals or even new home purchases. So There's really 7 elements, you might say, that we have under our control to close that gap between what people can afford and what it costs to build these homes. One of them is streamlining permitting. We need that data that the city of Albuquerque can provide at the state level as a learning tool so we can improve timing for all permitting across the state, create more housing affordability opportunities. Thank you for staying up late with us tonight, and thanks for your support in this memorial.
Carlos Camora.
Madam President, councilors, thank you very much. My name is Carlos Camora. I work on housing strategies for municipalities like Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Carlsbad, Silver City, Carrizozo, and Taos. I also work on housing strategies and legislation across the state. I'm here to support Memorial M257. Housing is extremely difficult to work on at a jurisdictional level and even more difficult to work on at a state level. One of the biggest difficulties with this is that at the state level, we have absolutely no idea how much housing is being built. We have no idea how long it takes to get built. We have no idea what jurisdictions are doing well, what jurisdictions need new help, how to compare between places. Most medium-sized jurisdictions collect this data. Albuquerque has already made great strides in New Mexico at making housing easier to build, but we don't know if this is good and we don't know how to compare this. This bill would help us at the state be able to compare that and allow that and bring a lot of transparency. Thank you.
Madam Chair, all our other speakers on Zoom are unable to be located, so that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilors, we're back on M7. Questions or comments? Councilor Baca, and feel free to use this as your close as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. 3 quick things. One, Councilor Rogers should have been listed on this as a co-sponsor, and please add her and anyone else who'd like to be part of this by all means. 2, I'm a hydrologist. In the water world, we have the saying, whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting. It's not actually true. For the most part, we get along. And the reason we get along is because the United States Geological Survey does all the data collection. They gauge every river, every canal, everything. Everybody knows what the number is. We do not argue about what's out there. We argue about policy, we argue about implementation, strategies, but we do not argue about the numbers. And this bill takes care of that for us. So with that, if there are any Q&A, I believe Representative Barajon would answer any of those questions. Outside of that, I urge everyone's support.
Councilors, the motion is for M7. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on, we are on R1, Council Feebacorn by request.
All right, Madam President, thank you. So I am going to move R1, approving and authorizing a request to increase heading home by $662,526.92 to maintain housing for 92 households in fiscal year 2026, and move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers. Council Feebacorn to open.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a request by the administration to just keep that contract going and keep those 92 households housed. So any questions we can send to the administration.
Councilors, I know that Councilor Feebacorn, I believe that we have to do a deferral because this does require 2 hearings. But before we do that, any questions or comments? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. Just have a question for the administration. Were we able to look up the fund balance of Fund 265?
All right.
Council President, I don't believe we have that number yet, so we may have to get back to you with that number.
Thank you, Madam President. I asked and you said you'd go find it before we got to this item, so help me understand why we can't look up the fund balance.
President and Councilor Rogers, we don't have a fund balance in 265. The balance that we have would probably be for those housing vouchers that we made sure that they were carried over.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that amount that we put into Fund 65 for that, do you remember what that was? I think it was something like $5 million. So
it was, Madam President and Councilor Rogers, it was $6 million.
Yeah.
And the amount unspent is $662,526.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What did we spend the rest of the money on? I know my memory is not that great, but usually those appropriations have to come here, right?
Okay. We have a list of the contracts, we can provide that to you on the amount spent.
So you're saying the fund balance is what again?
$662,526 for those housing vouchers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The exact amount of this appropriation. That's what's exactly left in there. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a hard time just buying that. I really do. I would like you to please send me what the fund balance is for this. For you to give me the exact number of what we're about to vote on is just hard to grasp. So I would appreciate it if you, we need to house people, so I'm for this. Connie actually sent this to me. I sent this to your department to find a solution so we don't displace 92 people, because that was your solution when we first started talking about this. And so it's just hard. Like, I'm increasingly frustrated that we cannot get dollar amounts for our funds from our administration. It's really hard to do what we need to do if we can't get accurate information. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Rogers, we will get you any numbers that you want related to this, and we'll look that up. I just want to clarify that the funds that are in 265 for these housing vouchers are related to the transfer of funds into 265 specifically to fund the individuals that were on vouchers. And we put it into 265 for those, so that those dollars would not revert and no one would become unfunded in their housing voucher. So the number is aligned to the contracts that we have issued for the vouchers to match to those funds that were transferred. So this is to get us through the end of the fiscal year for the current contracts. And so the numbers aligning, it isn't completely unimaginable that all of our numbers would align to what we had transferred, because the intent was to contract for vouchers for all of the dollars that were put into 265 to ensure people through FY26.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. But I think what people miss is that I used to work for your administration in a department where we would put money in 265 on purpose so that it wouldn't get reverted. There's a lot of things that I know we did as a practice, and which is why I ran the amendment in the budget bill to make sure we know what's in there, because I know that happens because I was in a department that did it. And so I just, like, it's just hard because I have personal knowledge from working for y'all that this happened. So I'll leave it there because it's late and we need to get to the vote. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments on R1? Council Feeblecorn to close. Oh, Council Feeblecorn, do you have another motion?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I will move a deferral until the next council meeting on January 21st.
There's a motion and a second by Madam President. All those in favor of deferring to January 21st, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to other business. EC 11, veto of committee substitute 02467, amending Chapter 2, Article 11 of the City of Albuquerque Code of Ordinances to improve the city's budget proposal processes and strengthen oversight and accountability measures. If a councilor wishes to attempt an override to the mayor's veto, they can make a motion to override. If no motion is made or if a second is not received, the mayor's veto stands. Also, if a motion is made, second is received, but 6 votes are not obtained in favor of the override motion, the mayor's veto stands. Is there a motion to override? Councilor Champagne.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to override the veto.
There is a motion to override. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilor Grout. Councilors, any questions or comments on the motion to override? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to go to our staff just to ask a couple clarifying questions that'll help me decide. The ordinance that we passed, when would it go into effect?
Mr. Motzko?
Madam Chair, Council President, Councilor Rogers. There is a reporting requirement in December of 2026, but the actual bill or ordinance would not go into effect until FY28, that being next July.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer. So if we decided to keep what we passed, we would have till FY28 potentially to work with the administration to bring it back up for any amendments. Okay, thank you. And then I just have a question for the administration. In the memo, it talked about if the council decides to keep the bill as we passed it, then the administration's plan is to take us to the ICC. Is that correct?
Madam CAO.
Madam Chair, Council President, I think the memo specifically states that as we have agreed upon between the two bodies, that the ICC is the body for determining separation of powers issues, and we have each appointed membership for that purpose, that would be the body that we have available to us if we disagree on the matters as an independent body for resolving these issues.
So that's a yes, Madam Chair, that's a yes.
Madam Chair, that's what, Councilor Rogers, it does indicate that we would prefer to create the committee that is in the in the ordinance to work through together based upon the fact that many councilors raised the issue of wanting to work together on this and why we ended up in the place where we had amendments on the dais rather than matching to what the work had been done, was that councilors wanted the opportunity to participate in that process, which is our proposal to use the conference committee to do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so we wouldn't be able to do that in the year that we have till it goes into effect without going to the ICC?
Madam Chair, Council President, and Councilor Rogers, I think all kinds of things are possible, obviously, but I think the veto message from the mayor indicates an interest in, rather than working together, by having staff work together and then have everything that was negotiated in that process be undone through amendments, we would prefer the opportunity to work together through a conference committee and bring forward something that we all agree is an effective way for us to work together to improve. I think we all agree there's opportunity in this for improving the budget ordinance.
Thank you. Last question, Madam Chair, being unfamiliar with conference committees, because that has not come up since I've been on council, how does that work? Who on council would actually sit on that committee?
Madam Chair, Council President, the budget ordinance specifically states the membership on the version you have before you. And keep turning pages until I get there. There's on page 13, line 27, it references Article 7, Section 6 of the City Charter, and it names that we have a conference committee consisting of 6 members, 3 of whom will be designated by the mayor and 3 whom shall be designated by the City Council.
Thank you, Madam President. That's as is if we get rid of the bill tonight. It would be as is written in the charter now. What you just read?
Madam Chair, Council President, and Councilor Rogers, that is how it is written in the charter, and that is true for any conference committee, but it is also articulated in the budget ordinance that it was amended, and as amended, it still remains in there.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Councilors.
Madam President. Madam Chair.
Councilor Champagne.
Make a motion to suspend the rules, extend the meeting to 12:30.
there's a motion, there's a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. If you have Q&A for the admin, I suggest you vote yes. If you don't, then you do you.
Can I make an amendment to that to 12:45 just in case? Oh, God.
All right, so we have
Pushing the
till
issue.
12:30. All those in favor of 12:30, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? I think that passes on a 6-3. Okay, back on this. Counselors, more questions on the veto? All right, so we are on Counselor Champagne on your motion to override, to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going through the explanations of this, it kind of was the motivation of it, and I was really keyed on a few parts where the administration or the mayor himself quoted city charter, the mayor shall formulate the city's operating budget in consultation with the council. And it seems that's the overall theme of it, is that we want to work together, but, and again, I seem to agree that there is a separation of powers, but if we're going to work together and asking that we be, as the administration loves saying, one Albuquerque, that we are working together. This is 18 months of your budget team, our budget team, and during those 18 months, these considerations weren't brought up. That the other counselors, did we chime in with other counselors? Did we do this? It just seems that the motion is, let us do what we want, we'll present a budget, and then you mess around with it. And I've really, that theme of one Albuquerque, if we're going to ask our citizens to do it, it should be really resident in the administration and the council of saying that we're going to work together and share information, not just we're going to formulate a budget and give it to you and you guys have at it. I just really think that we should be able to share the information and move forward with it. So I urge your support with it.
Counselor, I'd really try hard not to do this. I know I said that was a close, but I do see we have some public speakers.
Oh.
Thank you. So we're not closing.
Not closing.
Thank you. We'll come back to a close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Javier Benavides, followed by Tiffany Ledger. Tiffany Ledger. Madam Chair, that concludes comment.
All right, so since we are still on an open bill, Counselor, Madam President, with a comment or question.
Thank you, Madam President. So obviously this was the budget ordinance that I had presented, and so we had been working on it for over a year. Just to clarify, Councilor Champagne, is that we had been working on it for almost a year. It was on the verge of dying if we hadn't passed it that last day. But so what happened is any councilor can move a bill forward, and they don't necessarily, confer with other councilors. So, as budget chair previously, it ended at the tail end. I think Councilor Grout could have even taken it over, or it just ended at the tail end of when I was the budget chair. So we worked with the administration and our council staff, budget staff, and there was a lot of back and forth and concessions and agreements, and so I really felt like this was really good government. And at the end of the day, we landed up with a bill. And I'm repeating myself, but we landed up with a bill that neither side was really kind of happy with, which I felt like that was a good place to be, right? And then, every counselor has the right to look at it after it's put on the dais and say, hey, well, we'd like to make some amendments, which rightfully so, some were made, right? But then they kind of reversed some of the long work that we had done over the course of a year. And so, it makes it difficult because how do we adjust this budget ordinance and not kind of reverse some of the concessions that were made throughout the year without, this process that we have in place of being able to do amendments at the end, right? So, thinking about it, maybe we take, and this is what I think the mayor's alluding to, and I'm not speaking for him, but really being able to just sustain this veto, which I didn't plan on voting to override it, to sustain the veto and go back and maybe do kind of the same kind of work and then get more input along the way from other counselors. And this would be going to that committee or something else that we decide, because it's really not their responsibility to do this. It's our responsibility. And just to be able to get more input from each of the counselors and so that they can understand too when they're making amendments, whether, give the administration time to work with them through those concerns that they may have or concerns that they may have with some of our proposed amendments. Anyway, it does need to be changed. I like the idea of us working together and coming up with a bill that's amenable to all of us and maybe having all the counselors more in tune with the entire process, because counselors on the dais didn't realize all the work for the year that had gone on, and then they looked at it and said, hey, I want to make some changes. So I would hope that we do not override his veto.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Tejas?
Thank you, Madam President, Presidents, Madam Chair, whatever. I just, drawing on my expertise as a budget expert, a risk management and compliance expert, and the state's former government accountability director. I am a strong proponent of accountability and transparency. And one of the reasons, I'm here is because District 1 wants that type of accountability and transparency. And I am eager to offer my expertise to build that in a way that ensures, that the process is effective and that the public can trust it. And so, I would like to work on that. So that's my position, and just kind of hoping we can all collaborate to get that done in the most responsible and meaningful way, so that we have a public trust problem everywhere, and we're the only ones who can fix that. But we have to really work together to build that and show that we are committed to rebuilding public trust of our governments. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, please close for a second and final time.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with both the councilors that the idea of this is to work together in collaboration with the administration and us. The responsibility is both of ours. The charter says that the administration develops this bill or develops a budget and presents it to us. And maybe the council isn't allowed to, and the charter supports it, it doesn't allow us to direct how the budget is built, but the transparency and communication that is essential to this council understanding how the budget is built will help us to understand it and be able to approve it, and not just kind of go on the guidelines of, well, trust us, this is what happens. I want to be a better counselor. I want to be a better understander of the budget. In order to do that, part of this is directing us to have communication with directors that build these budgets and the council and the administrations to say, here's how we did it. I go back to, I don't want to be the one to tell them how to build their budget, because they don't work for me. They work for the administration. But to better understand the budget is to have good communication and transparency with the administration to see how they built it and why they built it the way they did, so that when it comes to us, we can go, yes, this is why. So that my constituents ask, why was this passed, or why did they spend this money on it? I can go back to them, and these counselors can go back to them and say, this is why, because we communicate and we understand the budget better. I think that this past year, that's what this bill is about. It is about that transparency and about that communication. If moving forward in the next 28 in the next year that we want to adjust this and tweak it, there's no reason why government can't go back and say, okay, here's the idea. We came up with new ones to adjust this and move it and tweak it and make it better. That's the whole point of it. It isn't set in stone. We're able to go back and say, let's tweak this. We came up with a new idea that we didn't know 2 years ago or didn't know 5 months ago. Can we adjust this? I always find it funny where it's 9 of us up here. It always seems to come down to the council versus administration, and it's one person directing the administration, and it's 9 of us, but they seem to be as one group. But it's 9 of us deciding a direction, not one of us deciding a direction in here. So when we come to these ideas and these understanding of these bills, it's all of us collaborating, not just one person. So I stand by the work that was done by the administration and what they came up with. And if it needs to be adjusted, then take the next couple of months to adjust it. I urge your support.
The motion is to override EC 11. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That fails on a 1 to 8 vote. We are now on administrative Q&A. Counselor Champagne, I have you listed, and then counselors, let me know if you have any other questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just one question or one request. PSA program. I understand it's being bolstered up, and I'm just kind of curious on the program of where it was and the progress that's being made and what direction it's going into.
Madam Chair, Madam President, and Councillor Champagne, I know you and I spoke about it on Friday casually, and I just want to let you know I am working to get you the full explanation. I'd like to share that with you on the public record at the next meeting so that the public also has the opportunity to learn about what we are doing. Madam Chair, Councillor Champagne, I would recommend that our interim chief, Barker, have the opportunity to answer that question and provide that information about PSA program as well.
Perfect. I appreciate it.
Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one. Of course, we've been continuing to ask about operating budget for Gateway. So I'm going to keep asking every meeting. I was able to get from the state, we'd been asking for the reports that you are supposed to be sending to the governor's office for the IGAs for the money we got from the state legislature. Thank you. We received an email from you today with that information. And I received some information directly from Secretary Nair. And I was a little alarmed about the letter that was sent to the administration, and I think our council president was copied on, but did not come to the rest of council with their very strong analysis of the lack of data for some of these things. So I want to ask that just process-wise, because I've never been president, what are the processes for sharing that information if something was given to the administration and our council president, but the rest of the councilors didn't receive that letter?
Councillor Rogers, I'll answer my portion of this because I don't even think the admin is aware of it. As far as how I got involved was a surprise to me as well. So Secretary Nair ended up with the request from you, sending you the information, and said based off of former experience, she felt that it was also like she made the choice to also include the council president in order to have another set of eyes or something on it. I think that was fully on her discretion and her choice. I don't believe that it was shared only through the two of us based off of any conversations with the admin or anything like that. So honestly, I almost think that it's a question best asked to her instead, but.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair, I appreciate that. My question is, at what point do you as president, and outgoing president now, share that information with the rest of the council? I mean, we've been asking the administration for it for a long time and didn't get it. So I'm sadly used to that from them, but our own team to not share something, at least with the councilors who've been very vocal about it, was a little hard to hear. So this is information I've been asking for over and over and over again. So I would just like, for our new president, for issues like this I understand it's your discretion as president to decide what's pertinent information to share and not, and I respect that. I would just ask for issues that I'm asking for specifically over and over and over again, if we get that information, that you would please share it. And that's my
Councilor Rogers, 2 things on that. I received it this morning, and in all fairness, I haven't even been able to check my emails at all today. So whenever it got sent, I received it this morning. So I respectfully ask that you don't indicate that I did not share it intentionally with the council. I'm happy to do so, and as the one that requested it, it would be great if you would also share it with the councilors, fully available with your discretion as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. And I appreciate that. I was told that email came at the same time it was sent to the administration, like a couple weeks ago. So I appreciate the clarification. I think this just speaks to again, our teamwork on both sides. I think that this is something we've all been vocal about, the lack of information so that we can make good decisions. But I'm happy to report that since the conversations that I had with Secretary Nair, we have made some agreements with the administration and feel like we're on a positive upward mobility to getting the information that they need. But I have to stress that these interactions are going to affect our ability to get money from the state. And that is what I don't want to see. I don't want to see, like right now, we have an opportunity to ask for more housing dollars. And the bottom line is we did not get our fair share of housing dollars because of the negotiations that we were not privy to. When it came to, 3 of us councilors met with the county, I asked several of you, what lists do we have for housing dollars, right? So that we can foster that collaboration. And then when the negotiations went to the administration, none of those projects were moved forward. So I'd like us as a council to take a more proactive approach when it comes to what we're asking from the legislature for housing dollars specifically, and that we follow up and say, these are the lists, or we run a resolution or something that says, these are the lists of projects that we want the city to fund. Because it was really hard to hear that we only got 16 million when we should have gotten much more. And so I think that's where my heart lies, is that I think we could negotiate better and bring more dollars to our city as a whole if we all shared that information. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.